Hello, Heather. As all of our meetings, this is being held remotely using the Zoom platform. And the Zoom platform provides for recording of meetings, and this meeting is being recorded. You should be aware of that. If you don't want to have your face on the in the public record during a public comment period or during the hearing, you can turn off your video and we will just hear your voice. So let's start off with any public announcements or updates from the board. Ms. Heller.
So there is a meeting next Wednesday, March the 24th at 6 o'clock, held by the MassDOT, which is on the progress of the Carlton Street footbridge rehabilitation. I don't know how many of you have been around in 1989 or 1990 when town meetings started talking about this project, but I'm very, very glad that it's finally coming to fruition, and that it is, and it's obviously a virtual public information meeting to introduce residents and local abutters to the Carlton Street pedestrian bridge rehabilitation project. I guess I should ask Devin if this can be posted on the town calendar if I send it to you. Is that right?
Yep.
Because I think that would be important. Okay, so look for it on the town calendar, March the 24th from 6 to 8 p.m.
Okay, any other comments from the select board? Okay, Mr. Kleckner, you have something? Oh, Raoul, you wanted to?
I'll be ever so brief, only because I promised I would let you know. A few weeks back, everyone, we were having a meeting with a new business in town that does sort of fingers and nails and things like that. And I said that I sometime soon would need to go get a mani-pedi at one of our local Brookline businesses. I did go today to the Nails Connection in Brookline Village, and I mean, they did such a great job. And I felt, the things that are being done right now in our small businesses to make sure that it's safe to be in there. There was plexiglass protections, wearing masks, social distancing, everything you can imagine. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the Nails Connection and to the other businesses out there that are all doing the right things in Brookline to make places like that safe. And my nails feel terrific. So thanks, everybody.
Okay. John, good.
And I don't know if this information is coming in an announcement later, but I'm just going to jump the gun if you don't mind. Our state rep Tommy Vitolo, vice chair of the elections committee, spread the news late this afternoon that the governor has signed the bill that extends the allowance of early voting by mail in elections in communities such as ours who have elections in the spring. I'm sure that Mel Kleckner and Jeff Nutting and Linda Goldberg are going to have something to say about this because they're the ones who have to figure out, can we make it work in Brookline? The deadlines are extremely tight, but we at least have the legislation in place. And I think it creates the possibility that there will be, in addition to in-person voting at the polls and absentee voting, there will be perhaps some element of the period of time is likely to be kind of short, but some element of early voting as well for the election coming up. I hope that'll be the case, but I do think we have to hear from the experts who have to make it work before that's final.
Okay, let me just do a quick announcement. Been getting a lot of emails from people saying, why haven't you turned in your election petitions? I just want to assure people that the clerk's office is really overworked, and my petitions will be noted as having been turned in March 1st in the next day or two. So calm down, everything's cool. And I thank the town clerk's office for the hard work they do under very difficult circumstances.
I believe there's photographic proof. Is that not correct?
Yeah, but let's not get into the politics here. Yes, there is the photographic proof. Okay, Mel, do you want to make an announcement?
Yes, I wanted to provide the board and the community with some information on the federal stimulus funding that will eventually be coming to Brookline. So I think it's obvious to everyone that Congress did pass the president's proposed American Rescue Plan. That's the federal economic stimulus bill that's been going through Congress for the last several weeks. It's a $1.9 trillion plan of economic stimulus in response to the COVID pandemic. About one half of these monies will be going to directly to families and individuals for stimulus and over unemployment and stimulus and other reasons. 360 billion money is going to state, county, and local governments. And as part of that, for Massachusetts, that would translate into about $2 billion going to Massachusetts cities, counties, and towns. Brookline happens to be one of 37 what's referred to as the entitlement communities. So because of our population, we're one of 37 communities that gets direct federal CDBG funding. And we're fortunate because that will be the formula for those 37 communities that the federal stimulus money will be allocated to. The other cities and towns who are not entitlement communities will be getting it on a per capita basis. So we feel fortunate that we're one of those federal government entitlement communities and will be receiving a preferential allocation based on that. At this point, we've been identified to receive $34 million over a 2-year period. It's a lot of money. We are also have a per capita allocation in Norfolk County of about $11 million. However, because Norfolk County is an ongoing county, hasn't been abolished yet, they have the ability to use that money themselves for county operations or to just allocate it to cities and towns. So we're going to need to find out what Norfolk County intends to do with the money they're allocated. But if they did distribute it on a per capita basis, Brookline would be the beneficiary, about another $11 million there. According to the Massachusetts Municipal Association, who has been providing some information, the stimulus funds are to be used to, number one, replace revenue that was lost or reduced as a result of the pandemic. Number two, fund COVID-related expenses. Number three, provide support to aid households and businesses impacted by the pandemic. Number four, invest in economic recovery and renewal. And fifth, invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So obviously the town has needs in all of those areas. So this is great news for us. However, I want to say the obvious. Number one is we don't have any guidance whatsoever on when and how these monies are coming. It's my experience that Massachusetts will regulate the way these funds are budgeted for and accounted for very carefully. And also we have to be careful that we don't use the funds in a way that when they're over, we have this big budget cliff that we're going to fall over and have to take extreme measures to fill. So this is great news, but we have to be very careful. A lot more information has to be coming. And as soon as I get that information, I'll share it with this board and then also convene a meeting of the Town School Partnership Committee, which has representatives from the advisory committee and the school committee. The only other thing I would say is this money, there are other pockets of federal stimulus money that is not part of what we talked about. Significantly, there is elementary and secondary education funding called ESSER. And at this point, Mary Ellen Norman from the school department has suggested that may be about $3 or $4 million. And again, we got to wait to see, what the restrictions are on that. But overall, great news. It's something we've been hoping for some time. And this will certainly support all the needs, many of the needs that the town has. And again, one last caution, just to be very careful that we spend it in a wise manner, leverage it the best way we can. And I'll have a lot more information as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Okay, next, unless anyone else has comments, is a public comment section of our meeting. Ms. Heather, you take over.
Okay. And before I do my spiel, I'll just say that we do have a public hearing tonight regarding the policing reforms and reimagining task force. That is going to be treated as a separate opportunity to speak. So priority will be given to those people who sign up to speak right now on matters unrelated to those two committees. Thank you for joining us for public comment. We are all volunteer elected officials who serve out of a sense of duty to this community. And we do our best to try to represent as many different points of view that are in this community as possible. We have a few rules we'd like to share. Each person speaking is limited to 3 minutes. Please refrain from personal attacks or from addressing personnel issues during this period. You are welcome to send the board members an email expressing your thoughts in more detail. If a speaker has reached the 3-minute limit or violates other expectations, I will ask the other board members if there are any objections before instructing Devin to mute the speaker. Let's begin.
The first person signed up for public comment is Ken Lyons. Ken, you've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
You're muted.
You have me now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So Mr. President and members of the Select Board, thank you very much for including us in this meeting this evening. My family's owned 1015 Beacon Street, which is a single family townhouse in Brookline for roughly the last 100 years. We also own a lodging house at 1025 Beacon Street. Recently, Elizabeth Kane Tate and other neighbors have organized to deal with certain problems that we've had in the neighborhood, and in some cases we've experienced for a very long time. There have been certain lodging houses that have not been well managed. Some have, but others have not. And it's become an atmosphere that can be very unwelcoming for families. Our home at 1015 Beacon Street right now is leased to a family that has 3 young children. At 1017 Beacon Street, which is owned by Brookline Housing and managed by the Pine Street Inn, there have been tremendous problems over the past year and on and off over the past many years. For example, we have glass bottles of alcohol thrown onto our front yard and backyard. There have been occasions of screaming, obscenities, various disturbances that have been very unsettling for the Green family who live in the house and their young children, and very unsettling for the Monmouth Street neighbors behind the property. There have been other problems with trash, and I believe they've partially addressed those. But I think it's very important that you, as members of the board, hear that it's very important that this neighborhood be welcoming for families and all residents. We're very happy to have affordable housing opportunities for people that need it. That's a very important role in society. However, it's very important that these properties have staff, preferably staff that live on the property. Another point that I think is worth considering is because this is a townhouse, relatively small, and has such close proximity to its neighbors, I think it's very important also what residents are selected for this property. So perhaps residents that may need greater support, either psychological services or a case manager, this might not be the appropriate property for that.
You have 30 seconds.
A larger property where more support staff are available and might be better for this particular property. But we really want to make sure that the board takes notice, and we ask you to, so that families feel comfortable there as well as all members of the neighborhood. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is James Franco. James, you have been allowed to unmute, and as a call-in user, you will just need to press *6. Once you've done that, your time will begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am Jim Franco, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1, speaking tonight on a narrow but important aspect pertaining to tonight's agenda item to fill the resident manager position for the lodging house at 1017 Beacon Street, owned by the Brookline Improvement Coalition, BIC, and operated by the Pine Street Inn. This position has been unfilled for several months, and we learned when the license came up for renewal in December about that vacancy. It is welcome news that this position is going to be filled. I think both the owner, the Brookline Improvement Coalition, which has oversight responsibility for the property, and the Pine Street Inn as the operator, should have notified the town as soon as the position became vacant. Not reporting the vacancy to the town indicates to me that neither the owner or the operator understands or respects the town licensing procedures. They failed the town, they failed the neighborhood, most of all, they failed the people living at 1017 Beacon Street, who deserve better. My second point is that I hope the board will require that the town be given 24/7 contact information for the resident manager and for the person that the registered resident manager reports to. The owner also needs to provide primary backup contact information. All the contact information needs to be posted in building lobby and kept current. Finally, I want to thank Mel and his staff for paying attention to the neighborhood concerns related to 1017 Beacon Street. Pine Street Inn and BIC have stepped up to fill a critical need, but they have a responsibility to make sure the property is managed properly. Thank you.
At this time, there are 34 attendees. And no one is using the hand raise feature or Q&A to indicate that they'd like to make a comment.
Great. Before I turn it over to Bernard, I'll just assure those who are interested in the public hearing that starts at 7 that we will do our best to try to move quickly so that everyone can be heard.
Thank you. Okay, next, approval of the meeting minutes from Tuesday, March 8, 2021. Any comments or edits that haven't been provided to Kate yet? Okay, I move approval. All in favor? Nancy,
Yes.
Heather,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Next, question of executing the emergency access easement agreement by and between the town and residents of South Brookline Realty LLC for certain property at Hancock Village, which is something that was contemplated by the comprehensive permit. It's condition 28 to the owner that was filed with the clerk back in 2015. This is also contingent on town meeting action, but we're going to be voting as a select board before that approval from town meeting is obtained. Is there anything else we need to know about this, Mel? I mean, straightforward, but.
No, this easement is inures to the benefit of the town and its residents. So as you said, it's part of the agreement and it's just being executed at this time.
Okay. And for anyone's information, this will be voted as warrant article number 8 at town meeting. Okay, all in favor? Nancy,
Aye.
Heather,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, next, outdoor dining regulations. This is a public hearing and possible vote to approve updated guidelines and regulations for the town's temporary COVID-19 outdoor dining program. Yes.
I think there must be a different version out there because that's not the order of the agenda that I have.
Okay, I apologize. I do have a note here that the next item is fiscal year 22 departmental budget review.
No, we still have, Mr. Chair, we still have some of the 3C and 3D. Did you do those? I'm sorry, did I miss that?
I must have an old agenda then. I apologize. Let me.
3C and 3D are miscellaneous items on our agenda. 3C is a request from the Recreation Department to approve some to fill some vacant positions. And 3D is a request from the library to have the town accept a gift of digital resources in the amount of $26,100.
Okay. Okay, I have it up on my screen. Any questions from the select board? Hearing none. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Okay. Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, let me look at my.
My dog agrees.
Pardon me?
My dog agrees.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, that includes 3D, the donation. Now, departmental budget review. Review of the fiscal year 22 departmental budget for the library department. Do we have someone to talk to us about that?
We do.
Okay. Ms.
Library Director.
Sarah Slyman, how you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. Sarah Slyman for the library. Can you see me?
No, but we can hear you. That's
All right. Well, you're not going to need to see me because I'm going to do my little slideshow. Oh, here I am.
oh, we'll see now.
Everybody. Thank you for taking the time to see me tonight. I am going to do a little PowerPoint for you quickly. Devin, am I able to share my screen?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right. Bear with me for one moment. Okay. So, as the budget cycle has worked its way through the multiple meetings, a refrain I've heard frequently has been, well, why does the library need money if it's closed? So let's talk briefly about whether or not the library really is closed. The library was actually only fully closed for services for 2 weeks. After those 2 weeks, we began offering email and chat reference and virtual programming for all ages. In addition, we had our Wi-Fi extended and ensured that it was left on and unlocked at all 3 locations 24/7. Communication is, oops, sorry, it advanced itself. It's advancing itself along. Bear with me, sorry. I apologize. Okay. There we go. That should do it. In order for the staff and the public to understand what was happening at the library, I began sending frequent updates to the public via email, website, the Brookline tab, and press releases. We were successfully able to manage expectations and roll out services in this way. I sent daily updates to the staff from March 16th through July 6th, and which is when some of the staff returned to the buildings. Some of the emails I had to send were more cheerful than others, and sharing the news of a 10% budget cut, which resulted in the need to furlough 60% of the staff, was by far the hardest. The library, you probably know, is made up of full and part-time employees, and there are about 40 full-time employees and between 52 and 54 part-time. We were very proud that we were able to balance the budget cut with the stated value of placing the health and safety of the staff and public at the pinnacle of our priorities. The part-time staff were furloughed during the pandemic unemployment benefit period, and so they suffered no financial hardships due to their furloughs. The staff took home all of the library's sewing machines and 3D printers and made ear guards and masks for Brookline seniors and frontline workers. We delivered hundreds and hundreds of each of those items to folks who simply could not get them when supplies were tight and the supply chain was broken. We built out as much programming as we could, including our incredibly popular Animal Crossing Island, which you see in the upper right of your screen there, featuring all of our reference librarians' avatars. We held mini online open houses so the patrons and staff could see each other. That's our circulation department, saying hi to everybody in the bottom left. And we loaned all of our laptops to the school department to meet the urgent needs of students and families learning from home while the town worked to boot up a smooth rollout and execution of that program. We added collections such as puzzles and hotspot and laptop bundles to help alleviate the boredom and also to level the playing field in the tech environment. On July 6th, all full-time staff returned to the library, less than 3 months after the beginning of the pandemic. Delivery between libraries started again. Our paging lists were 1 to 2 inch stacks of paper with thousands of items a day waiting to be pulled to get to patrons. We restarted the book sale and at last front-facing service. We were able to pack bags and books and offer books and bags and offer appointments to the public to come pick up their library materials. We extended our loan periods and temporarily waived fines. You can see in the upper right picture, that was our first day. That's how many reservations we had at one location. And you can see two of our librarians, Abby and Christiana, sitting on top of how many boxes of books they packed one day. So we were packing about that much up every day. On November 6th, the part-time employees were recalled from furlough. Some during the pandemic had moved or found full-time jobs elsewhere, but we were able to return 44 folks to work. Since the whole budget cut was front-loaded, it enabled us to continue expanding services, including an increase in programs, the return of the Library of Things, telephone reference, fully restored hours, and printing, among many others. The fiscal 22 restoration gives the library back much needed funding and will enable us to reopen the library safely soon. The remaining cut, about 25% of the original, can be absorbed by not filling the long vacant facilities manager position, some minor cuts to supplies and other negligible cuts across lines like postage and printing, which we'll just have to approach with the utmost thrift in mind. At this time, the only service we are not offering is in-library use. And this is one of the many, many notes we received from our public through the book drops over the months, and I couldn't agree more. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the staff and leadership of the Buildings Department, the Procurement Office. Justin, Melissa, and Mel, and everyone on the town side has made the success of the library and the restoration of the library budget a priority during COVID-19. Further, I'd like to thank the Friends of the Library and the Brookline Library Foundation for their continued generous support, which enabled us to offer this wide array of services. And to the trustees of the library, without whose expansive financial support and fearless and tireless leadership in pursuit of safety and service, none of this would have been possible. And last but surely not least, a big thanks to the people of Brookline for your kind support and understanding as we weather this difficult time together. Thank you, Select Board members, for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to start off with a question related to your not filling a vacant position as facilities manager. I know the building department probably works with you very well, but in terms of sort of long-term facilities maintenance, that could be, problematic. And I'd like to sort of get your view on that.
So that position's an executive level position. They sit on my team. It was vacant before COVID hit. That previous holder of that position left in October before COVID. So the responsibility for fulfilling those duties falls on me, and I have taken that on willingly rather than try to find $80,000. Oh, my dog wants to talk to Nancy's dog, I think. Rather than trying to find $80,000 from people, who make $12,000 to $18,000 a year.
Right. No, I can appreciate that, but deferred maintenance is always a problem, in public buildings. And
that's not that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it
well,
won't.
no, I mean, tell me if that's not one of the functions of this position. Okay, great.
It is, but I have assumed those responsibilities, so I'm taking care of those.
Okay, I still consider it important.
I agree, and I fought hard to get it. You might remember a couple of years ago, it didn't even exist. So I very much look forward to the day that I have someone who has the professional training and a full-time job to help me with CIP proposals and liaising with Charlie and Dan on, important long-term projects like big roofing projects or solar panel sustainability, things like that. But in the interim, I'm going to have to handle that myself.
Okay, work with the building department. I don't mean to put more work on their shoulders, but this is such an important issue, especially for a fairly old building like the library.
Agreed.
Any other questions, comments? Raul.
Sure. Hey, Sarah, good to see you here. And always a big fan of libraries. I said before, I did a big part of my dissertation at the Coolidge Corner Library. So, and I'll say one of the things too is I always felt welcome and included there as well. You know, folks welcome me in with a smile, regardless of, you know, how tired I looked or anything like that. I did have a question. You mentioned sort of those furloughed employees, and we've got some employees back. I'm wondering, during that time while they were furloughed, were they able to apply for sort of the pandemic unemployment insurance and be taken care of in that way? They were?
Yes, just a sort of rough math answer to that. Folks were making enough during that supplement that when that benefit expired, they had made more than the dreaded, oh, they're making more to be laid off, right? But in this case, they were able to use that money to cover the 6 weeks or so at the end of the furlough where they weren't receiving it. So by all accounts, folks felt pretty well taken care of. And I will say that the attrition we experienced in the staff was simply a lot of younger staff moved home with their parents or moved back to their hometowns. And then we did have some folks who finished library school last May and got full-time librarian jobs, which we would have considered them for had we been hiring, but of course we were not.
Well, this is great. I'm glad to see in the town administrator's budget that that your budget's restored, and glad to see you moving toward being fully open again. It's just such an important place for youth and families, and adds to the mental health supports that we have here too in Brookline. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mel.
Thank you. Sarah's been giving around a lot of thanks. There's other support of other departments. And I just want to say that Sarah was instrumental in getting out of her library role and joining the COVID task force. And also, I think you may have heard from the fire chief recently during his budget presentation that they actually were housed in the main library for a period of time when they were trying to separate their groups in a housing situation and to avoid everyone getting COVID at the same time. So they were the best read firefighters that we had for a few weeks there.
Good.
We loved having them. It was kind of a trip. Just a brief story. I know you have a packed agenda, but I was still coming in even while we were closed to take care of things. And I came in one day and a couple of the fire captains were in the lobby and they were talking as they would in the firehouse. And I turned to shush them because my whole life has been spent in libraries. And then I realized, oh, I guess I don't need to shush them. They live here and there's no one here to disturb. So go ahead.
Okay, any other questions, comments? John.
I'm just going to add my own comment if it's okay. And Sarah, thank you again for the great services that are provided. I'm one of those people who thought I saw the future when all of a sudden, everything gravitated to the internet and DVD, video rental stores died. And I thought, well, libraries, it's probably all over for them because, who's going to bother making a trip to the library to take out a book when you can just do everything digitally online? Boy, was I wrong, and I'm really glad I was wrong. And I'm just going to add to what Sarah has said, that among the huge benefits of the library system during COVID is that we were all binge watching. And I don't know about the rest of the members of the board, but I discovered movies I never knew existed, because we were just, were we desperate for entertainment night after night after night after night. And the library system is a great gateway towards film rentals, classic films, all kinds of films, and of course for free. And that's just, in these times when it's never been more important for, the famous slogan is free to all, for there to be education and information that is free to all. And Brookline Library is where you'll find it. So Sarah, thank you.
Okay, unless there are any other questions or comments, thank you, Sarah, and we'll move on.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay. Next, lodging house resident agent. Question of approving the application of lodging house agent. Mr. Dana Hill for Pine Street Inn at 1017 Beacon Street. So I see Michael Kiley is here.
Chair Green, I did just want to let you know that Dana is having a little bit of trouble getting into the Zoom, so I am talking him through the call-in process, and I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
Maybe I could just make some introductory comments, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Kiley, who is going to be here, is a representative of the Pine Street Inn Company Corporation, and then hopefully shortly we'll have the proposed resident agent. So I just wanted to comment on not only this particular application, but the comments that were previously made by Mr. Lyons and Mr. Franco. And I know you'll probably hear from another representative of the neighborhood shortly, but I just want to remind the board and everyone that the town is serious about getting a handle on its lodging houses. We have dozens of lodging houses, and they're frankly kind of hard to keep track of. There's a lot of changes in terms of ownership and management over the years, but I'm pleased to say that Tiffany Souza from my office has completed her audit. That was really a first step in the process of trying to get a better handle on these. We need to know what we're dealing with, and once we know what we're dealing with, then we're going to take these on systematically. Some of them can be handled at the departmental level. Others may require hearings of this board to straighten out issues. But I just want to assure you and the neighborhoods that we're on top of this. I will say, however, that lodging houses have been an integral part of the town's housing system for probably over 100 years in many cases. As I said, we have dozens of lodging houses. They provide essential housing for folks who are in temporary or transitional situations. And I don't think I have to tell you, they're very important housing, and we've got to figure a way to make it work and to be safe and also to be respectful of neighbors. But I also want to assure you that it's very important to have this kind of housing, especially in a pandemic, which we faced over the last year, which created so many issues in terms of people's housing. So anyway, I don't see the proposed agent, but perhaps Mr. Kiley could speak or answer your questions on behalf of the Pine Street Inn. But the good news is they've located an agent who's prepared to start here.
Good evening.
Tyler.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah. Dana Hill, I've spoken to him a number of times. He was actually looking forward to this, so it's unfortunate that he's having some difficulties. But we have, just for the timeline, just for the record, that the house manager for 1017 resigned on December 1st. We notified the town on 12/8, I believe, officially, and then added, there were some requests for job descriptions and postings, which we submitted on 12/16. So I don't know about the gap that was referred to earlier, but within 7 days, I think is a pretty good timeline as far as notifying of the open position. It did take us a while to find a good candidate like Dana, and I believe I just saw, yeah, is Dana available? No, not yet. But Dana was referred to us. I believe he also has a relationship with the 4 other house managers that we have at lodging houses in the town of Brookline. So we're looking to put together a good team of house managers for our lodging houses in Brookline.
How are we doing, Devin?
I have not been able to, his phone number is not in the attendee list, and he has also not been able to log in. It appears through Zoom directly, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've all had that experience. Nancy, you're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, I didn't want the dog talking over me. I wanted to ask a question to Mr. Kiley, and that is that you're hiring a resident manager. I assume he's on duty 24/7. Is that correct, Mr. Kiley?
He is available, and if he's not available, we have the other house managers in town. We also have an on-call emergency number for maintenance. We have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week emergency number for case managers if it's outside the realm of the house manager. So there is a team of people that have been put together to deal with any issue at any one of the sites in Brookline.
When you say he's available, do you mean he doesn't live on site?
No, he would have an apartment on site.
Okay. So I think that's very, very important. And
Yeah,
also,
that's a requirement, right?
And I'm worried when he goes away. I mean, he needs a vacation, right? Or, he's not available at whatever for a family event or whatever he has to do. Are you saying that the other people would be covering? Is that what you're saying?
That's what we're working to develop a rotation where people would be able to cover in addition to the emergency on-call numbers for maintenance or for an incident with a case manager was required. Yes.
I did want to let the board know that Mr. Hill has been able to join us on the phone.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Hill, please introduce yourself. And we will ask you questions.
Hey, Dana, it looks like you're muted.
Yeah, Dana, you're just going to need to press *6 to be able to unmute.
Okay, here we go. Hi, everybody.
Well,
sorry about the tardiness. I had a little difficulty. I thought I knew about the Zoom platform because I use it for school, but I wasn't so successful getting in with ease.
we all have had that experience.
Very good.
So introduce yourself and how you intend to do your job as resident manager at the 1017 Beacon Street location.
Okay. So my name is Dana Hill. I'm 45 years old, born and raised in Boston, Massachusetts. Currently now reside in Lowell, but I'm looking to make the transition back to Boston as the housing manager. And I plan on just becoming a good neighbor to the tenants and the residents of Brookline and being of service to the tenants in any kind of way. As far as my job description goes, I'm just looking to help out, to be of service, and to enhance the quality of life to the tenants and to the neighborhood of Brookline, and just to become a good neighbor and just to be an asset to Brookline.
Can I ask, maybe Mr. Kiley is the appropriate person. Earlier, I heard that the owner of the building is either Brookline Housing Authority or the Brookline Improvement Corporation. Who is the owner?
The owner is the Brookline Improvement Coalition.
Oh, okay.
Pine Street
Okay.
is the management.
Okay. I think the individual making the public comment was just confused about that. So, any questions from the board of Mr. Hill?
No, I understand.
No, I'm asking the board here. They want to ask you a question.
Oh.
Raul.
Sure, not a question, but just a comment from Mr. Hill. Just you may have missed some of the conversation earlier, but essentially one of the big issues in Brookline lately related to lodging houses has been the availability of the resident agent. And Select Board Member Heller mentioned earlier, of course, you need to sort of take breaks and take vacations and things like that. And it's up to Pine Street, the organization, to figure out a sort of a plan to cover when you're not there. But I just wanted to impress upon you you know, what folks are really looking for is to have someone that they can talk to and when there are issues, and someone who is available and responsive and ready to address those issues before they sort of reach a Tuesday night select board meeting. So I just wanted to impress that upon you and see if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I'm very reliable, and I do understand that my presence has to be just that, so that I can like tend to any issues that arise on the spot. And so, yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. I'd be committed to being there every night from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. and ready and willing to serve any issues that arose.
Are you aware of the history of issues that this property has had?
I've heard about some brief. I've gotten briefed upon issues that happened with the tenants. I think there was a couple of disturbances with like people's behavior at times and things of that nature. So I'd be really looking out for those kinds of things and reporting those things if I seen them. Yeah. And I would be willing to do that.
Can I suggest that you really study up on past incidents and make sure you're ready to deal with those or any other incidents that will occur? I mean, not just someone telling you about something that happened, but really try to understand where the problem came from and what was done about it and what should have been done about it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. John, you had your hand up, I believe. Thanks
very much. Well, yeah, just a couple of things. I want to say welcome to Brookline to Dana. And I don't know if you got to hear some of the comments from neighbors, but I know that the neighbors want to be and have been good neighbors to 1017 Beacon. And I know that the relationship lately has been strained because of some issues that arose, but I know the potential is there for 1017 Beacon to be good neighbors in the neighborhood. And in that regard, and because the question has come up about Brookline Improvement Coalition as the owner of that, Brookline Improvement Coalition it is Brookline community based. So in a sense, this problem is a problem that the community owns and through the Brookline Improvement Coalition. And Brookline Improvement Coalition does great stuff, providing affordable housing for people. And I know they're going to be very diligent about trying to satisfy the concerns the neighbors have raised of recent occurrences. One other thing, if you don't mind, I just would like to ask Michael Kiley for people who perhaps are not familiar with Pine Street Inn and its history, and I don't mean the whole history, but you can give us the 2-minute version or 1-minute version. Help people who maybe are learning about Pine Street Inn for the first time to appreciate what Pine Street Inn has meant to Greater Boston and to homeless populations of Greater Boston.
Well, thanks for the question. Pine Street's mission is to end homelessness, not to get close to ending homelessness, but to end homelessness. We have houses throughout the city of Boston, lodging houses for third party that we lease. The focus is to get people into either it's a rapid rehousing where there's an immediate need for housing, or it's a quick loss of household, or housing where they need supportive services. So through grants, through subsidies that are issued through HUD, we provide housing with services for these people to get them a second opportunity.
Thanks, Michael.
Heather.
I'm just curious how you found out about this opportunity and what you're looking forward to the most.
Is that a question pertaining to me, Dana Hill?
Yes, it is.
I found out about this opportunity through a colleague of mine. He is a lodging house manager for the same company, and I thought it would be a great opportunity. It's something that I've always wanted to do as far as giving back to the community. I thought this would be a great way to give back and to just help people, you know what I mean? I like helping people. I'm a people person. I'm personable. I'm easy to get along with. And I also know that I have a job to do. And so I understand the description of the job, and I thought that I could also fulfill those descriptions as well. So I'm looking forward to it. I think Brookline is a great community, a great town, and I'm just looking to be an asset and to help the tenants of 1017.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Let's see. So on the agenda is approving the application for lodging house agent. Unless there are any other questions or comments, I'd like to move approval of Mr. Hill's application to be resident agent at 1017 Beacon Street. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I have to get.
Thanks.
Okay, hold on. Before you go, I see that there was something in the Q&A. Could you please have Mr. Kiley explain how residents are chosen? We feel some may have issues that would be better met at a facility with more resources. Michael Kiley, could you answer that question?
Sure. We, different ways, we get referrals, homelessness referrals from different agencies from around the city of Boston and Brookline. We take the applications, forward them to Brookline Housing. Brookline Housing then does their background check, similar to a Section 8. They have to qualify for all the rules. So if there's a query or a story involved, they would be rejected. But after Brookline Housing approves the application, then we would move them in. So they're actually vetted twice.
Okay. So I can understand a sorry, the sex offender registry, right?
Sure.
However, Corey is probably a little different. What happens to Corey applicants who are rejected by an agency like you? Like yours?
Who are rejected? They were rejected by Pine Street.
Yeah.
We would reject them because our initial moving guidelines would have to be in line with what Brookline Housing is looking for. So if anyone was had been found guilty in the last 5 years of a violent crime or a felony, then we would reject them. There are other opportunities, housing first opportunities in the city of Boston and other communities, Waltham, that would still be available to the people who were rejected initially.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Let's see. Have we voted? No. I was about to vote. Oh, we did vote? Okay. Okay, so thank you, Michael Kiley and Dana Hill.
Again, thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Good, bye. Next, we have a food vendor license application, as well as an application for an entertainment license for the Shared Tea Corporation, doing business as Shared Tea at 229 Washington Street. And the entertainment license or food vendor licenses for Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and same hours for the entertainment license. 229 Washington Street, I don't believe has a lot of residential spaces around there. But it's only radio and recorded music anyway. So anyway, I see we have Mehu Hu. Did I pronounce that close enough? You're muted.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mei Hui Hu. Close.
Okay.
It's a tricky name anyway.
Oh, I apologize for.
That's all right. So I represent the applicant and my client, they used to run a tea shop in Quincy as assistant. And they think that sharing tea and sipping tea can relax you. And it's really a good lifestyle to incorporate to your busy, busy life schedule. And so they came up with the idea to open up a tea shop, which is still fairly original in Brookline. There's only one other tea shop so far in Brookline. So they're really looking forward to opening up a small spot in the Brookline Village and bring this great idea to share with the residents here. They're offering up to 50 varieties of teas. Some are green tea based, and with all kinds of flavors, fruit tea, chocolate, coffee, and cheese. So that's kind of an original touch to their menu. My client is also on the phone. We're open to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Kevin Tan, is there anything you'd like to add? And maybe you should introduce yourself to the select board too.
Yes, so my name is Kevin and I have my wife, Jenny Tang here. The idea we come with to open a share tea shop to Brookline is that we think our product is really healthy, and then we can bring healthy food to the town and then bring volume to a higher quality of life. We provide fresh tea, smoothies, and also fruit tea drinks, which like Mei Hui mentioned. Also, we also making bakeries. All our bakery is making out of natural specs, no add concentrate items. We made our flavor to be adding fruit to make our flavors, and then all our bread is making with low sugars, low oils. All the product we provide is considered as a healthy products. And my wife, she study how to run business in a school, and also taking a lot of trainings for all the products like the bubble tea products. And also she also helps like in Quincy, there's a bubble tea shop. She was there, she gained her experience, she knows how to run the all the process.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the select board? No? Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, Nancy.
When are you planning to be open?
We are thinking to, after we get the approval, so we are thinking to build the shop a little bit, and then we are thinking to open in the summer. But our idea is still, a to-go type of restaurant. So during that time, we still thinking, people may order and then to go, so keep social distance during that time, until like everything settled down. Then, then we might be more open the shop for the public.
Okay, we'll be looking for it.
Okay. Good, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, I'd like to move approval of both the application for a food vendor license and the accompanying application for an entertainment license comprised of radio and recorded music. I'm sure that's not gonna make a lot of noise, and there's not a lot of houses around there. Hours of operation, Sunday through Monday, or Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you, and welcome to Brookline.
Thank you very much,
Washington.
everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Next, question of approving the application of first a common victualler license for Hart Jr. LLC, doing business as Mama Lay's Delicatessen at 1659 Beacon Street. Hours of operation Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And seating will consist of 25 outside seats and inside seats and 12 outside. We're also going to vote to approve the application for an entertainment license consisting of radio and recorded music, Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And finally, application for an outdoor seating license, seating to consist of 12 outdoor seats. So we have for us Alain Manzour and okay, and someone else.
There's only one of me. I was having trouble logging on, so I tried a few times.
So there's someone using your name. And what is your name?
My name is Alain Munzer.
No, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm
Oh.
Rachel. I'm Rachel Miller Munzer. I'm his
okay.
business partner and life partner.
Okay, so you're using his.
He was my backup plan if I couldn't log on.
Okay.
And his backup plan. Excuse me.
Okay, and there's someone on the phone.
Oh, that's me too. I'll hang up. I had a couple backup plans. I didn't want to miss you.
Okay.
Let me hang that up.
It's a good idea. So why don't one of you sort of introduce yourselves as well as tell us a little bit about your concept here. The menu looks very interesting.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak. My name is Alain Munzer, and my wife, Rachel Munzer, is one of my business partners. And we currently own Mamala's Delicatessen, as well as 2 other restaurants in Kendall Square in Cambridge. We've been open here at Mamala's for 4.5 years. And we closed for a couple of months during the pandemic, and we reopened here. We were a full service restaurant with tables, and during the pandemic, we streamlined just to ordering online and ordering at the counter. And we found that model has worked well for us. And we decided to, we're residents of Brookline, my wife and I, and we wanted to open a restaurant there. So we decided to do this counter service style. So we'll be having, our plan is to be open for 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. So we'll be open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We'll have an area where you can come in and get sandwiches and bagels and coffee made to order. Or you can pick up some items to go, bagels and lox and cream cheese or half pound of pastrami, that type of small grocery items. So we plan to do a little bit of renovation on the space. It's at 1659 Washington Street. It's just next door to the Abbey. And it was formerly a Dunkin' Donuts. So we're going to undunkify it and make it Mamala's style. And we hope to open this summer.
Great. Anything else, Rachel? Anything?
It's actually at 1659 Beacon Street in
What did I say?
Washington Square.
Oh, in Washington. Sorry, my mistake. Thank you.
Yeah. But other than that, just that Alon and I have owned restaurants since 2000. We started in 2005, so we've been in the business for a long time. And also that it's in the same block that what the B&D Deli once was. So that's kind of, we're excited to be able to bring that back to the neighborhood.
Great. Nancy, you had a question? You're muted.
Right. I'm not quite in the neighborhood, but I'm excited that we're getting a Jewish deli back in that block because that B&D was a favorite. And Jim Solomon sings your praises, and he is familiar with your work. And also says that you're very civic-minded and ecologically responsible. So always pleased to have that. Jim was our very first green restaurant at the Fireplace, as you probably know. How you plan to have dinner till 7 o'clock, you said. So you're expecting that you would be basically serving families earlier, since most adults eat later and kids earlier. So I'm just, is that your target audience here?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're definitely a very family-friendly restaurant. Our current hours in Cambridge are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and the business quiets down a little bit from 7 to 8. And we know, especially with being across from the Driscoll or near the Driscoll School over there, we're hoping to get folks after they drop their kids off at school or on their way to drop their kids off or before commuting, jumping on the train to commute downtown when people end up going back to school and going back downtown. So that was the plan.
Right. So could you just tell us about your sustainability efforts in the restaurant?
Absolutely. As Rachel mentioned, we've owned restaurants for since 2005. We've been using all composting material since then. We recycle, and we've always make that practice within our restaurants of composting, recycling, and proper trash removal, even before it was mandatory in Cambridge. That's sustainable for the earth. A big part of our business is sustainability for our employees as well. We work very closely with an organization called One Fair Wage, and we're working on making equitable pay in all aspects of the restaurant, in all positions of the restaurant, and creating a livable wage. We've made a commitment at our Cambridge location to pay $17 an hour minimum, and we hope to increase that as time goes on, and we'll be making that same commitment in our Washington Square location. So that's, the earth is very important, and the well-being of those who walk it as well.
Terrific, thank you.
Are you not subject to the lower minimum wage for wait staff, or would you not have wait staff?
I will let my expert wife, Rachel, speak to that.
No, we are. So that's a big issue, is the tip minimum wage, and we could spend probably the next 4 hours talking about it. So
give us a 30-second
The 30-second is that restaurants are entitled to pay a tip minimum wage, a lower minimum wage to tipped employees. But we're working with One Fair Wage to get rid of the tip minimum wage and make it so that everybody has to pay $15 an hour. Unfortunately, it's very challenging to be the only one who's paying higher wages because you can't adjust your menu prices accordingly. But we're taking a step to do it by not paying a tip minimum wage anymore. We are paying some workers minimum wage, and we've added an administrative fee on that's going to supplement that and bring their wage to $17, $18, $19, $20 an hour.
Great. Thank you. Raul.
Sure. I just think that's phenomenal. And I think it starts with one business doing this, communicating how it works with other businesses, and then we can potentially see something like that grow in Brookline. I think that's great. I also think this is a real upgrade for this site. I mean, the internet was a buzz when we heard, when folks heard about you all moving in. So that's terrific. The only other thing I'll say is we're gonna have a discussion tonight about expanding our outdoor seating program. You may want to check that out or watch the recording later on if you have other things to do. We're really excited about that, but also having very clear guidelines for outdoor seating and the expansion of outdoor seating into the public way. So I'd encourage you just to sort of follow up on that and learn more about that so you can work that into your opening plan for this summer. But definitely very excited to have you joining us in Brookline.
John, you're okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, my heart went pitter-pat when Rachel mentioned the B&D deli. So probably it might be from a combination of remembering the sandwiches and the heartburn, but be that as it may. I love that you recognize the tradition of that part of Beacon Street in Washington Square. And if anybody has reason to doubt the hunger in Brookline for the return of a really, really vibrant delicatessen cuisine segment of the restaurant market. Just go visit this page called Things I Remember Growing Up in Brookline. Check out the reminiscences of Jack and Marion's and B&D. There are people who remember every sandwich and every pickle they ever ate, you know, at these delis, and everybody who worked the counter, every person who worked behind the counter, every waitress and waiter. I think this could be just the beginning of a beautiful relationship with Brookline. So, well, Mama Liz, welcome to Brookline.
Thank you very much, John.
Okay, any other questions? I hope your matzo ball soup is really, really good. You can't find good soup like too often.
We think so.
Okay,
You'll be the test, Bernard.
I'm gonna test you out. Nancy.
One more question. When will you be opening?
We're hoping to open this summer. We're launching another way to be sustainable. So we're launching we're in the midst of a crowdfunding campaign. They could find link to from our website, mamalas.com, and that enables folks to contribute money and then get 120% back of their contribution in forms of credits to use at Mamalas over the course of a year. And that is a really sustainable way for small businesses to be able to open without having to give away a piece to investors, without having to take on massive credit card or bank loans. And if all works according to plan and the credits are all used up in the first year, we'll theoretically be debt free for that portion of it for within a year, which is pretty much unheard of in the restaurant business. So
great idea.
We look forward to that. And this summer, if I didn't mention that.
Does that mean the early summer or the late summer?
I'm known for giving long answers. We're just saying summer right now. We're hoping early, but you know how construction
I certainly do.
We're doing small renovations, and you know if the tile doesn't come in, that type of stuff. So we're hoping to move along as quick as we can.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's start the vote. Question of approving the application for a, question of approving the application of a common victualler license for Mama Lay's Delicatessen. I'd like to add to that application for an entertainment license. And finally, an application for an outdoor seating license for Hart Jr. LLC, doing business as Mama Lay's Delicatessen at 1659 Beacon Street. Seating for the outdoor license will be 12 outdoor seats. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Bye. Okay, next, 700 Brookline Avenue, Hilton Garden Restaurant, public hearing. Mr. Kleckner, you want to say
Well,
something?
Mr. Chair, the public hearing is scheduled for 6:30. So believe it or
okay.
not, you're
ahead of
way
time.
ahead of yourself, which is hard to believe. But we do have a couple of items at the end of the agenda. The sale of bonds we could take up now, and I think we could probably do that for the next few minutes. We could also take up the final item on the agenda. So why don't we do that while we're waiting for 6:30?
Okay. I see Gina from Coney. Tell us about these bonds that we're selling, what we're selling them for, you know, how low the interest rates were on average, and whatever else you think is important.
Thank you, Director. A few weeks ago, the town announced it retained its AAA bond rating from Moody's and S. In conjunction with the bond sale that took place on February 24th, 2021. There were 8 bidders, and the lowest bidder was Bank of America Merrill Lynch with an average interest rate of 1.835%.
Wow.
We also, yeah, pretty incredible.
Wow.
Yeah. We
Of course,
received.
they won't give us that rate.
Oh, an 8.42 million premium, and that covers the cost of the sale. And then we apply the rest to the projects to lower the cost of each project. And so the bonds, they cover the Driscoll Elementary School, the high school renovation, some building roof repairs, Lars Anderson Park improvement, water system improvements, building envelope improvements, and finishing up the Harry Dowds Field improvements. Every year when we go forward with the bond sale, we examine if there is an opportunity to do a refunding. And we looked at the 2011 issue for the Runkle School and golf course, and it exceeded our savings target. And so we were able to refund the 2011 issue, and that will save the town almost $740,000 over the next 10 years. So tremendous. Day, the town also sold 6.7 million in bond anticipation notes, and there were 5 bids received, and TD Securities won the bid with an interest rate of 0.19%. So pretty much free money, honestly. And if you recall, the 6.7, we banned this last year, and we're just rolling it forward. It includes 4.7.
Hey, Jana, why don't you turn off your video because you're freezing up a lot.
Oh, thank you.
Now
My
you can speak.
apologies. Okay. That includes the 4.7 for Oak Street and 2 million for the Pierce School. And that also needs approval. So this evening I am requesting your approval for both the bond issue and the band sale.
Okay, do we have a, I didn't notice in the packet a vote. Do you have a vote that you want us to, specific language?
I do.
Wait, maybe I can find it.
Okay. Not I may be able to assist us. I think I gave her the final.
Are you finding it, Gina?
I don't think it's in our packet. I don't
I'm
see it.
searching, but I don't looking for a paper copy.
Yeah, it's not. There's not a vote in the packet. Don't we need magic language in our vote?
So I'm gonna check and see if I can find it. May have it here. Bernard, may I read it to you?
Can you?
Or,
Is there any way you can screen share it?
Devin,
Devin, can you give her privileges?
that's. Is my screen showing?
I'm having trouble now.
Yes.
Yes, okay, here it is. Okay, so I move approval as follows. Okay, deep breath. That in order to reduce interest costs, the treasurer is authorized to issue refunding bonds at one time or from time to time pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 21A of the General Laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority to refund the town's $11,025,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2011. Bonds dated February 15, 2011, maturing on February 15 in the years 2022 through 2031, inclusive, the refunded bonds, and that the proceeds of any refunding bonds issued pursuant to this vote shall be used to pay the principal, redemption premium, and interest on the refunded bonds and cost of issuance of the refunding bonds. Let's vote that first. All in favor, Ms. Nancy?
Yes, aye.
Heather? It looks like aye. You're muted. If it's aye, thumbs up. Okay. Let's see, Raul?
Aye.
Let's see, John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, I see the, okay, further vote. Okay. And we have two other votes. Okay, that was the refunding issue. And now I move that we approve the sale of the 159,520,000 general, I'm sorry, 159,520,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2021 bonds of the town dated March 24, 2021, defined term, the bonds, to Bank of America Merrill Lynch at the price of $169,160,308.58. So we got a little premium there, as Gina mentioned. And accrued interest is hereby approved and confirmed. The bonds shall be payable on February 15 of the years and in the principal amounts and bear interest at the respective rates as follows. And I won't read the rates, but the select board should look at that. I assume we don't need to read it, Gina, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I move approval. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. A nice yield curve. Okay, further voted. And next, to approve the sale of a $6,700,000, 1.50% general obligation bond anticipation note of the town dated March 25, 2021, and payable March 25, 2022. The paren notes, close paren, to TD Securities USA LLC at par and accrued interest plus a premium of $87,770. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Nancy? Okay. Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
Who's next? John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So we voted, we did the three votes for the issuance of, or approval of bonds that have already been sold. And we'll get the proceeds once the closing set. When is the closing?
In 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, okay, good.
And I will be back in front of you on April 6th because we are selling the Newbury bonds tomorrow, actually. So 14.9 million will be sold tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else, Gina? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's 6:30. Well, we have 3 minutes until our next hearing is open for the Brookline 700 Brookline Avenue Hilton Garden Restaurant. So let's just, we shouldn't take a break.
You know, we could possibly take a break, but we have one other agenda item that's late in the evening and doesn't have a time to it. It has to do with the Advisory Council on Public Health. So either we take it now and defer this hearing a little bit, or we do it when this hearing is over. I have a feeling this hearing will be over before 6:30.
Okay, why don't we take the Advisory Council on Public Health matter?
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's fairly straightforward. I believe we talked about this at our last meeting and indicated that we had two applicants, one of which was appointed in a advisory, or I should say an associate member role. We asked the Advisory Council on Public Health to consider this, and I believe they came up with a recommendation, and they've spoken to both applicants that the individual you previously appointed to the associate member, which is Dr. Roque Gordon, is interested in going up to a full voting member, and that Dr. Linos would be willing to take that a non-voting associate position for a while, keep trying to find that environmental health person. So that's the recommendation at this point, even though we, as you may have heard, we do have another vacancy, a voting vacancy. A member just moved out of town recently. So you have the option to do all, but I believe that Pat Marr, chair of the council, has made this recommendation, and I think everybody's happy with it.
Okay. So I move approval of the appointment of Dr. Gordon Roque to the voting position on the Public Health Advisory Council, and for Natalia Linos, Dr. Linos, to the position of associate member of the Advisory Council on Public Health. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, so after 1 minute before 6:30. We can just twiddle our fingers. All right. Okay, my clock says 6:30. Okay, next, 700 Brookline Avenue, Hilton Garden Restaurant public hearing. I see Jennifer Gilbert's here and is here, and also Jennifer Ziskin, and John Mitchell.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a question of approving a number of things. I think we can take them all together. First of all, question of approving the application for a change of manager from John Mitchell Jr. to Jennifer Ziskin. Secondly, approving the application for a change of DBA from Emerald Bar to Punch Bowl. Third, application for a change of hours at 700 Brookline Avenue from Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. 2, Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. And this is not the type of hours that would bother anyone in residential living around the hotel, in my opinion. Question, and finally, or next, question of approving the application for an alteration of premises to increase the licensed premises to include the hotel lobby, 2 meeting rooms, outdoor space, and all hotel guest rooms at the hotel. I assume you, well, I don't know what that assumes. And then finally, application for Claremont Brookline Avenue LLC to enter into a management agreement with J&J Restaurant Group. Unless anyone has objection or reason why we shouldn't take those all together, I'm going to just take them in sort of omnibus fashion. Jennifer, would you like to sort of make your sales pitch?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I'm really excited to be here this evening. My name is Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert, and I've been representing Claremont for many years on this hotel project at 700 Brookline Avenue. Here with me this evening is John Mitchell, who is the current manager, and Jennifer Ziskin, who many of you may know from Lamora in Brookline. She also owns and operates that restaurant on Lower Boylston Street. And before the board, as you've indicated, are 4 items: change of manager and approval of the management agreement. The licensee has entered into a restaurant lease and a management agreement with J&J Restaurant Group, which Jen Ziskin is the president of, for the purposes of overseeing the food and alcohol service in the approved licensed premises. J&J will be opening a full-service bar and restaurant on the first floor of the premises. They would like to change the name from Emerald Bar to the Punch Bowl, which is also before you as a change in DBA. The current manager is John Mitchell. He's also here this evening. Upon, should the board approve this, he will shift to the role of an alternate manager, and Jennifer Ziskin, the president, will be the manager of record. Jennifer has years of experience operating Lamora Restaurant in Brookline. She plans to be on site roughly 40 hours a week. She has both her tips and crowd management certificates, and as I said, has many, many years of experience. Interestingly enough, she was also a teacher for many years prior to going into the restaurant business. The change of hours is requested Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday from 12 to 2 a.m. I believe you had said 12 a.m., but I believe it's actually 2 a.m. Then the DBA change from Emerald Bar to the Punch Bowl, and the approval of the alteration of premises would be to allow Ms. Ziskin and the Punch Bowl to operate the restaurant. They would also be operating food service in the 2 meeting rooms that the hotel has. There's also an outdoor space that we'd like to open on the Riverway side. Upon approval, that's subject to approval. DPW is going to review that. There'd also be food service to the hotel guest rooms. As I said, the small outdoor space on River Road, which is pending the town's final review. And you've got those plans before you. The ad was run in the tab on March 4th, and all of the abutters were notified, and we haven't received any concern or objection from the neighbors. So I would like to turn it over to Jennifer Ziskin. She's going to tell you a little bit about her vision for this restaurant. And so Jen, I think you've been promoted to a panelist.
Hey, can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
I take it you have a liquor license, which will be separately addressed by the board.
There is a liquor license.
Okay, I assume.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. But and let me ask another question. Mr. Mitchell is going to be the new alternate manager. Don't we usually approve alternate managers? And
Yes,
why
that's
wouldn't-
part of the packet, I believe, before you.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Doesn't
If it's
say
not,
no.
we can submit that and come before you again, but that was the intent. I have the packet before me. I believe that was all submitted.
It's not on the agenda unless I have a bad agenda again.
Okay, well, we can certainly come back with the alternate manager approval on another evening. I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
that's
want-
a small matter, but
Yeah,
you want to make sure it's done properly.
absolutely.
Okay, Ms. Ziskin, I'm sorry. You have the floor now.
Okay, hi, everyone. Many familiar faces here. My husband Josh and I own Lamora. We've been running that for over 17 years now. And we also have a restaurant out in Sherborne, Heritage of Sherborne, that's been open over 5 years. Really excited about this new endeavor. Love the location. The Claremont group has been incredible. They're family owned and run, which we really also love about this concept as well, just working with another family run business. We are excited about the name Punch Bowl. I don't know if you've looked into the history of it, but our kind of Josh's sister's boyfriend who works at Brookline High discovered it. The old Punch Bowl Tavern was located on Pearl and Washington Street. It was the epicenter of Brookline, really where the whole community would come. The select men, back in the day they were called. Late revolutionary times, Paul Revere would meet there. It was basically the place that people would meet on their way out from Sherborne and the suburbs into Boston. So has this real community vibe that we're excited about. And so we wanted to kind of an ode to that, name it after that. It's a modern city tavern. The Hilton Garden Inn, they've done an amazing job building up this beautiful restaurant. We're excited to kind of give the ode to Brookline. They even called Brookline Village the old Punch Bowl Village. So that's a little history. I was a history teacher in Brookline before I opened Lamora, actually at the Baker School. So a little bit of history here too. And just really excited about the project. I'm a real rule follower, have always been. We have, as far as the extended liquor license, there's a real void. First of all, it's a hotel, so we have people coming there more late night. There's not a lot of, if any, abutters or residential abutters in that area, where when we first opened Lamora, I remember thinking that was in the middle of nowhere, but it ends up it's this incredible community and have lots of residential abutters who've been our huge supporters over the years. But we really don't have that. So I feel like the later liquor license is appropriate here. And also we have the hospitals on the area. People get out late, people staying at the hotel. So I think it would just make, would not be an issue for anybody. We do very responsible. I'm tip certified. All of my servers and bartenders have to be tip certified. Now with COVID, we've actually required all our front of the house staff to also be serve safe food handling, serve safe allergy knowledge as well. And, I think if you read anything about the reviews of what's been happening out at Heritage or at Lamora, we're just big rule followers, and we're hoping to continue that at Punch Bowl.
Thank you. Any questions from the select board? Mel?
Mr. Chair, for whatever reason, as you pointed out, the appointment of Mr. Mitchell to retain, be an alternate manager did not appear on the agenda itself. If you're not comfortable with that, I think we can put that on a later agenda, and I hope we can avoid having to have the law firm or others come. So Mr. Mitchell's here today. If you have any questions of him, but he's been the manager. So, I don't think that should be a problem, but I would like to assure Ms. Gilbert and others that they wouldn't have to come back just for the purpose of approving an alternate manager.
So the alternate manager position was filed with the town?
Well, they indicated in their application that their intent was to have him appointed as the alternate manager. And he's already been the manager, so all of his paperwork and credentials have already been approved by the board.
Okay. Is there any legal reason why we can't just approve him?
I would do it if I were you, but it's up to you.
Okay, who's going to indemnify me?
Or as I said, you could bring it up another time, as long as the applicant wouldn't be required to come here. I think they're okay with that. So,
yeah, no.
We could also, we could also do it tonight, and then if there's an issue, we could do it again in 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, there shouldn't be an issue. I mean, he's already manager, so
Right.
it's a question of getting all that paperwork in the sort of magical form that
I think it's really just a matter of it not appearing on the agenda. It's the docket itself. I believe all the paperwork is in order.
Okay, so I guess I'm willing to move approval of Mr. Mitchell as alternate manager in addition to everything else. Any other questions? And this is a public hearing, so we'll get input from the public shortly. Okay, Devin, could you see if there's anyone in the queue that would like to speak?
At this time, there are 47 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate that they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, we'll leave it open for a couple seconds. Okay, let's close the hearing and begin to vote. Any objection to that from the select board? Okay, so I move the following with respect to 700 Brookline Avenue, Hilton Garden Restaurant, the Punch Bowl. I move approval of the application for a change of manager from John Mitchell Jr. to Jennifer Zeskin. Move approval for a change of DBA from the Emerald Bar to the Punch Bowl. I move approval of a change of hours from Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. to Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Move approval of the application for an alteration of premises to include the licensed premises, the hotel lobby, 2 meeting rooms, outdoor space, and hotel guest rooms at the hotel. And finally, move approval of the application for Claremont Brookline Avenue LLC to enter into a management agreement with J&J Restaurant Group. So I also move approval of Mr. Mitchell, John Mitchell, to be the alternate manager at the hotel. Didn't forget you. Okay, all in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Have a
If
great
you have a
day.
liquor license, I'll be over there whenever you open.
We look forward to seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Take care.
Okay, now the main event, big hearing. You want to go first, Raul, or do you want me to go first?
Well, it's not 7 o'clock.
Can
Not
go.
7?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that we're ahead of time, so I
We started so early, so we could take a few
Yeah.
minutes break.
Okay, we have 15 minutes. Why don't we take a 15-minute break?
Great.
And okay, good.
No, you can go and go first. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, folks, this is Devin with the 1-minute warning. All right, it's 7 o'clock. If the board members are ready, please let me know and we will count in for big.
Okay, I'm ready. Anyone else not ready?
Excellent. We will go live in 3, 2, 1.
We are back. And the next item on our agenda is the reports or the beginning of a public hearing on the reports of the Select Board Committee on Policing Reform and the Select Board Task Force on Reimagining Policing. Raul and I are going to give each a 10-minute introduction, and then we'll open it up to comments from the public. Comments are not being taken from members of the committee because we want to give the public maximum opportunity. I believe there's sort of an exception to that for one member of my committee that has that wants to talk about a complaint that he has lodged with the police department. I think that's a valid exception. So let me start off by saying I want to thank the members of the Policing Reforms Committee for their incredible dedication and hard work. I also want to note that the committee has both racial and gender diversity, but also diversity of viewpoints and experiences. And the creative tension, as I call it, that results from people having different views and challenging each other to defend long-held opinions and finding new ways of understanding problems is the best way to get good and sustainable results from a conversation. And I think that the reports from our committee show that actually works. The committee started without uniform agreement on key issues of the charge, and during our work, some minds were changed and grew, and some minds were not changed. But the result is something that takes into consideration all points of view on these very difficult issues of policing. I also want to thank former Police Chief Dan O'Leary, who provided invaluable assistance to the Reforms Committee and the Task Force on Reimagining Policing. It may shock some people that Dan O'Leary was a paid consultant. And he spent many, many hours in meetings of both the Reforms Committee and the Task Force, and many, many hours of meetings with the subcommittees of the two groups, along with doing research, providing his expert opinions on issues of policing, and facilitating the committees getting information from the Brookline Police Department. If you read our reports, a huge amount of data was provided by the department. I also want to thank town staff who gave invaluable assistance to the work of the two groups, including the police department, diversity office, human resources, and of course, the select board staff. The work of the Reform Committee, in my view, continues more than actually 3 decades. I used to always say 2 decades, but it's actually 3 decades of Brookline Police Department reforming and reimagining policing that they do here in Brookline. It's the work of the Select Board, the Advisory Committee, Town Meeting, and town residents, with the result that today's 21st century Brookline Police Department is very different than it was in the 20th century. In many ways, different and probably better than most police departments across the Commonwealth and across the country. Though, of course, it's not perfect, but the select board in town should appreciate and support the work that has been done to bring it to where it is now. I want to highlight those recommendations of our report that will likely be the subject of most of the comments tonight. Starting off with the police survey. The committee produced a survey that was circulated to the police department, both sworn as well as civilian individuals. It was similar to one produced by Newton, and we used a lot of their questions in order to produce our survey. It was intended to get the raw opinions of our police officers and civilian employees, and we got an earful. A huge 56% of the sworn officers of the department completed the survey. 103 people in the police department as of last week. We're going to produce a survey, a report of the survey soon, but one recurring theme that the town, I think, must deal with is that too many of our highly trained officers who are committed to the progressive ethos of Brookline's community policing model are not happy. And many say they are looking to leave. Now, of course, this is a survey where they're asked to give their raw opinions, and they're going to maybe give harshest view of many things. But we can't discount that this concern or this problem is out there. There are many reasons for this, but one that we must all come to grips with is that in the perception of many people in the police department, town residents and even town leadership are not supportive of them. And in some cases, with respect to town residents, they see a specific hostility, which is, in my opinion, very, very unfortunate and something that we need to come to grips with and figure out how to address. Next item that I think will elicit a lot of comments tonight is our proposal to create a police commissioner advisory committee. At one of the committee's meetings, we heard from Howard Friedman, a Brookline resident and a leading Massachusetts civil rights lawyer. His practice includes identifying bad police and bad police departments and suing them. It was his informed opinion at our hearing, at our meeting that he attended, that Brookline has a good police department. He noted that Brookline is not sued for use of force or false arrest or similar offenses. Rather, receives a small number of complaints alleging rudeness. Rudeness or discourtesy should not be dismissed, of course, as minor complaints. They may be due to an officer's stress, a difficult previous call, personal issues, but sometimes they are they're a sign of a problem that needs to be addressed early. And if not addressed early, they could become serious later on. And we have a way of addressing that in our proposal. With respect to complaints, it's important to note that in 2015, we had 14 complaints filed against officers of the police department. In 2016, there were 8. In 2017, there were 2. And in 2018, there were also 2. In 2019, there were 8. And there were just 2 in 2020, but that may reflect the COVID pandemic. Since 2015, we've had 5 complaints that have been appealed to the select board, and we were ready to hear each one of those appeals. 2 of them, the complainant's lawyer decided not to cooperate with our attempt to hear with a hearing officer. 1 complaint we'll hear about later on this evening from a member of our committee who actually, his complaint, or one of his complaints, was actually sustained yet he wanted to appeal to the select board. Now, unfortunately, this occurred during a time when the internal affairs officer was out on extended sick leave, and it never was docketed for appeal to the select board. I think that's a problem, but you know, there was a reason for that. One of the other complaints that was appealed, or attempted to be appealed to the select board that's useful to mention is a complaint, again, for rudeness and discourtesy filed. But the internal affairs officer could neither prove or disprove the allegation because, you know, the facts are just not clear. And the complainant sent to the select board a request for, well, it wasn't really a request for a hearing. It was just some comments. Town administrator asked her to actually file a formal request for a hearing, for an appeal hearing, and she just didn't follow through with it for whatever reason. This person actually appeared before our committee and discussed her complaint, which was a very credible complaint. I don't know, you know, the other side of the story, but you know, we listened to her complaint, and she gave us some suggestions for how we should go forward, which we incorporated into our proposal for police commissioner advisory committee.
You have 30 seconds.
I have 30 seconds. Okay. The police commissioner advisory committee is what we're proposing to the select board. We're also proposing that the walk and talk program and the school resource officer programs be continued. We're also proposing that the town consider or actually move out of civil service because of issues that that program or that system has. And there are a number of other things in our proposal that I'm sure the public will discuss during the public hearing period. I apologize, Evan, for going over my time, but you know, that's life.
You're just at 10 minutes, Bernard. You're all set.
But I didn't say everything I wanted to say. Okay, Raul, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Bernard. Also, thanks again to my colleagues for the opportunity to present the unanimous recommendations of the task force to reimagine policing in Brookline. Tonight's public hearing comes after 6 months of work, including weekly meetings of the full task force and our subcommittees, and 7 public hearings. Tonight will be our 8th. We presented a full report on our work to the select board at our March 2nd meeting. So my goal tonight in this very brief presentation is to highlight just some of our key findings and recommendations, a more comprehensive list of which can be found in our executive summary and full report on our task force website. Please check it out. While there's plenty of evidence in our report that serious policing reforms are needed and supported in our community, and we can certainly talk about those, I'd like to focus my remarks tonight on the more holistic changes that we believe are necessary. You know, as you'll recall, this select board unanimously approved the membership and charge of this task force, instructing us to interrogate our current model and provide a distinctly alternative approach to public safety. That's what we did. What we found is a police department, perhaps with the best intentions, that over time and without any public process, has crept more and more into the social service space, spending significant municipal dollars along the way. The result, in part, has been the presence of armed officers in schools, the over-policing of public housing residents, and police rather than mental health professionals addressing the needs of vulnerable people and people in crisis. We propose to return police to their core function, enforcing the law, of course, with greater transparency, oversight, and accountability. But even more critically, we believe it's time to let those best trained to address social service needs take the lead on those issues. Our work is grounded in historical research, empirical studies, and a survey of over 1,000 residents, but also through myriad conversations with community members and experts, many of which are captured in our full report. So here's what we know and what we recommend. Brookline needs a comprehensive vision of public safety beyond just police and fire. This is something that can be remedied through a robust public process. We propose it be centered on a vision of public safety that, in addition to providing enhanced services for older adults, also invests funds into civilian-led youth and family programs. Focusing these efforts on communities of color and those who are low income will be critical to identifying priorities and generating durable solutions. It's clear that the current personnel in this space, police officers, despite their best efforts and intentions, are ill-suited for addressing social service needs. For instance, we found that police units that aim to provide social services like the school resource officer and walk and talk units were established without any public process and continue to operate with few measurable outcomes. Neither are currently required by law, and both are rooted in failed reform policies that overpolice youth, low-income people, and people of color. As such, we recommend that the select board or school committee take action to remove police from schools. We further recommend that the select board or Brookline Housing Authority commissioners eliminate the walk and talk unit. Neither of these changes preclude police leadership from partnering with the schools or the housing authority when invited in to support diversion efforts on a limited basis, in a secondary role, and with clearly defined guidelines. We strongly believe there's a better way to provide social support and a much better way to invest precious tax dollars than these two programs. And I'll get to that in a moment. Another area that needs improvement is addressing mental health issues. It's clear that even the best trained officers are inadequate and oftentimes an inappropriate solution to support people in a mental health crisis. Their mere presence, armed, in uniform, with the power to arrest and even to kill, can escalate a situation despite their best efforts, intentions, and training. To be absolutely clear, because there's been some misinformation circulating about this, we are not recommending any changes to the current crisis intervention team training model. What we do recommend is that the current model of police first as responders in nonviolent crisis interventions be replaced with a community-based model, which pairs a mental health clinician and a paramedic to respond to these calls. We recommend consulting over the next year with the successful decades-old CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon, to develop our own Brookline-specific model. The city of Denver engaged in such a consultancy and recently implemented their own version called the Support Team Assisted Response Program, or STAR. In its first 6 months, they responded to 748 incidents. None required police or led to arrests or jail time. Notably, this program is not just supported, but actually championed by Denver's chief of police. In Brookline, we recommend this program be managed through a new social service department that we are calling Brookline Forward. So what exactly is Brookline Forward? Well, here's what it might look like. We contemplate a new town department that could restructure and expand social services by bringing together existing offices under one umbrella, including the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, the Council on Aging, and the Office of Veterans Services. It would also establish new services focused on youth and families, community-based crisis response, immigrants and refugees, and economic equity. This new agency could also provide enhanced staff support for the Domestic Violence Roundtable, Commission for Women, Brookline Commission on Disability, and potentially a new council on LGBTQIA+ inclusion. Brookline Forward would also partner with other town departments as necessary to meet community needs. That includes, for instance, working with Health and Human Services to develop that mental health incident response team, with the building and fire departments to ensure residents are living in safe housing, and with the police department, yes, on diversion efforts for youth. In addition to existing personnel, new staff at inception might include 1 administrator, 3 professional staff members, as well as a new commissioner with the expertise to lead the department. Thank you to the town administrator and deputy town administrator for creating that org chart and working with me to contemplate the approximate structure and cost for this department. Thanks also to all the department heads that have spoken with me to provide their important perspective on this proposal. Of course, our intention here is to show the select board how this department might be constructed. And let me make a few things clear here, because I think there's been some misinformation online about this. We are not proposing to diminish any of the resources under the Council on Aging, Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, or Veteran Services. Remember, we're the folks who want to expand and enhance social services. And that's for older adults, for veterans, for immigrants, people of color, for women, queer and trans people, for people with disabilities, for survivors, and more. I've already pressed for more funds in the DICR budget this cycle, and we'll be doing the same for the Council on Aging when their budget comes before the Select Board. I hope my colleagues on the Select Board will join me in doing that. To be clear, the task force is not at all dogmatic about the arrangement or rearrangement of existing offices. We think there are benefits to having them under one roof, with the whole being greater than the sum of its parts. That said, there's no bone of contention here. If those offices and those who they support want to retain some sense of independence and partner with this new department instead of being part of it, that's totally fine with us, and those offices can expect my continued support. The critical component here is the addition of new services. We estimate that about $500,000 would need to be shifted from elsewhere in the budget to make this happen. We're recommending that those funds be shifted from the police department by the elimination of the school resource officer and walk and talk units. So let's step back for a minute. As you think about what you've heard tonight in our presentation and proposals, the best way to think about these proposals is as a set of trade-offs, really moving away from programs created, again, perhaps with the best intentions, to address the symptoms of social inequities, but done so without public process, moving away from these programs which are lacking in measurable outcomes, set ill-suited personnel to the task, and which unnecessarily add a level of risk or harm and lead to some of our neighbors feeling profiled or surveilled. Instead, investing in programs that address not just the symptoms, but also the root causes of inequities, which will be established through public process with measurable outcomes by experienced and well-trained social service professionals. And here's the thing, nothing in this proposal would make Brookline residents any less safe than they are today. As I've said before, none of this is radical and nor is it pie in the sky. Unlike other proposals you may have seen, we have a plan to pay for it. A plan which would shift just 3% of the police department's proposed FY22 budget to create this new social services department. That's hardly defunding or abolishing anything. What we get for this investment is a substantive reorientation toward meeting the needs of those in our community who are most in need. An investment that will in the long term make our community safer, smarter, healthier, more inclusive, and more economically equitable. It's anti-racist and it's community-centered. It affirms the dignity of those who are low income and who have mental health challenges, and it invests in their success. So that's what we recommend. As I wrap up, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the many activists and allies that created the space for the work of this task force, and all those who shared their time and insights during this process, including many members of the police department. Thank you. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the volunteer members of the task force who gave their expertise, emotional energy, and countless hours of time to this effort, as well as the staff members who supported us.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. As I've said before, we are Brookline parents and grandparents, educators, students, lawyers, professors, and people who just want to live in a safe neighborhood, but without sacrificing the dignity and safety of our neighbors. We think there's a better way forward, and we hope you agree. I look forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Okay, so now Devin is going to take over and run the hearing part of this.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I do want to make folks aware that at this time, we have 54 participants signed up for public comment. This will be 3 minutes per person, and you will get a 30-second warning. Additionally, this will not be a back and forth discussion. This is a listening session designed for the select board to hear your comments and recommendations and endorsements. So please keep that in mind. I would also like to make everyone aware that at 9 p.m., the hearing will close and will be resuming at the conclusion of the other business of this meeting. So from 7:20 to 9, the first 40 some odd folks will be heard, and then the remainder who have continued to sign up through the duration of this meeting will be heard. It's important to the board that everyone has an opportunity to speak tonight. If you would like to continue to sign up, you can remark in the Q&A, and we will go ahead and get started. The first person signed up for public comment is Miriam Ashkenazi. Miriam, you have been promoted to a panelist, and you can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Miriam Ashkenazi, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, Select Board Candidate. Brookline is at a crossroads. Brookline, my Brookline, that I have lived in for nearly 20 years, that I am raising my kids in, that my friends and neighbors share with me. A Brookline I love and want to continually make better. We like to think we are exceptional here in Brookline. We are not, but we could be. The Reimagining Police Task Force has done its due diligence. They did the research, looked at facts and figures, and elicited community feedback. My boss, Professor Khalil Gibran Mohammed, a Harvard professor and an expert on policing and criminality in America, reminds me often that we have plenty of data on crime and almost none on policing. That is to say that the research undertaken by the task force may not have been perfect, but it almost never is. but it is important and imperative that we cannot disregard it because it does not align with our vision of ourselves. In fact, that is all the more reason that we should pay careful attention to it. I had a recent conversation with a 14-year-old friend of my son's about my thoughts on school resource officers, why I think we don't need armed police officers in our schools. As I talked to him, I used an analogy from medicine about antibiotics and vaccines, and I'm going to share it with you now because I thought it was a really good analogy, a timely analogy considering the current state of the world. School resource officers are an antibiotic or antiviral for those clinicians out there trying to treat a problem that has already infected the host. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it causes more problems. It is always less efficient, less cost-effective, and more painful than preventing the infection to begin with. We need to focus on prevention, like a vaccine, on shoring up our community, reducing economic inequity, creating a welcoming, just, and inclusive town. According to Susan Smith, another professor of criminal justice at the Kennedy School, and I quote, "We've seen since the mid-1970s dramatic increase in expenditures that are associated with expanding the criminal legal system, including personnel and tasks we ask the police to do. And at the same time, we see dramatic declines in resources devoted to social welfare programs," end quote. Instead of spending our scarce budgetary resources on increasing the role of policing, we should shift our priorities to supporting students and seniors, community members, businesses. We should be spending that money on social workers, supporting mental health needs, creating economic opportunities, and building a new social services department to meet these needs.
You have 30 seconds.
By moving just 3% of the police budget, we can create a social service department and use our budget to reflect our priorities, prevention and care for our community. The Reimagining Police Task Force recommendations are rooted in prevention, just like vaccines. And the recommendations they propose are more efficient, more effective use of our tax dollars. They benefit the community as a whole. And like vaccines, they are a public health initiative we cannot afford to ignore. This is an opportunity to make Brookline exceptional, and we should seize it.
The next person signed up for public comment is Amy Takanami. You've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute, your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, Amy Takanami, she, her, hers, town meeting member in precinct 10. I'm here to voice my support for all of the thoughtful and visionary, and dare I say radical, which just means grasping at the roots, recommendations that have come out of the Reimagined Policing Task Force, which include the creation of a social services department in Brookline, the removal of the SROs from our schools, moving nonviolent crisis intervention from police to a cahoots-like model, and more. I've already spoken at the multiple public hearings around my full support for the task force's recommendations, so I'm not going to take more time here tonight to repeat those comments. I would like to take some time tonight to address some concerning comments that were made at the select board meeting 2 weeks ago on March 2nd, after the Reimagined Task Force made their presentation to the select board. After the presentation, one of the select board members dismissed the results of the task force recommendations due to claims of quote unquote confirmation bias. This may be an unpopular opinion, and I only speak for myself, but I believe that all of us here are biased. And there's no such thing as showing up objective to any of these spaces. And I don't believe that bias is necessarily bad either. What we call bias is often the result of years of lived experience based on one socio-political positionality in a racist, sexist, transphobic, homophobic world. Therefore, for me, good governance and just policymaking aren't about eliminating individual bias, but about ensuring we are centering and uplifting those most impacted by an issue and empowering them to make decisions that they will be most impacted by. In the case of policing, a task force or committee dedicated to the issue shouldn't include those who claim to be quote unquote neutral participants who will undeniably bring their harmful hegemonic perspectives to the space by falsely claiming neutrality, but actively seeking out the leadership, voices, and experiences of those most impacted by policing in Brookline, which includes folks of color, LGBTQA folks, and more. In this way, we acknowledge that lived experience, or bias, if you will, isn't something to suppress or rail against, but instead an asset that should be considered real expertise on an issue. The task force to reimagine policing was intentional from the get-go that this was their goal. And where they felt that they were missing those voices of those most impacted, they made sure to do intentional community outreach and ensure those experiences were adequately heard through interviews, one-on-ones, public hearings, and more.
You have 30
I was honestly disturbed and disappointed to have experienced such an ignorant and dismissive response from my elected officials on March 2nd. I have never been more engaged as a young working class person of color in Brookline town politics, and that is because of the incredible formation and work of the Reimagine Task Force these past couple of months. The task force has been the first time I have been exposed to my local government reacting to, engaging with, and acting on the demands of the people. We marched, we protested, we spoke out for reimagined measures for public safety, and it truly felt like we were heard by you, our representatives. Recommendations of the task force aside, because again, all of their recommendations meet the real needs of our community. Their process was, if anything, an example to emulate for those truly interested in hearing the most ignored voices of a community and building with them in mind. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Raj Dahanda. Raj, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Greetings to all of you. My name is Raj Dahanda, and I want to speak to you as a citizen and resident of Brookline, as an immigrant and person of color, as someone who believes that police's job is to protect the citizenry in a fair manner, regardless of color, race, or orientation. As someone who has been a victim of Brookline police's misconduct in 3 meaningful events, as someone who was so excited when he heard about the committees to reform and reimagine the police, that he applied to both of them, to be on both of them. So here I am, let me elaborate. I was elected to be on the Police Reform Committee, which has a charge which reads, the committee's review shall be designed to determine changes with special attention to support Black and Hispanic communities, immigrant communities, residents of BPH, the LGBTQ communities, and residents from other vulnerable communities. My disappointment in this subject is that as the meetings went on, we hardly ever talked about many of these items in the charge. As a matter of fact, I pushed hard, but the committee did not directly hear from a single victim of police misconduct. In my opinion, that took away the credibility of the committee report. The committee report and recommendations were so much more internal conversation that, in my opinion, it failed to really address the basic issues. Furthermore, in many ways, the report is a rerun of several previous reports going back to 1987, 2009, 2015, etc. Simply stated, the committee did not deliver on that charge, on the charge it had. So I cannot support the recommendations of the committee. What is needed, in my opinion, is a citizens review board. Time and again, sooner or later, many cities and towns have concluded that citizen review board is necessary.
You have 30 seconds.
Police cannot be their own prosecutor, defendant, judge, and jury. All that said, as much as I disagree with the committee report, I think it's a start. I'm an optimist. Brookline deserves better. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Natalia Linos. Natalia, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who has volunteered their time to do the work that was needed. I've joined today. I am a mother of 3 kids, a peer student. I live in Precinct 6. And I want to speak in support of the recommendations of the Reimagining public safety task force. Really, as a public health professional, this year has been difficult. So difficult that I decided to run for Congress because COVID was transformational. It became political. I think that the urgency of thinking about mental health, thinking about social services, thinking about how we emerge from this crisis makes this conversation all the more important. It would have been important nevertheless, because police violence has been something that we have been grappling for a very long time. But at this moment in time, I think we can't afford to simply tweak the system. We need to think big. And so I am so excited by the recommendation that Raul Fernandez and others have put forward to reimagine, to truly center our conversation around public safety, center it with our children, center it with our elderly, center it with sort of rethinking what does it mean. And yes, a 3% reduction in the police budget, I think, is acceptable. It is acceptable to me, and I would say it's acceptable to many people like me who have come to Brookline because we want to live in a healthy, welcoming community, but who recognize that, as a white mother and as a mother of children who, although they are, Arab American, they would probably pass as white, they will be not at risk in any, situation. So I am urging you to take it seriously. And I'm urging you to take it seriously as a public health expert, as someone who knows that the next year, the next 2 years, the next 3 years will be difficult. We are emerging from a pandemic, but the mental health crisis, the social crisis, the recovery that lies ahead will require us to bond in a way that the police will simply not be able to serve us. So yes, let's look to a new model and please act on it. Don't set up a new study. The data that I have seen, the reports that I have read, I really think we are ready for a decision. So I urge you to take action on the recommendations that were put forward. And I'm excited by what the future holds for Brookline. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carol Caro. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, I'm Carol Carroll, resident of Precinct 10. I'm a former town meeting member and former advisory committee member. I would like to begin by thanking those both who served on both committees reviewing the police department for your dedication, your time, and your ideas. They are all appreciated. I want to address the proposed Brookline forward in the report of the task force to reimagine policing in Brookline. The creation of an umbrella social service department with an estimated price tag of over $225,000 is expensive and top-heavy with 5 new full-time administrative positions. 3 of the current departments, the Office of Veteran Services, the Council on Aging, and the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations would be replaced in this new mega department, along with 4 new offices of Youth and Family Services, Community-Based Crisis Response, Immigration and Refugee Services, and Economic Equity. It was a surprise and a concern to learn through my attendance at an advisory committee subcommittee budget hearing from the Council on Aging and the Veteran Services that neither of these department heads were consulted about how such a new department would affect the services they offer. One of the department heads didn't even know that such a proposal was being offered. It seems to me with all the investigating that was done, these department heads should have been consulted. The 2 departments of Office and the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations struggle currently to deal with less than adequate budgets. What will happen to the services Brookline residents have come to rely on from these departments? Will they be in competition for funds with the other departments under this umbrella? Will the new social service czar will be in control of what goes into the budget proposal for all these various departments and offices that they will no longer have opportunity to present their case for funding needs to provide for the programs and services? Departmental access to the advisory committee during budget preparations has been a learning experience for advisory committee members. Getting to know how a department plays a role in budget decisions. Speaking as a founding member of the Brookline Community Action Network,
you have 30 seconds.
I am a concerned Brookline senior who represents 20% of today's population. I also find it amazing that those proposing this new department, which includes Brookline Can in their organization chart, did not know that Brookline Can is not part of the town government. This leads me to wonder if there are other parts of the reimagining report that also misrepresent what is currently part of town government. There are constructive proposals in the two reports being presented this evening. However, Brookline Forward is not one of them.
The next person signed up for public comment is Abby Erdman. Abby, you've been promoted and you can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, my name is Abby Erdman. I'm a founder of Bridge and taught English at Brookline High School for 42 years. I want to thank everyone involved in all the work. And I want to speak in favor of the Reimagining Task Force proposal to remove school resource officers from school. I speak in support of that proposal while respecting Caitlin Connolly, who is doing that job. And in no way do my words intend to disrespect the police. For my entire 42 years at the high school, we never had, nor did we need, a police officer stationed in the building. As Malcolm Cawthorn says, when the position started, Brookline High was 175 years old. What happened in the 21st century that made us feel after all this time we needed a police officer in the building? And what was the process by which a police officer arrived in the building? During my time inside the building for decades, we ran a very safe high school without the police. Some of you may not know, our whole high school is permeable. There are no locks on the door. Furthermore, the high school is in very close proximity to the police station. If a violent situation should arise, the police could be there in minutes. So I wonder, who is being protected from whom? What is the task of the SRO? Has anyone made that clear? Not to me, and I've read the entire task force report. And let's look at the location of the SRO on the first floor where the programs most impacted serve kids of color. That decision impacted the students and staff of METCO, Steps to Success, African American and Latino programs, but did anyone think to ask them? As the Reimagine Task Force says, we need to develop a community-driven model for safety and justice that centers the voices of the communities closest to public safety. So in this instance, those very programs should have been centered for this decision. Instead, two white men made the decision without setting up a system of evaluation or collecting data, and shortly after making the decision, left the school system. Some who support the position of the SOR argue that they farm a relationship with students, but do they do it better than a counselor who's worked with a student over the years? Better than a teacher whom the student sees every day? Both of whom have been trained to connect with students? The mental health of our students matter. Today's New York Times reports that rates of suicidal thinking in adolescents is up 25% from last year. Recently, the Sagamore, the school paper, observed that there weren't enough social workers.
You have 30 seconds.
That's what we really need. Guidance counselors, social workers who have the skills to build relationship with kids and help them navigate. They don't wear a uniform or carry a gun. Being a police officer in no way qualifies you for this job. But in fact, if someone has a violent encounter, a police person with a gun, not a social worker, is what we need. We need the police, just not in our schools. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Scott Gladstone. Scott, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Okay, putting my Solomon hat on, Scott Gladstone, Precinct 16. In listening to the presentation of both committees, I understand the differences in starting points, but I am delighted to see that the Reform Committee did not just protect the status quo, and the Reimagining Committee is not proposing to tear it all down. To tell you the truth, this result does not surprise me at all. Knowing both Bernard and Raul, I was confident that they would assemble committees that were both open and grounded, and so they did. Both committees see room for change, experimentation, reorganization, and improvement. Both committees recognize the critical role of Brookline Police as a whole, and especially recognize the value of the individual officers that make up Brookline Police. Now that we see that Bernard is not a reactionary and Raul is not a revolutionary, what is the way forward? I am confident that now is the time and opportunity to combine these committees into a sort of conference committee to work out compromises that seek out the best of both worlds. I am especially interested in the idea of expanding our staff of social workers to perform tasks such as those described in the CAHOOTS program, which the Reimagining Subcommittee explored. I am excited at the prospect of Elizabeth Childs getting involved in that effort. To what extent such shifting of tasks require organizational realignment is an important question, which can be worked out by people with more management structure skills than I possess. Nonetheless, I agree that we have put too much on the shoulders of police over the years. Post-Prop 2.5 cuts, post-closing of state mental hospitals, that was never fair or appropriate. Having said that, I still want social work type training for police to continue or even increase, as police will always need to know how to de-escalate situations and should always be encouraged to divert people into social welfare programs and not into the criminal justice system. Adding to the infrastructure of well-being and caring, those are my quotes, would provide the police with more resources to help solve societal problems. I also think it is appropriate to revisit having police in schools and in public housing. Does that presence make people feel safe or feel surveilled? I see both sides. I also understand that it may be unfair that some view Brookline police through the same lens as we view the police who are in the news for awful behavior.
You have 30 seconds.
Nonetheless, given the perception among some of the very same people who are meant to benefit from such police presence, it makes sense to me to step back from those programs so that they can be reassessed. We need to get full community buy-in before such programs are reinstalled in whatever form. I believe we will find a way to overcome these challenges in Brookline. Let's start that conversation with all stakeholders. In conclusion, I do not believe that any of these changes will result in a reduction in force of the police. They don't need to. Maybe in the long term, it will be determined that the force need not keep up its current numbers after retirements, but it will be a long time before we know that. In the short term, the efforts to change, experiment, reorganize, and improve will be more expensive, but I think getting this rebalancing right for the welfare of us all is worth the investment. But let's not dally, let's not perseverate, let's get to work and put these great ideas into action. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Linda Roseman. Linda, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thanks, Devin, and good evening to everyone. Linda Roseman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 14. Both the committees on police policy have the same intent, to make us a better community. It is my strong belief that community is forged through relationships and open communication. The Walk and Talk program and the School Resource Officer program are designed to do just that. It's been reported that these programs make some members of our community uncomfortable. Let's address that discomfort rather than just eliminating the programs altogether. Community is all about human relations. Let's strengthen those relationships rather than walking away from them. If we truly want our police to be guardians rather than warriors, let's maintain the programs that allow strong relationships to grow between police officers and the people they're protecting. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Neil Gordon. Neil, you've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute and share your video, your time will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Neil Gordon, Precinct 1 Town Meeting Member and a member of the Advisory Committee. My impressions of the task force work and the report and presentations of the task force are this. With some good scattered about, the work was naive at best, biased or worse, negligent in its due diligence, and selective and misleading in touting the results of its efforts. The analysis of traffic stops and ticketing is conveniently flawed. Allegations of racism in the police department ignore truths as later determined. They recommended eliminating walk and talk without speaking with the BHA board. They recommended eliminating SROs without speaking to the school committee. They recommended changes impacting seniors and veterans without speaking with any of us. They recommended demoting a person with disabilities, demoting one African-American department head, and reducing the scope of responsibility of another. Their arrogance and closed-mindedness can't be described, not by me anyway, in words suitable for a family audience. An example instead. Walk and Talk Officer Tim Stevenson was asked to cite one positive thing that came from establishing a housing community relationship. He mentioned solving in hours a rare Brookline murder when a Brookline housing resident, a friend of the killer, called Tim's cell phone, a call that would not have been made directly to the department. The task force member interviewing the officer couldn't change the subject fast enough. Community policing solved a murder. The task force report doesn't mention it. That brings me back to a most significant recommendation, a reimagined organization that jumbles the reporting relationships of the Council on Aging, the Senior Center, the Veteran Service Office, and the Diversity Office. Recommendations made without conversations with the head, staff, or clients of impacted departments. Most significantly, those that protect and care for seniors and veterans. It's inexcusable. I'm a Vietnam veteran and a client of the Veteran Service Officer, so I ask a simple question. Who on the Reimagining Task Force knows the name of the Veteran Service Officer? Raul Fernandez does, as does Michael Salmon and Chi-Chi Wu, but they never called him. To the other task force members, Bonnie Bastian, Malcolm Cawthorn, Elmas Dosa, Etan Hirsch, Kimberly Richardson, Kristen Singleton, Ann Weaver, and Alexander Weinstein. The Veteran Service Officer is Bill McGroarty. Major William McGroarty is an Army veteran who gives this town his all, often to veterans in crisis.
You have 30 seconds.
Not a single Brookline veteran to self-harm. You might have learned something from Bill McGroarty, but you never called him. You never called him.
The next person signed up for public comment is Julian Fisher. Julian, you've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute and share your video, your time will begin.
I'm Julian Fisher, and I'm in precinct 15, I think. At least that's where I vote. Scott Gladstone, whom I don't know, really spoke eloquently for what I feel, that there is the possibility of merging and combining ideas. Do we know that the school resource officer and the walk and talk program are completely ineffectual and must be eliminated? There are a lot of existing resources in these other departments that are going to be moved over into something that sounds almost like a Department of Homeland Security, the unwieldy federal thing that has too many departments, all moderately poorly managed in Washington, to create a larger poorly managed entity. So the question is, do we need to create an entire new department, break up existing relationships, create arm's length relationships that may or may not work with the police, and all of this for the benefit of having to spend another $500,000? It seems like that we could arrange for those who are functioning well, those departments, that they could just talk to each other and collaborate and communicate. And that might save, it would cost a few telephone calls and a little bit of time, but it would accomplish, I think, what we want, which is communication, improvement, and a better community. And we might even save $500,000. That's it.
The next person signed up for public comment is Richard Banka. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can share your video and unmute when you're ready, and your time will begin.
Thank you. There are some slides. Thank you very much. Dick Benka, Precinct 13 and a former selectman. Significant task force conclusions are framed in a way not supported by the data. And indeed, members were recruited on the premise that our current approach to public safety is not working. But we have to find agreement on changes that will actually move us forward rather than pushing us backwards. Slide 2, please. What does the data show? It's claimed that Black residents are 48 times more likely than white residents to feel discriminated against by the police on the basis of race. But the survey question actually asked whether someone had ever felt discriminated against, not about recent experiences with the police as currently hired and trained. Just one Black respondent reports being very dissatisfied with the police. And even those Black residents who answered yes, they had felt discrimination, still report positive police interactions, especially those occurring, quote, with children around housing neighborhoods and in schools. Please skip to slide 6. Ticketing data does not, as claimed, show general bias against motorists of color. In fact, Blacks are ticketed at lower rates than whites. But I believe that this issue does require some further examination and some consideration of how we recruit multilingual officers. Next slide, please. The task force says that we should eliminate the walk and talk program. 70 Brookline Housing Authority residents, mostly female, responded to a survey. Most wanted the program continued or expanded. One current and one former Black BHA resident criticized the program in interviews. Another current Black BHA resident was positive. At the public hearing, a Black BHA resident who praised Walk and Talk stated, quote, "You could not find better people surrounding our kids." Last slide, please. However, the task force members dismissed the survey as having mostly elderly and white responses.
You have 30 seconds.
And stated that it was a conflict of interest for police to build relationships and that police should stick to their core function. Do we really dismiss the views of BHA residents because they're elderly or white? And will crisis situations actually turn out better if we foreclose prior relationships between police and residents? And what kind of policing will result if we revert to the cop as warrior and enforcer mindset? I'll conclude with those questions. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jody Leader. Jody, you can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
I'm a white clinical psychologist who has worked and lived in Brookline since 1994. I'm also a 25-year member of First Parish in Brookline, Unitarian Universalist, and a founding member of that church's Racial Justice Action Committee. Ron Wilkinson and Alma Stosa are spouses of color who are 30+ years Brookline residents and active leaders of the Racial Justice Action Committee at First Parish. They each put in applications for both the Reform Committee and the task force. They saw them as components of a unified vision, and they felt they could contribute positively either way. Ron was appointed to the Reform Committee and Almas was reported to the task force. Each worked diligently in their own group while having unique insight into the work of the other. This left them with a valuable perspective about the work. Together with their home church, First Parish in Brookline, they support the town's effort to become a safe, just, and supportive community for everyone who lives, works, and passes through here. Ron and Almas highlight 3 important recommendations that came out of the 2 reports. 1, substantially increase accountability, transparency, and oversight of police conduct. 2, move non-traditional public services over to a new, robust civilian public service infrastructure. These services have defaulted to the police in the last generation. 3, establish the means to effectively and consistently gather and analyze comprehensive police and other public services data to confidently track how they are doing. This will enable the town to address concerns as soon as they arise. These recommendations will require significant organizational changes, financial resources, solid community commitment, and support to implement fully. About the 2 reports, there are areas of agreement and of disagreement. Ron and Almas believe that the differences between the 2 are more about how one should implement the vision of desired community, not if. Some believe that the Brookline Police has made serious efforts to develop enlightened practices within the operating constraints they were given. Others believe that the police has oppressed the more marginalized members of our community. Remember, what one believes can have a substantial effect on how the same body of data is interpreted. Since the town needs to work together to build a vision, an important part of the effort will be learning to understand and work with others whose interpretations of the data differ from one's own.
You have 30 seconds.
The true measure of success will be the creation of an effective and transparent public safety system that everyone agrees on, a system we can trust and rely upon. First Parish in Brookline is happy to support the effort it will take to get us there and strongly encourages the board to get us started on that path with all deliberate speed. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Abigail Ortiz. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video when you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Hi all. My name is Abigail Ortiz. I'm white, Polish, British, Swedish, and I use the she series pronouns. I'm a precinct 12 resident. I live in the house I grew up in, and I'm raising 2 kids in the Brookline schools with my partner. I work at Southern Jamaica Plain Health Center, directing community health programs and racial justice and equity strategies, and I'm a co-founder of Bridge. I really want to express my support, gratitude, and really love for the recommendations that have emerged out of what has clearly been a beautiful and I'm sure very hard multiracial, multi-generational, and impeccably thorough process co-authored by the Reimagining Police Task Force Committee. It's challenging to do this work because all of us work in systems that are profoundly impacted by racism, which David Wellman defines as a system of advantage based on race. So bad systems, people working in those systems. And it feels really personal when inequities are revealed, which we inevitably will see. As a public health and critical race theory person, though, I need to keep reminding myself not to personalize the critique of systems. We have amazing people in Brookline working in systems that are producing all manner of racial inequity every day. We can love the people because we are the people in the systems while making changes at the policy and practice level to correct the inequities. Given these data in the report, the proposed reallocation of resources is absolutely sensible, and in fact, seems conservative given the overall budget for law enforcement. I am supportive of all the recommendations and appreciate the committee's work in offering new pathways and processes for community-led analysis and co-design. This process is translatable to any system, y'all, the education system, the housing system, and it allows us to look at the intersections of systems where they overlap in ways we haven't done before. As we move resources into more youth services and mental health systems, we need to also look at the youth service system and the mental health system and use the same level of creativity there. I hope the select board can see this as a new way to do the work, a new paradigm from where we can imagine further. And I'll end with an Arundhati Roy quote from The Pandemic is a Portal. Historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine the world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us. Or we can walk through lightly with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Suzette Abbott. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
I am Suzette Abbott, and I've lived on Winthrop Road in Brookline for many years. I want to express my support for the recommendations of the Reimagining Police Task Force. While I appreciate the time and energy that both the task force and the Police Reform Committee spent in crafting their reports, I think the recommendations of the Reimagining Police Task Force better address the real problems with policing in our community. Further, my own extensive reading and discussion of the issues around policing nationally, I think the task force report reflects the best current thinking on this subject. Having been a teacher for many decades, I think the money currently spent on school resource officers could be much better spent on qualified professionals, wellness educators, guidance counselors, etc. This would meet real student needs. Further, we cannot ignore the fact that the presence of the police in the schools makes a significant part of our school community feel less safe. I'm sure that others will address the many other constructive recommendations of the Reimagining Task Force. And in the interest of leaving time for all to comment, I conclude my comments.
Next person signed up for public comment is Colin Stokes. Colin, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your time will begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name's Colin Stokes, and this is my wife, Jessica. We've lived in the Coolidge Corner area, precinct 7 for 15 years. Jessica grew up in Pill Hill and attended Lincoln and Brookline High, and we have 2 kids at Pierce. Police have always been abstract to me. I didn't know anyone in law enforcement growing up. I only interacted with them when I was pulled over for speeding the week I got my driver's license. And then the rest of my life, whenever I would slow down rapidly, when I would see a police officer on the side of the highway. But I've also gotten other perspectives that are totally different from mine, starting with the videos of police that began circulating on social media about a decade ago. They showed behavior that was very different from even the sternest warning that I'd had from a traffic cop. And the stories and the footage from all over the country of mostly Black men, Black women, and Black children encountering police in a way that any objective observer would describe as unprovoked, vicious, and deadly. So I hold these 2 experiences in my head. Mine as a white driver, assuming that police would take my side unless they had a quota to fill that month. And then this enraged Black and brown community of America, who I started to understand had a really rational reason to feel that police were soldiers in an occupying army and not abstract at all. So today, you on the select board hold many perspectives gathered by these 2 groups, task forces and committee. One group, as I heard Bernard repeat today, rooted itself in the police perspective and made adjustments to procedures with a real eye to protecting the reputation and the morale of the existing system. But the other took in the experiences of those for whom the current structure of policing is untenable, and not because necessarily of any particular behaviors of individual officers, but it's untenable because the 150-year history of policing is impossible to unsee. And only a break from that legacy can build something that truly serves all of us, not because we want to defund or destroy, but because we need to rebuild and renew our democracy. The Task Force on Reimagining Policing has modeled an open, community-driven, truth-telling process and proposed clear steps that have demonstrated success in other places.
You have 30 seconds.
The research and surveys reveal that Brookline's residents strongly support reassigning a number of the roles currently relegated to police that could be better done by social service professionals, which would help people get the support they need before a crisis happens and prevent crises that might be worsened by the presence of someone dressed and armed like an occupying force. Now, my life will not feel all that different, whichever recommendations are implemented, but they will affect me because they will make my neighbors healthier, more comfortable, and more empowered as equals. In other words, they'll make Brookline a richer, warmer, and fairer place for me and my wife and my children to live. I fully support the reimagining recommendations, and I hope you will too. Thanks very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Leland Johnson. Leland, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you.
To the members of the select board and the committees, thank you for your work. Volunteering is rewarding, but too often it is a thankless job. Thank you for a few minutes to provide my point of view. I'm Leland Johnson, and I've been a resident of Brookline for more than 16 years. I have a family here. Many who I care about live and work here. At a point in the past, I had the need to call 911 for a wellness check. I was not at home. I was driving.
Devin, we can't hear him. I think his microphone is muted.
Can you guys hear me?
You're just a little bit low, Leland. I don't know if you maybe have headphones plugged in, but you could hold the microphone closer to your mouth.
Sure. Is this better? It isn't better?
It's a little better.
No.
Okay, I'll speak louder. At a point in the past, I had the need to call 911 for a wellness check. I was not at home. I was driving. I knew the drill as I had called 911 before. State police picked up. What is your emergency? What city are you calling from? Boston. But my emergency is in Brookline. Address, all the necessary inquiries. After being connected to the local dispatcher, the Brookline police responded within a very few minutes. I think it only took 3 minutes. This response time was the key factor in making sure this person I care about was safe. The Brookline police response was rapid and completely appropriate. Fast forward to reimagining the police. I cannot imagine not having the police respond to that previously described emergency. Why can't I imagine this version of Brookline forward? I have several questions that should be answered, and if the Committee on Reimagining Policing in Brookline can't answer each one honestly and accurately, and the committee is negligent in its duties to offer their conclusions tonight, or even a less stringent summary. My follow-up questions: how many calls regarding mental crisis or homelessness are made every day in Brookline on average? If the committee can't answer that, you should not presume to offer any summary or conclusions tonight. I'll give you some numbers from the 2020 Mental Health Subcommittee. Monthly behavioral health calls, 130, well-being checks, 47, psychiatric evaluations, 10. All of these are monthly. Calls for intoxication, disturbance, etc., 73, 260 per month total, 9 calls per day. What if all of these calls happened at 5 p.m.? What if 5 happened at 5 and the rest every 10 minutes until 5:40? Can the reimagined police force and social services personnel field every one of these calls? These are real questions. Is there any reimagining? If there is any reimagining of the police force, this committee would do well to suggest an addition of crisis-focused workers before any consideration of a subtraction of the number of police or the response of police. And the crisis-focused workers should be in a police car. How else will they get to the site? In their own car with flashing lights?
You have 30 seconds.
In summary, we should not alter the police's response to crisis calls until the committee can answer these previous questions, and unless and until sufficient social services personnel are available to 24/7 with a response time of 3 to 5 minutes. This could require 10 to 15 full-time mental health crisis professionals in police cars. The Brookline forward slide had 0, that's right, 0 full-time equivalents for actual in-the-field mental health crisis professionals. All bureaucracy, no help in a crisis. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Andrew Weiner. Andrew, when you unmute, your time will begin.
Good evening. I was born in Brookline and spent most of my first 30 years of my life living here, working on Harvard Street. I've remained here working for another 30 years while residing only up 5 miles on Comm Ave. Prior to the pandemic, we had over 100 people right here on Harvard Street, and hopefully we'll be back to those pre-pandemic levels. I recognize that this is a complex issue with many angles to consider, so I would like to share my perspective and personal experiences from the countless interactions that I've had with Brookline Police over the past 40 years. As a result of my business and my involvement with multiple synagogues, schools, philanthropic organizations, and many, many high-profile events, I have come to feel lucky and blessed to be in this town. It's a great town with a great police department that cares and listens to your needs. The response time of Brookline Police Department is incredible. People I know in other cities talk about the private security they have to hire and medical services. They can't believe that we don't have that here. I said we don't need it. Being located right in the middle of Harvard Street, we've seen it all. Any accident, there's a patrol car there within minutes, less than minutes. Any call, they hear before we can hang up the phone. Being involved with synagogues and schools, I personally have seen how much effort by the police department goes into planning to keep us safe. There are real security concerns and threats, and Brookline Police works with us to address them and makes every effort to prevent anything bad from happening. I've received personal phone calls from the police department in the middle of the night when our company windows were broken. Other cities, and I know this from experience, won't even call you. When our windows continued to keep being broken, Brookline Police reached out to other towns to make sure my family was safe. Yes, we've had a few unfortunate situations in my company where the police have had to come to serve warrants. Our team is a diverse team, and both times this happened, the police department was consistently respectful of everyone involved. I've only heard good things from my team about their interactions from the police. It is very easy to criticize a police department. They have a tough job that at times has to do things we may not like, especially if you're that person speeding, driving recklessly, having an outstanding warrant, or even getting a parking ticket. And I know we only run into the store for a minute. I challenge everyone out there to look at the really important things Brookline Police Department does and how they do it.
You have 30 seconds.
I believe in accountability and that all Brookline police officers should be held to the highest standard. I understand right now that not all Brookline police officers may be perfect, but I truly believe the majority try very hard. It is evident to me from my team's interactions with them. I also know that Brookline would not be the same without its exceptional, dedicated police department. That is why I encourage you to work together with the police department to build even a better, rather than tearing it down and potentially damaging our wonderful town and our safety as a result. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Scott Coleman. Scott, when you unmute and if you're comfortable, share your video. Your time will begin. Oops, sorry, Scott. Just got to get you to unmute.
Oh, am I clear now?
Yes.
Hello, Scott Coleman here. Sorry, everyone. Brookline resident in the village. Thank you both for preparing your reports. I heard all of the sizzle words. I heard all of the pull at the heartstrings words. I heard all of the I feel that, and I can't imagine how the other, but I'm not seeing anything in reality. So he's told us we had 8 police complaints this year. I would love it if my company had 8 complaints. Can I get your guys to work for me? 8 complaints, are you kidding me? And so there's questions of removing resource officers from schools. So for those that don't know, the point of a resource officer, 1 is an educator, 2 is an informal counselor, 3 is a law enforcement officer. So it is not their job to walk around with guns and shoot people, as everyone likes to believe. It is their job to make a presence and to be in the school so that a juvenile can say, hey, I'm having a problem. What do you think we should do about this? And they're a resource for the child. So removing that, and then also to say that that police officers are not up to par, that they're not great. The Brookline Police Department is fantastic. Are they perfect? No one is. But you can't have the audacity to say that putting a social worker in this position, that they will be perfect. They'll be flawed just as well. So we'll just have flaws in different situations. And when a resource officer is in a situation where, you know, there's a combative issue, I feel more comfortable knowing that they are handling the issue instead of a social worker. I don't see any social worker that's going to take on a 225 male high on drugs with a gun protecting that person's family. Sorry, don't see it happen. And as the gentleman just stated, if what you have zero, $500,000 isn't going to pay for 20 social workers. So, you know, what one person is supposed to manage all of these people. The fact that the police department can lean on the rest of the department, whoever seems to be on duty, anyone can take these calls. If you really wanted to do something, add a social worker department to the police department. Say, hey, I've got a call. I've got a guy lost his mind. I've got everyone under control. I need a social worker. And then you have a social worker on call.
You have 30 seconds.
If someone has a drunken disorderly, if a police officer gets there, assesses the situation and says, oh, this is actually a mental case, let me get him under control with training, and then have a social worker take over. So I'm sorry, I can't get behind removing money from the police department for this reimagining thing. Sorry, the data just doesn't support it. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Betsy Pollock. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, good evening. I'm Betsy Pollock, and I'm president of the board of directors of the Brookline Senior Center. I am a lifelong Brookline resident who married a lifelong Brookline resident who raised 2 children. We all went through the public schools of Brookline and the high school. And prior to my chairmanship of the Senior Center, I was chair for 10 years of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission and a town meeting member for 3 terms. I'm very impressed with the proposal, and I had a dialogue by email with Raul, who gave me a very thoughtful response. I really want to speak not to the changes in the police department. As a professional social worker who is a specialty in gerontology, I'm concerned about the effects of the senior services. So I'm concerned that combining the services under a new commission would diminish services to seniors and cause competition among human service agencies, which would be under the aegis of this new department, new commission. And this, in my experience, causes competition for like a diminished dollar, which I've seen many times before in my over 50 years as a social worker. And I am concerned about the dilution of the influence of seniors who right now are really beginning to express their feelings about the sting of ageism that they're encountering. The population of Brookline is already 20% seniors, and the projected growth is 25 to 30%. And I feel that the social service delivery of social services is really key to this population. Professional social work services and gerontological social work services is a different ilk from other social workers. I know social workers are in demand right now all across the board, and I'm definitely in support of that, of increased social work in many departments. But I think we have to understand the specific needs of the senior center population who have that expertise. And the Social Work Code of Ethics requires social workers to be cognizant and respectful of diversity and to learn to understand the diverse populations they serve, to be mindful of it, and to tailor all of their interventions accordingly.
You have 30 seconds.
I think the senior services of the Council on Aging, Brookline Senior Center Board, BCAN, and the huge number of Brookline volunteers, over 500 who help out with the senior center services, really needed to be consulted about this proposal, and that did not happen. So I am concerned that the proposal to redirect police approaches and funds should not be conflated or combined with burying the Council on Aging within a new top-heavy, non-senior specific administrative structure. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Yolanda Rodriguez. Yolanda, you've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute, your time will begin.
Thank you. My name is Yolanda Rodriguez. I have lived in this house in Brookline since 1942, and it still makes me look green, but I love it anyway. I've been in town meeting in the late 80s and 90s, precinct 8 person. I think this is a wonderful town. I've loved it all my life. I want to stay here for the rest of my life. And I just am so grateful that after I retired, I found the Brookline Senior Center. It's a wonderful place. The president of the board, as you just heard, is a social worker. The director is a social worker. The programming director is a social worker. Has a fantastic staff, and we need to be independent. There is so much to be done. There are so many seniors, and there is so much both active and just private kind of things that come up. We need the independence, we need the flexibility, we need the ability to be able to fight for our budget and try and improve situations for so many people. You all know already how the senior center is functioning at this year in such a difficult time with so many people, with so many needs, with so many vulnerable seniors who have been told stay home, and they need food, and they need socialization, and they need people to say hello, how are you? All the things for anybody, and for the younger people who want to play pickleball, the senior center has functioned to help them because we are able to be flexible. We are able to have people on staff who can always respond to those needs. We cooperate with us. We work closely when necessary with the police, the fire, the health, human services. It's a wonderful place. It really is. If you're lucky, someday you'll be old enough to want to come to the senior center and enjoy it. The second point I want to make before my 3 minutes are up is that there are many people, especially this year with the libraries closed and the senior center computer room not available, who have not been online. There are a lot of people in Brookline, despite all the work that you did with meetings and subcommittee meetings and everything else. There's a large population in Brookline that doesn't know anything about this plan or this change. And I hope that this will go to the town organization and the structure committee and to town meeting. But a big conversation, if you're going to continue with this plan, it needs a big conversation beyond just what's been there. You've got to include the people who aren't online. You have to include other people who will be affected by this change. I hope that you will decide to let the senior center remain independent. We really need to do that. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Rack. Susan, you've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute, your time will begin.
Hi there. My name is Susan Rack. I've been a resident of Brookline for about 50 years. I'm also a CERT volunteer, a member of Brookline Rotary, and a library volunteer. Thank you for letting me have my piece here. I have seen and I believe that Brookline is a town that builds community. It's one of the things that has attracted me to Brookline. My hope and my desire relative to this issue is that it concludes with a safe community and equitable policing for all. I am not saying we don't have issues, nor that we can't do better. We can, by building and adjusting what we have with tolerance, acceptance, and civility. I firmly believe that understanding empathy and change can be driven by proximity and working together, not through separation and isolation. Programs like the police walking program in the schools and Brookline Housing Authority help us to know each other in nonviolent, non-crisis interaction, forming positive impressions for later interaction. If there are concerns about these programs, then let's fix them. I cannot see how abandoning these programs completely can build any future relationships. Add more social workers, add other perspectives as appropriate. But don't abandon the successes that we have achieved. Create more successes. I also firmly believe you can't be equitable or inclusive if you don't involve all parties in the planning and execution. I'm not convinced that that did happen on the part of both plans. We need to recognize each other, not deny each other. I find the proposal by Bernard Green's Reform Committee far more positive, equitable, and inclusive than what was proposed by the task force to reimagine. And I urge the board to move in that direction. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is David Pilgrim. Once you unmute, your time will begin.
Good evening. My name is David Pilgrim. I've worn a lot of hats in this community. I was born and raised here. My parents still live in town. I attended the high school, and I currently work as a Brookline police officer. I have followed the work of both the Reform Committee and the task force very closely. I've even had the pleasure of sitting down with the chair of each group and discussing their thoughts and ideas about the future of policing. I also share with them the many viewpoints of someone who has lived the unique experience as both a Black police officer in Brookline and a Black resident of Brookline. As a Brookline police officer elected to the Union Executive Board, I am comfortable endorsing the recommendations made by the Reform Committee. I do not agree with all of them. However, they are practical and reasonable throughout. Wearing those same hats and thinking about police services my parents may need in the future, I am uncomfortable with many, not all, but many of the recommendations the task force to reimagine policing has put forth. Watching their meetings, it was very clear from the beginning that many members of that group were egregiously biased against policing. As their work continued and they interviewed and subsequently ignored officers, and in some cases residents' points of view, that bias became even more apparent. Make no mistake, policing, like any other profession, has work to do and can always be better. The Brookline police are not an exception. There are changes I want to see here, as well as across the country. Like any other profession, those changes need to be made by or very closely with people who have an actual understanding and expertise in the field. People who do the work every day on the street. I highlighted being a Black police officer several times because it is a unique experience. Being Black in Brookline is a unique experience. I had teachers treat me differently growing up. Residents treat me differently on calls. I even had a white task force member tell me I'm Black in what I can only explain as a condescending tone. One of the only places in Brookline I've always felt accepted is the police department. In closing, the last year has been an extremely difficult one for the town, the department, and myself as an individual. I would like to thank the many people that have gone out of their way to say thank you as they walk past me while I'm on patrol or working in detail. The number of people that do this has significantly increased in the last year. Their appreciation makes coming back to work every day an easy decision, despite the significant morale issues the town of Brookline and its leadership has created at the Brookline Police Department. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Naomi Schweitzer. You've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute, your time will begin.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Naomi Schweitzer, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10. And I've had an opportunity to comment in some of the earlier public comment periods, but felt it was important to come back this evening before the Select Board. And I just want to thank the Select Board for setting up these two committees and task forces to give the community an opportunity to engage in these critical issues. By way of background, I wanted to start by sharing that my profession and work is in homeless services, and I work with communities across the country to address and end homelessness. And for many years of my career, I did direct services with people experiencing homelessness, helping them to find housing or to prevent them from losing their housing. And one of the things about doing those services was working with people who were often having health issues or crises going on related to mental health, related to trauma of being homeless, not having their basic needs met, not having a place to sleep. And sometimes that led to behaviors that would often, you would think, call on the need for the police. And it was part of our organization's policy and efforts to do everything we could to not call the police, because in our experience, that tended to escalate the situation. And it also put the person who we were trying to help get into housing at greater risk of having something on their record that might prevent them from getting into housing, including into most kinds of public and affordable housing, where having a criminal record is often a preventative factor from being able to move into such housing. So we had all kinds of protocols to make sure that we were able to de-escalate situations and to try to help people who are in extreme need get their basic needs met, and if they needed mental health support or substance use support, get connected to the right services to help them with those longer term health issues so that we could help support them in moving on their path to housing. And in light of this experience, I support the Reimagining Task Force's recommendation that the town set up a supportive services department, because there are many people, not just homeless people, that have crises going on in their lives, who have basic needs that need to be met right here.
30 seconds.
I also want to touch on the fact that from a personal lens, I also have family members with serious mental health issues. And when I am dealing with a serious mental health issue with one of my family members, the thing that I need most is someone who can help me in that crisis moment and who's trained how to respond to that. And for me, I want someone who's trained as a mental health counselor or a social worker. I'm not looking for an armed police officer in that.
2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll conclude my comments.
The next person signed up for public comment is Max Tangway. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Good evening, all. It's good to see all your faces here tonight. I want to thank Raul for putting forward so beautifully all of the positive recommendations made by the task force to reimagine police and policing. We are in the middle of a public health crisis and an economic crisis that was caused not just by a dangerous virus, but also by our social systems, which failed to stop its spread. It's not surprising that when we spend so much more money on criminalizing people than on supporting them, we leave the door open for such crises like a dangerous virus, to so completely disrupt our lives and our social system. To me, that is not safety. And in response to multiple crises, not least of which is the epidemic of fatal police shootings in this country that has so long persisted, we need to rethink what our government can do for us. The public can and should have the power to imagine the systems that serve us. And as public employees, we are and we should be accountable to the public, and specifically to those people who are most impacted by the public programs we deploy. I don't think that's a personal attack. I think that that is democracy. And in that spirit, I wholeheartedly express my support for the recommendations of the task force to reimagine policing. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ryan Black. Ryan, you can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Ryan Black, he, him, his, candidate for town meeting in precinct 6. And I apologize if my remarks are over the place. I'm going to try to cover a few different points. On the question of Brookline Forward and kind of, and I heard some people suggest it's a big ask financially, and I really don't think that's true. I would ask people to consider kind of just for these 2 committees. For example, the town spent over what would be about 20% of the cost for the social services department simply on the consulting fees for a former police chief. So I think we really need to think about in terms of like, what as a town are we spending money on priorities wise? And to that point, I mean, the money going towards a social services department instead of law enforcement is a shift from spending money downstream on symptoms to spending money upstream on root causes. It's simply put, it's a smarter way to spend money. And that really gets to how the task force's proposals as a whole are about adding services to the town and providing more services to the residents. It's not trying to take away from any department. It's essentially, I believe it's, one of the Brookline Forward's proposals to essentially add tasks, staff support to committees and boards that don't currently have it. Moving on to a different thing, I would also want to talk about kind of, I heard some hand-wringing kind of about process and supposed lack of communication with, stakeholders. And, first of all, there's the fact that there was like 7 or 8 public hearings the task force did, several interviews. And I would also like to ask, like, where's that consternation for kind of the very secretive formation of programs like the SRO, which I know the select board, the school committee didn't weigh in on, like, despite that forming. Similarly for the walk and talk program, which has been in place for decades and has never had a memorandum of understanding. So I ask if we're being sharing consternation about process. I ask that to apply to those 2 programs as well. Thirdly, I want to speak to the idea I heard about combining the reports, and frankly, I think that's a terrible way to go. I sympathize with the people who want to please everyone, but simply put, these 2 bodies simply want different things. One wants to expand the scope and power of the police. The other wants to reallocate responsibilities to professionals more suited for the task at hand and to think about public safety more broadly, more holistically. And secondly, there's the case, and I'm afraid this will come across as criticism or the reform committee, it presupposed that police must spearhead the response to so many of society's woes. I think it just didn't do a good job of rigorously evaluating essentially our current model of public safety. And then there's the fact that you hear constantly in its meetings that like we believe the Brookline police are a very good police department, and then you have subcommittees chaired by literal members of the police who do that work. In terms of of course, you're not going to get something that's critical of our current model just because
3 minutes.
It didn't go in looking to be critical. Anyway, I'll wrap up there. I just, well, thank you for the time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Eddie Stromfels. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
My name is Eddie Stromfels, and I'm a resident in Precinct 10. I first would just like to express my support for the recommendations offered by the Reimagining Police Task Force. I believe the recommendations are all grounded in the true needs of our community rather than the select few voices which have historically been centered in our town's governance, and that this was only achieved thanks to the process the task force followed in their many weeks of thankless work. In that same vein, I would like to speak about some comments made on March 2nd by Select Board Member Van Scoyoc. After the presentations of the 2 subcommittees regarding the police in Brookline, Mr. Van Scoyoc acted in a way that I believe warrants an apology to this community. Specifically, his disingenuous objection to the wording of a survey put out by the Reimagined Task Force revealed a contempt and disregard for the work of that task force that was insulting to all the residents he's supposed to serve. As Mr. Fernandez rightly pointed out in the same meeting, the time to bring this issue up was not March 2nd, but when he first made this observation. If he cared at all about the work of the task force, he would have brought up this concern right away so it could be discussed, and if needed, his feedback could be implemented. He had an opportunity to contribute to the work of this task force, work that is being done with the intention of improving our community, and he instead withheld his thoughts in order to discredit the task force work. As we've seen tonight, it's clear that the example set by Mr. Van Scoyoc, one grounded in a disingenuous reading of the reimagined task force work, undertaken with the intention of disregarding this work and disparaging the needs expressed by those members of our community who have been historically and systemically ignored, has been embraced by those who oppose the reimagined task force existence. We've heard it in countless speakers who decried the bias of the task force while ignoring the idea that perhaps this also applied to the Reform Committee, in those who have distorted survey findings, and in those who have stoked fears about the destruction of elderly services. For those who worry that Brookline Forward would create competition or a scarcity mindset among social service departments, this situation already exists. And in fact, this exists explicitly because social services are extremely underfunded in direct relation to the bloated overfunding of police departments, which are now tasked with fulfilling functions that should be way outside of their purview. If you're here tonight worried about how these changes will disrupt a situation you feel is already precarious, please understand that this is only the case because we have funneled money away from these services and towards the police for decades. It's absurd that we have to deal with an austerity mindset in a community with so much wealth, and Brookline Forward is the only meaningful proposal existing right now to actually rectify the situation. But most disturbingly of all, I was absolutely stunned to hear one of the opponents of the reimagined task force get on tonight and list out names of our neighbors who have contributed to this work, given the fact that just weeks ago, Mr. Fernandez was subject to a coordinated onslaught of right-wing hate and threats.
You have 30
The
seconds.
environment fostered by those members on this select board who have opposed the task force bear responsibility for the escalation of this situation to such a dangerous level, and they should feel ashamed. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Arthur Conquest. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to say that I want to thank both Bernard Green and Raul Samuel Fernandez and members of your committees for the hard work that you've put in to make these reports possible. I also want to say that, and we all know this, but I want to emphasize it. These two committees, as well as committees that have been created by the City of Boston, as well as committees that were created by the state, have come as a result of what happened to George Floyd, a Black man in Minnesota. Okay, we Black men absorb the brunt of what happens to citizens by policemen, and I really want to make that very, very clear. And I'm here to speak specifically on behalf of how we Black men are treated. Now, I presently serve on a subcommittee for the Dicker Commission, and we're in the process of redesigning, reestablishing Warrant Article 24, and it's going to take us another year to complete our business. And some of the recommendations that you are suggesting should at least wait until we're finished with our work before you make the changes with the recommendations that you've made. Second thing I wanted to say is I want to quote from a report that was written in 2009, and I'll read from the report that happened as a result of Arthur Conquest being involved in an incident at Town Hall. I'm going to quote from the final report concerning citizens' police complaint procedures.
You have 30 seconds.
January 7th, 2009. The police chief, assisted by two civilians, one appointed by the Board of Select Persons, another appointed by the moderator of town meeting, shall biannually provide the Board of Selectmen, town meeting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For almost 11 years now, you have not gotten any part of the report that was submitted correctly. Okay, it's been a complete bundle of nonsense. And I hope that whatever recommendations you make from either one of these two committees, and I hope you combine them, that it doesn't come out in the same way that this Citizens Complaint Review Committee recommendation has evolved. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Amy Newell.
Hi, my name is Amy Newell, and I've been a Brookline resident since 1998. My son Ari is a senior at Brookline High, and my daughter Aya will be attending Brookline High next year. I'm speaking in support of the recommendations of the task force to reimagine policing. All of the recommendations are practical ways to improve public safety in Brookline that do not fall into the trap of mere reform of the police department itself, but actively move our town toward a more equitable and empathetic approach to public safety. I particularly want to speak in favor of two recommendations that most closely touch my own experience: to remove the school resource officer from Brookline High and to establish a non-police alternative to respond to mental health crises. On the subject of the school resource officer, I don't think we should prioritize our children building good relationships with police over other relationships with adults in the community. We serve our children best at school by empowering and funding teachers and paraprofessionals to help them, and by building a caring community around them with multiple opportunities to develop strong relationships with adults who do not carry with them all the coercive power of the state. On mental health crises, earlier this evening, I heard someone refer to the need for police to deal with mental cases. I have bipolar disorder, but I am not a mental case. I am a person. Yes, I have a serious mental illness. I have been hospitalized for it multiple times, once involuntarily. While my involuntary commitment was an incredibly traumatic experience, at least there was no time when I feared for my life. I am quite aware that that is because I am a small white woman. I have seen how differently folks who are perceived as a threat to others might be treated in the course of a mental health crisis. And when I am asked to advise other people who are facing a mental health crisis, either in themselves or in their loved ones, I unequivocally advise people not to call 911 if there is literally any other option. Police officers are not the best people to respond to such crises, and there's ample evidence that officer involvement often escalates those situations, sometimes fatally. I live in fear that people I love who are living with serious mental illness might experience traumatic and unnecessary police involvement in their mental health crises. Despite how we are often portrayed, those of us with serious mental illness are not more violent than others, and we don't need police officers. We need compassionate and appropriate medical care. I would very much like to be able to say that Brookline is a place with a safe alternative to involving police in mental health crises. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Savignon Cohen. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
I listened to reform meetings and I heard that residents are upset about things that happen elsewhere. They discussed our questionable assumptions and mentioned Philando Castillo. So let's talk about Philando. Lauderdale is a suburb of Minneapolis, as Brookline is a suburb of Boston. Like Brookline, Lauderdale is considered one of the best places to live in its state. The Lauderdale website looks just like the BPD's. Officer Yanez stands in front of a monument that reads, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Officer Yanez met with a citizen sustainability group and gave them bike safety tips. Officer Yanez had implicit bias training. He played basketball with kids. The department hired a new use of force instructor. Yanez's training was modern and up to date. And from inches away, he fired 7 shots into Philando Castillo's chest and into a vehicle with another adult and a 4-year-old child. The police chief said it was the first officer-involved shooting in at least 30 years. Just a few years ago, a Brookline officer shot a man in his own home. They hospitalized another man using less lethal force. Recently, an off-duty cop in a fit of road rage pulled his gun in the middle of Route 9 and held 2 men at gunpoint. A Brookline officer drew his weapon on a driver as parents walked by with their children on the way to school. They drew their weapon on Jamar Pan, who was in a wheelchair and was doing nothing wrong. Something has only never happened until it happens. We heard a lot about a magical program called CIT, Crisis Intervention Team. By the end of a few meetings, Brookline was being called a technical training center for CIT. There is no evidence whatsoever that CIT increases public safety, none. All it's been found to do is make police officers feel more confident. Brookline trained Newton officers in CIT, and Newton officers killed a man with a mental illness in his home just weeks ago. The reason our police have implicit bias training is because the victim in a racial profiling claim we paid $157,000 for stipulated that training as a condition of settlement. He is a middle-aged Black man. A Brookline cop made lay face down on the asphalt while the cop put his boot on the man's neck and shoulders and pressed down. He sought medical attention after, and yes, I believe the victim. Those are his details.
You have 30 seconds.
We have the right to meaningful oversight of the police, which the Select Board has never provided. Diversity Commissioner Dwayne Tyndall said that given the amount of racial profiling done by the BPD, someone was going to get shot. And then you're all going to throw up your hands and say, we didn't know. But you can't say that anymore. Not a single sitting Select Board member will be able to say you didn't know. You've been told over and over. Now you're going to show us if you care.
The next person signed up for public comment is Danelle O'Neill. Danelle, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Good evening, everyone. Donnell O'Neill Sr., town meeting member from Precinct 4, lifelong resident, candidate for the Select Board. Elections May 4th. I'd like to say, speaking of elections, I'd like to congratulate Tariq Lucas over in Newton. I remember the time when he was running around at Pierce School. So I would like to say Pierce Pride and congratulate Tariq Lucas in Newton. Okay, so I've listened to a lot of people speak this evening. First of all, I want to say thank you to the many volunteers and the many hours that they put in volunteering to come up with something to better the police department. And the two programs that I agree with in regards to their evaluation and reallocating the funds of the school resource officer and the walk and talk program. I'll start with the school resource officer first. I'm one of those parents who has a school-aged child. I'm one of those parents who actually attended Brookline High School. Never remember seeing a school resource officer. And so when I found out that that office was next to my son's class when he first walked in the building, it kind of hit me in the wrong way. I understand of protecting our kids. And, you know, just in case something crazy comes in, a 6'5" gentleman, I think someone mentioned this earlier, a big guy coming into school and doing something wrong. I'm confident that Paul Epstein and some of the guidance counselors over there, Malcolm Cawthorn and them they know what to do if something like that happened. I feel they need more resources, the guidance counselors, the social workers there. Now I'm going to speak a little bit about the walk and talk program.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Devin. I appreciate you. I'll be brief. I'm not excited about everyone's talking about relationships in regards to the walk and talk program. No one's listening to the residents, although we're few who don't agree with the program. We feel we're being attacked about it. I hear the seniors, and I feel that they can always have that connection with police officers. All they have to do, and they can, pick up the phone and make those phone calls to those police officers if need be. But when it comes to BHA residents and people of color, it's more of an intrusion. And I think people need to be. I'm kind of upset that Neil Gordon brought up the relationship aspect with him. There's more to that folks don't realize about the connection, and so I don't think that's fair. That's a fair analysis to speak about Officer Stevenson, and people don't really understand the connection.
You've reached.
Thank you. Thank you, Devin. Have a good evening.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ashley Ng. You've been promoted to a panelist, and you can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Ashley Ng, and I am a BHS alum and resident of Precinct 9. As a young person, when I think about the future of Brookline, I feel worried. Worried that if we continue down this path and do not take appropriate action, our community will further unravel. With this being said, the Brookline Police Department is an institution that does not meet the needs of all of Brookline. In fact, I'd say that it harms Brookline's most overlooked communities. These volunteers of the task force have spent countless hours evaluating what is best needed for our community through both data collection and analysis and listening to the real people's stories. This is why I fully support the recommendations of the task force to reimagine policing in Brookline. Removing police officers from schools, replacing the public housing specific police unit with social service providers who are not agents of law enforcement, lobbying the state for a home rule petition to allow for unarmed civilians to take over traffic enforcement, creating a civilian oversight board with actual investigatory powers and ability to hold police accountable, shifting nonviolent crisis and mental health related calls away from the police to a cahoots-like service provider, and creating a social services department in Brookline to coordinate and offer resources meant to address the root causes of economic and social inequalities are just a few of the many important recommendations of the task force. Unlike the Reform Committee, it is clear that the Task Force to Reimagine Policing has adequately evaluated Brookline's current public safety model. And as I conclude, I want to leave you with this. If we really want to consider ourselves a community that values diversity and includes everyone, then we have to make sure that the systems we have in place truly meet the needs of everyone in Brookline. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Anne Greenwald. Anne, you've been promoted, and when you unmute, your time will begin.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate the work that has been done by both committees and the task force. I am a Brookline resident, have been for 40 years, and a town meeting member in Precinct 8. I want to start by saying that as an older white woman, I feel that I will be more safe when everyone in this town feels safe, and that my safety is very much tied in with the safety of everybody else and the well-being of everybody else. I'm a retired school nurse, and in that role, I was called upon many, many times to de-escalate situations where young people were struggling with mental health issues and their behavior was feeling out of control to a lot of people. I was in the role of de-escalating and did that many, many times. There were occasions where police officers were called in order to quote, help with the situation. And I can tell you that even if the officer had the absolute intent of being helpful, the impact of an armed police officer in uniform coming into a school left that child more traumatized and escalated the situation. It happened over and over again. I saw it many times. So I don't think that even with the best of intentions, that the impact of an armed officer in a school building makes any sense at all in terms of building relationships and in terms of making young people feel safe in their school. I also want to say the same for public housing, that I think that the impact of having an armed officer strolling around does not create a feeling of safety, but creates a feeling of need, that there are people there that need to be watched or kept in place. And I think that the community would be much better served by having a social worker, community mental health workers.
30 seconds.
Thank you, et cetera, in those communities. And I do want to say that I think that the issues that that people brought up about the Council of Aging and the elders can be worked out within the program of the reimagining recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Next person signed up for public comment is Jeffrey Benson. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Hey folks, this is Jeffrey Benson, town meeting member, precinct 3. I use he, him, and his. And first, thanks to all the work on both committees and for the commitment to making Brookline a better, healthier, safer community. Appreciate it all around. So as I've often said, my dad was a cop, and I am not anti-cop, but grew up with cops, and I support the reimagining task force proposal. So I want to speak a little about that. I also want to support all of those who've spoken tonight about not bifurcating on this issue, as has happened in this country around wearing a mask, a public health issue becoming bifurcated around our politics. Being for reimagining does not mean that you hate police. And being against the reimagining task force does not mean that you're ignorant of the history of racism in this country. I think being against the reimagining task force means that we haven't convinced you that what we're offering as a proposal would make Brookline a better place. And I think that's where I want to at least part of the time talk about that. And I think reimagining is a tough sell for a majority of economically stable white people. Why make the change? The police work for us as they are and have worked for us as they are for decades and decades. We don't need to reimagine them. They're quite fine as they are. And how might we know any other experience of the police than the ones we've experienced ourselves? I think a lot about how long it took people to support gay people getting married. And what we know was it turned out it wasn't until you knew a gay person who couldn't get married, who was discriminated against, and as gay people came out, the realization that you're not supporting gay people getting married impacted someone you knew. But if you don't know people in communities of color who would benefit from reimagining the police, who are not inclined to call the police when they need help because of that long history, if those people are not in your family, in the broadest sense of family in this community, why should you support reimagining? And what do we do about that long history of racism that lurches from the past into the present and influences how different people choose or don't choose to use the police as a support service? Because the goal is to get people to use the support services in the town. And I don't think we can get around the history of racism to make access possible for people. And it's a lovely notion. So perhaps I want to make this about good government and taxes. Policing as we do it now does drain resources from other public health services, education and safety that would help a wider range of our families be safer and healthier. This is not about individual police, but the structure in town that spends money through the police department. If we started from scratch, we wouldn't be paying armed employees to do traffic work and intervene in nonviolent conflicts all over town. We'd support and pay really well police for a smaller role and use our tax monies to robustly fund all the social services in the reimagined proposal that would make Brookline safer and healthier for all of us. There is no evidence that the number of police we have are the number of police we need. But we have other Brookline needs that we know could use funding, and that would be good government too. I ask those of you who come to this fearful of reimagining the police to please give the proposal a long consideration. Thank you very much.
At this time, it is 9:04. I do want to make the board aware that we have 21 additional speakers signed up for this hearing, which prior to the meeting had been identified as being closed and then resumed at the conclusion of the outdoor dining public hearing that is scheduled for 9, and then the warrant article public hearing that is scheduled for 9:15. I just want to confirm that that is still how the board would like to proceed.
Bernard, you're muted.
What do board members feel? I think we should go as planned.
I
Meaning
agree. I mean,
go to our hearings.
we posted hearings, and I think we have to, you know, it's been our practice to try to honor it as closely as we can. And we're willing to stay after the end of those hearings to hear the rest of the people who want to. You know, I'd be willing to stay, but I think we should proceed with the other hearings first.
Yes, Heather?
Can I ask a question other than the question that I'm asking right now? Who's affected staff-wise if we were to continue listening to public comment? Do we have staff members that are queued up for the outdoor stuff and then the warrant article hearings?
The staff are tied up in the outdoor seating, and then there's less of a staff impact on the warrant articles.
Okay.
We said that we were going to stop at 9 or around 9 and resume after the rest of the business. I think we should do that.
Well, let's go ahead and do that. I am concerned about losing people on this discussion. This is the one opportunity I think they're going to have our discussion. So maybe we can do our best to make quick work of what's on our agenda so we can get back to it.
Okay. If anyone else has any comments, John?
Just a question. Do we have the option of taking the people who are currently on the list to speak but haven't had a chance to speak and hearing from them at our next meeting?
They're here tonight. There's no guarantee they'd be available on Thursday.
Yeah, I think we need to give them an opportunity tonight.
Well, they could also, you know, a number of people who couldn't come tonight have written to us, and I'm reading all of those things. So
yeah, we all are.
You know, if they don't feel that they can stay, they could write to us, and I promise to read it. I'm sure other board members will as well.
Yeah, I think all board members read all the correspondence we receive. Okay, let's move on. So next, outdoor dining regulations. This is a public hearing. I see. Let's see who I see. Patty Correa is here, and Meredith Mooney.
So I think Ms. Mooney from the Planning of the Economic Development Division is prepared to propose present the proposed regulations.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, Laura.
Hello. I will try to be quick. I know you have a lot to get through tonight. I'm going to share my screen, if that's okay. Sorry. Okay. So I'm Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Planner in the Planning and Community Development Department. I'm here tonight to present updated outdoor dining regulations and guidelines that were developed by a staff working group, which included DPW, building, fire, police, health, licensing, and town council. So we've been before the select board several times over the past year to talk about the town's temporary COVID era outdoor dining program. I wanted to refer to this timeline just to give a quick recap of where we've been and what are our options moving forward. So if you remember, June 2020 was the earliest that restaurants could reopen for in-person service, but it was limited to outdoor only. Fortunately, the state anticipated a lot of the issues that we would have encountered at the municipal level if we had tried to accommodate restaurants ourselves, with the demands to either expand already approved outdoor dining that was part of their common victualer's license, or to create entirely new outdoor dining setups to get them through COVID. So the town's temporary COVID era outdoor dining guidelines for 2020 expired in early December. Later in December, we launched our winter outdoor dining pilot program. The main difference between that program and the previous guidelines is that for restaurants that wanted to continue to offer seating in the outdoor dining parking space parklets, they were required to request concrete jersey barriers just to fortify those areas. And those were provided to restaurants at no cost to, by the town at no cost to restaurants. So the outdoor dining program, winter outdoor dining program, is due to expire at the end of March. The guidelines that we have before you this evening are due to take effect as of April 1st, especially with the nice weather. Last week, we received a lot of calls and inquiries from restaurants that are very anxious to get their outdoor dining setups up and running for the warm weather. So there is a sense of urgency behind this agenda item this evening. So then from April moving forward, we're sort of in this transitional period for the town's outdoor dining program. As I mentioned earlier, our temporary COVID outdoor dining program is tied to provisions made at the state level that are connected to the governor's state of emergency order regarding COVID. When that emergency order is lifted, 60 days afterwards, our temporary COVID era outdoor dining program is going to expire. And currently, based on the way our bylaws are set up, if we were to attempt to recreate that same program by ourselves, we wouldn't be able to. So in anticipation of the fact that there might be interest in transitioning this temporary program into a permanent one, staff undertook a couple of strategic initiatives. One, we filed 2 warrant articles, which I think the board is going to hear in 2 or 3 weeks from now, that propose to make amendments to both the general bylaw and the zoning bylaw that would allow us to, it would lay the groundwork for a permanent expanded outdoor dining program if that was something that the select board was interested in pursuing. And then we also updated the guidelines that you have before you tonight, guidelines and regulations you have before you are much more comprehensive, and we wanted to make sure that we were setting expectations with restaurants and including requirements that we would want to see if this did become a permanent program, so that we would allow for the opportunity for a seamless transition between the remainder of the 2021 outdoor dining season into 2022, if this was something that we wanted to retain some or all of our COVID era outdoor dining program post-COVID. So assuming town meeting approval in May, and if the select board is interested in exploring a permanent program, or at least continuing to experiment with an expanded outdoor dining program post-COVID, staff would return in the fall with an updated set of recommendations for a permanent program. And then those would take effect in January. So the December item here is italicized just in the event that the COVID state of emergency is lifted at the end of the summer, and then our outdoor dining program would expire at some point in the fall. But if we already had the necessary town meeting action, as well as the guidelines for a permanent program, I think we would be in a good position to adapt if that ended up being the case. So to give a highlight of the updated criteria, it's the guidelines are several pages long, so I just wanted to give you the highlights. As I said before, we're laying the groundwork for a permanent program, and we're also providing strategic guidance to restaurants so they can gauge the investments in their outdoor seating setups accordingly for this upcoming season. We also, as I mentioned before, are going to require the protective concrete jersey barriers going forward. We're also going to allow restaurants to decorate and beautify the concrete barriers as long as they get DPW sign off. The guidelines include much more comprehensive guidance and diagrams regarding the placement of outdoor seating areas as well as the design. We also make the ADA accessibility requirements much clearer in these guidelines. And we also are going to, or proposing that we prohibit any signage or corporate logos in the outdoor seating areas, for example, on umbrellas or canopies that might be in the outdoor seating parking space parklets. Some key considerations if we're thinking about transitioning to a permanent program: potential benefits, certainly in the short term, to get through the remainder of COVID and to help with the COVID recovery process for restaurants, which we anticipate was going to take 2 to 3 years minimum. This will be an important source of additional revenue at a time when restaurants are really struggling. And then long term, this expanded outdoor dining program, the reason why I think it was so successful is people really felt that it brought a lot of vibrancy and activity to our commercial areas. So long term, it would continue to contribute vibrancy and activity and help to promote more of a cafe culture in Brookline's commercial areas, which I know is something that the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association in particular has been very focused on for the past decade. There are costs associated with this program. Obviously, potential parking revenue loss from potentially repurposing several parking spaces per restaurant for outdoor seating. Additional financial and administrative costs. The DPW commissioner estimates that just the installation and removal of the concrete jersey barriers is about $450. And then there's a lot of additional inspectional time and reviewing of applications at the staff level. Some of this parking revenue loss in particular might be offset by some additional meals tax revenue, something to consider. And then tied to the issue of the lost parking revenue is also the loss of additional parking in our commercial areas. So, any questions?
Questions from the board? John?
Yes, I hope that other members of the select board got this through Devin earlier today. I just want to let everyone know that I have an amendment to add. Mr. Chair, is it appropriate to go ahead and recite that right now?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So the background to this is that I had some very earnest phone conversations with some restaurant owners yesterday. And I don't want to overstate the case, but it's hard to overstate the desperation that they are feeling right now. I have to say, this was one of those moments where, you know, doing your business as a select board member involves, you know, hearing stories that really touch your heart. And I was hearing stories of people who are frankly fearful for their economic survival. And that's kind of a hard thing to be, you know, dealing with in conversations on a Monday afternoon. But that's the reality for several of these restaurant owners. And they're only hanging on in the sense that the amount of money that they are now in debt because of losses over the past year might be sustainable for another week or maybe another month. But hanging on doesn't mean they've survived. Hanging on means they're hanging on by their fingernails and they're about to drop permanently out of sight if they don't rebound soon. And so rebounding soon for the ones who have structures in place means not having to take down what they have and start over again and build another structure, and rebounding soon in the case of at least one restaurant owner who is in the process of rapidly getting a structure in place because of the expectation that business is going to return and he's going to need that structure to sort of be profitable when business returns. It means being able to have the structures, some of which may be outside, not in conformance with the new standards. So my hope is that we pass the standards tonight, because that is crucial, but that we amend what we adopt with the following amendment, and I'm going to read it aloud. It's very short. If applicants are not able to immediately comply with the height limit in these standards, applicants may submit a plan along with their outdoor seating application outlining how they will achieve compliance by January 1st of 2022. and that is the proposed amendment. It would follow the second sub-bullet for each of the first two bullets under the section Outdoor Seating Area Design Guidance. And if any of the other select board members have questions about this, I'd be happy to answer them.
Meredith, what do you think of that?
I think that's reasonable.
Meredith, could you put that up back up so we can see where it fits in?
May I ask a point of clarification? So with Select Board Member Van Scoyac, I completely understand this sort of, this critical time for the restaurants and all of us wanting to support them. And honestly, this has been a terrific effort on the part of multiple departments to really pull this together.
Agreed.
With this amendment, does this apply only to existing structures or structures that are potentially in process, and that for anyone that has not yet commenced a structure, that they would comply with the guidelines as the regulations as they're written?
Well, I see Dan Bennett is here, and I think he's probably better prepared to answer that. I could express my hope, which is that if, let's just sort of look at this situation as it is. If we indeed have a couple of structures that are not in accordance with the guidelines, but are already in place and are allowed to stay in place, and then there's another structure that has gone up today and will be in place by the time that we adopt this amended version tonight. And so that makes 3. I would hope that the building department would sort of accept that it's kind of hard to, at this point, require anyone to take down a structure. But there are, of course, options for getting people who haven't yet put up structures to comply with the guidelines. That's my interpretation, but I think Dan's the expert on this. I know he's the expert on this for sure.
And specifically, kind of before Dan answers, because there's the structure with the roof, and then there's also sort of the structure with the increased height on the sides. And so I'm just thinking, kind of as we're reviewing and inspecting all of these sort of applications that we think are going to come in kind of fast and furious once this is adopted, I want to make sure that we're applying this sort of in a way that's very clear to us. But I do think that sort of this potential amendment for structures that are existing, but that otherwise we're looking to maintain the guidelines. Specifically, I'm thinking about the height and not wanting to create these sort of tunnels that obstruct, sort of your view, both of the businesses, but also the safety of the pedestrians that are walking on the sidewalk in the evening, and proper sight lines at intersections, et cetera. So we want to maintain that vibrancy. That's one of the kind of key critical points of all of this. That's been a driver, and we think that's a benefit for the neighborhood and a benefit for the businesses. So I'll defer to Dan now, but thank you.
Dan?
Nancy's trying to, I don't know if Nancy
I'm
wants
sorry, I'm unmuted now. Just a quick question. I'm trying to understand whether John is wanting to sort of grandfather the ones that are not in compliance now, and whether you would expect that grandfathering to continue on in, forever, or whether you're saying that grandfathering would end in January of 2022.
They have until January 1st of 2022, as I've worded this. Yeah.
So on January 21st, 2022, they'd have to revert back to the guidelines that Meredith is proposing.
Yeah, they would have to seek a permit for their structures, and that process of seeking a permit would require them to bring those structures into compliance.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So, thank you. Could you just repeat are you only referring to the 42-inch high, maximum height walls, or you're also referring to the 7 and 8 feet on the roof?
And Dan, you're asking that question of me?
Yes, I heard your amendment, but I didn't, I don't know which bullet it went to, or bullets.
Okay, thank you, Dan. This language would follow the second sub-bullet for each of the first two bullets under outdoor seating area design guidance.
All right, so that's just the wall, the height, the 7-foot minimum height and 8 feet would be, and I think my guys went out to each of these this past week and looked at them, and they're within the 7 and 8 foot, criteria. The 42 inches is an issue, but I don't have a huge concern with that amendment. But I do want to echo Erin's points, and that's what, part of the collaborative effort by all these departments was not to create, I'm going to say the Abbey, Public House, and Washington Square Tavern. I think they're all 3 spaces, right, Todd? So they're roughly 60 feet long, each one.
No, so they are only taking up 2 spaces, but each one is also taking up, as we do in our designs from there, you'll see that there's a 3rd space that they're taking up that has the angled space to create the initial buffer.
So my only concern is if you have, and if this is just going to apply to the 2 plus the 1 that might be existing by tomorrow morning, those 3, I guess it's not an issue, and we would enforce, I think, the current regulations on anything new. I would be fine, but the intent was to not create 4 or 5 restaurants in a row. If they all take up all these spaces, you've blocked those, not just the restaurants, but any other businesses that might be there from a curb appeal or visual, driving down the street. So that was one of the concerns. So I guess if we're just doing it for 6 months and it's applying only to these 2 or 3 businesses, I don't see an issue with that.
8 months, I guess, right? 8 months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
I think Raoul has his hand up.
I'll hopefully try to expedite this a little bit and say I talked to Meredith about some of these things this morning, and I think I support what John is proposing with I think what was an amendment to his amendment by staff, which is to say that those, as Dan said, two or possibly 3 structures would, we're not going to actually, have folks take those down at this point. I hope not. But also to not allow any others that would be out of the requirements that are set forth in this document to go up either. And then, for them all to be in compliance with the new guidelines by next year. So I support that fully.
Can I just ask a clarifying question on the amendment? So this applies to the wall height, et cetera. It does not apply to the ADA requirements. They're still required to meet the state required ADA requirements.
Well, I don't think we can change. I mean, we
yeah, I don't believe you can. Patty would be the expert on that one, but I don't believe you can either.
You need to be an expert to know that. Okay, should we vote on, how are we doing this?
I think it's a public hearing also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Devin, let's open up the public hearing.
At this time, there are 79 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay. So does everyone understand John's amendment? Okay.
Does the wording need clarification to have a vote in terms of the grandfathering? I mean, do we actually need to kind of just look at the wording that staff are going to include when it appears as an as voted document?
Well, I would, my answer to that, for what it's worth, is I don't think it does because of the phrase, if applicants are not able to immediately comply, which for me covers, those who've already have structures in place that don't comply. So, because essentially the process we're setting up requires them to apply for approval of their structures, and the ones who can't immediately comply are ones who have structures that don't meet the standards.
I mean, what about perhaps phrasing it as a vehicle just to ask for a waiver of it, you know, for the period ending December 31st? You know, as to existing structures.
Mhm.
And that allows, you know, I mean, that could allow staff to review and determine. It's just a thought.
Well, I think it, Select Board Member Van Scoyac, it was requesting the submission of a plan to achieve compliance by a certain date. More so than, would we need a waiver and a plan, or is the plan to achieve compliance sufficient?
Are you asking me?
I think I'm asking Patty.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. So how would that work? Somebody would submit a plan. So the wording would be that existing non-compliant structures will submit a plan for compliance by January 1st. And essentially, right?
Okay.
Okay, I guess the procedural question is, do we need to vote on the amendment first? I assume we do.
Sounds right to me.
Okay, so I'm going to move approval of the amendment by John Skoyak, Van Scoyac, by John.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's late, and I'm tired.
Yeah.
Do you want to repeat your amendment?
Yeah, I will.
And why don't you move it? Why don't you
Well,
move it?
I'm happy to move it. I just wanted to know if Patty Correa wants me to just slightly tweak the wording here.
Yeah, why don't you, now that we've talked about it a bit, do you want to tweak as you go? And we'll all write it down. Because it's going to need to get incorporated into
And what's the phrase that you want to incorporate, Patty?
Okay, so we're on page 4, those 2 first sub-bullet points.
Yeah.
So there could be a sentence after each one of those that says existing non-conforming, or it could say licensees with existing non-conforming structures may submit a plan to bring the structures into compliance by January 1st, 2022. If necessary, in lieu of immediate compliance.
Okay. So do you have that written? Did you write that down as you were reciting it?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll read. I think it might go best if we just put the 2 sentences together. And if I'll read mine first, and then you read yours, and then that forms the whole. Okay.
Hey, can I ask a question? Why January 1st, 2022? Usually it's December 31st, isn't it? I mean,
somebody suggested that. I mean, it doesn't make any
thing.
It could be December 31st.
I'm going to give my answer, which is probably silly, but December 31st is New Year's Eve, and you know, that's probably the last that they would make use of them for a while. But I don't know.
January 1st is New Year's Day. You're recovering from New Year's Eve. Okay.
I'm sure it's immaterial whether.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on.
Yeah.
So John, make your motion.
So
along with Patty's work language.
I'm going to make this motion, and then when I get to the end of the sentence that I've got in quotations, Patty's going to read her sentence. And this language goes after the second sub-bullet for each of the first 2 bullets under outdoor seating area design guidance. And here is the sentence starting with this part. Quote, if applicants are not able to immediately comply with this height limit, applicants may submit a plan along with their outdoor seating application outlining how they will achieve compliance by January 1st, 2022.
Okay, now Patty.
Yeah, I mean, in lieu of that, it might make sense to kind of build in the grandfathering idea from the outset. So suggestion, licensees with existing non-conforming structures may submit a plan to bring the structures into compliance by December 31st, 2021, if necessary, in lieu of immediate compliance. So that's just kind of.
So do you think your
Language
sentence should go
on the
first?
fly.
Do you think your sentence should go first? I'm sorry.
Well, I think it might go in lieu of, just to capture the whole
Oh,
idea
in
of
lieu of.
grandfathering right at the outset.
Yeah, well, Meredith, does that sound like it achieves what the first version achieved?
Yes, I think it incorporates both of the initial amendment and then the Patty's legal language. I think we got it.
I'm sorry if I wasn't listening carefully enough, but does Patty's include the phrase along with their outdoor seating application?
No.
So in other words, they could, what it says is if they couldn't immediately, if they haven't, first of all, the first step is, do they have an existing non-conforming structure?
Yeah.
Right. So if they do, then in lieu of immediate compliance, they can submit a plan for compliance by the end of the year. And then we'll just let it go at that, and then, staff will have to review the plan beginning next year and make sure they approve it.
Yeah,
but at
so
least for this year, they can just submit a plan.
I'm going to take Meredith's.
I think what you were saying.
If we vote on Patty's wording, that's sufficient, and you don't need the wording that I recited.
Okay. So I move the amendment of John as amended by Town Council to be licensees in existing non-conforming structures may submit a plan to bring structures into compliance by January 1, 2022, if necessary, in lieu of immediate compliance. Is that accurate, Patty?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, so now we're back to the main document as amended. Yes,
And,
Meredith?
Chair, sorry to interrupt. So in the regulations guidelines, the issue of permit fees is simply identified as amount to be determined by the select board. It would be helpful to get some direction on that.
Pardon me?
It would be helpful to get some direction on the select board about any.
Well, I guess from my standpoint, we don't really have any basis for setting fees. I mean, I'd need to know some more information. Do we need to do, would we need to set the fees right now? Okay, I guess people are looking at Patty. Patty?
I don't think you need to set it as a matter of voting the regulations.
Okay.
I mean, that vote is a separate vote.
Okay, that makes sense. So we'll just be back. You'll be back with a fee structure.
So we are hoping to implement the program as of April 1 and get the applications rolling as soon as tomorrow, if possible.
So you want to? So you want to?
I'm sorry, Bernard. I'm
Do you
sorry.
have a recommendation?
Yeah.
Do you have a recommendation about a fee structure?
So the past COVID outdoor seating program did not include any fees, given the fact that it was in service to the restaurants during an incredibly difficult time for their industry. There are fees associated with implementing this program, especially for the outdoor dining parklets. The $420 from DPW for the installation of the barriers is the most obvious immediate cost associated with this program.
Okay, I guess I need some guidance as to what type of fees we're going to be approving. Heather?
I don't think it's fruitful to really have this conversation tonight. I think we're all kind of burnt out. A lot of people are waiting to continue to speak. I get the urgency, but I think it needs to be on a separate meeting where we're responding to a recommendation by staff. I fully agree that there needs to be a fee because we can't continue to, provide services that we end up paying for on our end. But I think right now we're not in a headspace to be able to have this conversation, and we have a lot of people waiting.
Okay. Patty, can we, I don't know, can we delegate to staff on a temporary basis to set a fee so they can start operating tomorrow? No, okay.
It's statutory. Yeah, so just so we don't lose the thread, we voted the amendment to the regulations, but there hasn't been a vote yet to the regulations themselves.
I know, and that's because they're trying to deal with the fees.
Yeah, I mean that the regulations are vague about that. It just says fee as approved by the select board. So those are two separate votes.
Okay, unless you have a fee structure that we can look at and vote on, we're gonna have to vote without the fee structure, and that's gonna screw things up. But we have a meeting next week. We have a meeting Thursday, if necessary, to bring something to us.
Okay, we can regroup and circle back.
Okay, so let's vote on the regulations without fee structure, and deal with fee structure at some future point. I move approval of the regulations as set forth in our packet. All in favor, Nancy?
Yeah, aye.
Heather?
Aye.
John? I'm sorry, Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, we'll see you later with your fee structure.
Thank you.
Do you work on this? Everybody.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next. We have warrant articles, right? Let me get to warrant articles, public hearing. Discussion and possible vote on warrant articles 2, 3, 6, 7, 32, and 34. Melissa, are you here? Or who's gonna talk about this?
Chair Green, I think that actually Melissa is here. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Good evening. I know that there are some petitioners that have been waiting a while, so I'm happy to defer to them if you want to take the petitioned articles first.
Yeah, why don't we start? It looks like 34 is one that is proposed we take first. Why don't we do that?
Hi, this is Paul Harris. I'd be glad to start with Article 34 if you'd like.
Go ahead.
I have my own remarks, and then Nathan Spritz, one of the co-sponsors, was also going to give remarks, but he's had trouble getting into the call. So my question is, can I read my remarks and then also read his remarks?
That makes sense. Do it.
Okay. I'm Paul Harris, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 9. For the past year, COVID-19 has been a major stress test for the world, the US, Massachusetts, and Brookline. Hopefully, we are learning from this challenging experience, and as we come out of it, we will be a stronger, more compassionate, and more resilient community. This warrant article was inspired by Elizabeth Warren's federal wealth tax proposal, introduced by her on March 1st, 2021 as S510, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to impose a tax on the net value of assets of a taxpayer and for other purposes. In her press release, it is referred to as, quote, the Ultra Millionaire Tax Act, unquote. It establishes a 2% annual tax on the net worth of households and trusts between $50 million and $1 billion. It also establishes a 1% annual surtax, 3% tax overall, on the net worth of households and trusts above $1 billion. Of course, Elizabeth Warren's bill has only been introduced. To become law, it must be passed by both houses in the US Congress and signed by the president. In the meantime, we have warrant Article 34 here in Brookline. This warrant article gives Brookline households an opportunity to express their love for Brookline by making an annual voluntary financial contribution to our town government with a suggested guideline of 1% of net worth above $10 million. This is the kind of innovation for which Brookline has historically been known. It's a little like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett's giving pledge for billionaires, except it's at the local level and it's only 1%. Mike Bloomberg, former mayor of New York City, says the most innovative ideas almost always start at the local level. I know, now I'm talking from my own perspective, I know wealthy people in Brookline who supported Elizabeth Warren's presidential campaign and her wealth tax proposal. 2 Brookline residents signed an open letter supporting a federal wealth tax that they would have to pay. When my wife Mary and I were doing our income taxes for 2020, we noticed that Massachusetts gave us an option to pay a state income tax rate of 5.85% rather than the legally required 5%. Instead of just saying no, we decided to talk about it. 2020 was a difficult year, financially and otherwise, for state governments as well as for cities and towns. These governments need financial support. We can afford to pay more. So we paid the higher rate voluntarily. We felt good about it then, and we still do. This warrant article is similar to the Massachusetts income tax option to pay a higher rate, except it is at the local level and it is based on wealth, not income. In January 1989, I was on vacation in Thailand and spent 24 hours in a Buddhist monastery. During that time, I had a 3-hour one-on-one conversation with one of the Buddhist monks. He said, "Wealth is good, but health is better." Why? If we have wealth but not health, we can't enjoy the wealth. Then he said, "Health is good, but wisdom is better." Why? If we have health but not wisdom, we suffer because we know sooner or later we will lose our health. If we have wisdom, we can live happily and die gracefully. I'm happy today because I have enough, including enough sense to know that I have enough. I want to talk with others who see themselves as having enough. Brookline is a wealthy community. Are we a healthy community? Are we a wise community? Are we happy? How can we become healthier, wiser, happier, kinder, and more loving? We can design, plan for, and realize a 21st century vision for Brookline in a global context. Of course, it will take time and money. Working together, let's keep our eyes on the vision of a healthy, wise, happy Brookline community that is peaceful, prosperous, just, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're going to read.
Now I'd like to read the comments from, yeah, I'll just read the comments from Nathan Spritz and then take any questions you may have. So this is from Nathan Spritz. Income taxes are fundamentally different from property taxes, and in financial terms, they make a lot of sense. The state can tax individuals or companies against current income for what should be current period expenses. Property taxes are different. They ask for tax contributions based on the value of illiquid assets. There may be a correlation between property value and owner income, but it is not exact. The U.S. has an income tax. The top marginal rate in 1913 was 7%. It increased to 77% in 1918 during the First World War. Back then, the U.S. taxed as best it could to pay for the extraordinary expenses it was incurring. During the Roaring '20s, the top rate dropped to 25% and then increased to 64% in 1932. During the 1950s, the top marginal rate reached 91% before dropping to 70% in 1965. The 1980s saw a further decline until the Tax Reform Act of 1986, when the top rate bottomed out at 28%. As we all know, since the 1980s, the US has fought 3 wars, gone through a near depression experience, and fought a pandemic. And the top marginal tax rate stayed low by historical standards, bouncing around in the 30s. How did we manage to pay for all that spending associated with all of these crises? We borrowed. We borrowed from the same people who would normally have financed spending through taxes. Instead, they financed it through lending. To drive this home, think about this. Instead of collecting more from the ultra-high earners in the last 4 decades, we pay them interest on the bonds they bought. That is right. Low-income workers are paying interest to wealthy people for the privilege of keeping top marginal tax rates low. Tax policy contributed to the growing wealth gaps between the 0.1% and the top 1%, between the top 1% and the top 5%, and between them and everyone else. This payment, in addition to tax, should be a tax not to penalize the wealthy, but rather to catch up on what they should have been paying all along. I am in favor of some forms of government spending, local, state, and national. Others may be in favor of spending for other purposes and objectives. We should all be in favor of paying for as much of it as possible using current revenue. The fiat is just a start on the local level to create a new revenue stream to help fund the wonderful programs we can only dream about without more money. It is also a signal to others that more progressive tax policy is better tax policy. In the meantime, we have some catch up to do, and catching up on prior undertaxed income means taxing current wealth. If you like the good working government, you have to like this approach. It is only math. Do not let politics get in the way. This payment is voluntary, but the message it sends is clear. It is also a very good start. Thank you, Paul, for bringing this to us.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the board before we open up to public hearing? Okay, Devin, is anyone in the queue wanting to talk from the public?
At this time, there are 71 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I'll close the hearing. Anything from the select board? Yeah, Heather.
I guess my only question is, I'm a little surprised that this can be accomplished through a warrant article and I guess not a ballot initiative.
Well, it's because it's not a tax. If it were a tax, it would require not only a ballot initiative, but also if it passed in Brookline, we'd have to get approval from the state, and we would probably need an amendment to the state constitution. The reason we can do this as a warrant article is because it's totally voluntary.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't include any guidelines as to how this money would be used.
In the warrant article, it has a committee that the select board would appoint that would make recommendations regarding disbursement of the funds.
Okay. Any other questions from the select board?
I was just going to say before, I know we won't vote on it tonight anyway, but before we hear on this again, I'd love to understand, I don't know, from maybe the town administrator's point of view or someone else, the impact on staff time that this might take to accomplish this. So if we can get some feedback on that in the future, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, good point.
So is that something that you would like me to look into, or that you would like?
Well, I mean, I guess, it'd be nice. I mean, I had some guidelines that would have required this, but, the board didn't adopt them. Be nice if people with warrant articles would make sure that they review with someone in staff to get a sense of what the consequences or the cost of the warrant article would be. And in this case, staff time, I guess.
Yeah, so I noticed that Melissa Goff is on the call, and she's somebody I've had some email communication with, but I will follow up with her.
Okay. Raul, what cost with respect to staff time are you thinking about?
Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Is it staff in the committee? There's sort of this notion of the outreach and who's coordinating all that outreach. I imagine there might be, maybe there's no staff time, but I just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And still, it's a good question to ask. And yeah, before we see you again, do it. John, did you have your hand up?
I had my hand up. Yes, thanks. And Paul Harris, thank you so much for presenting this to us. But I did have a question. Have you done an estimate as to what you think this will raise?
No, because it's voluntary. The range is, I'll give you an idea how big the range is. It could be 0 if nobody volunteers. If one of our billionaires, we have a few billionaires in Brookline, if someone with $1 billion agreed to pay this at the rate of 1% of net worth above $10 million, that would be just for $1 million. I mean, $1 billion, that would be $10 million a year. So there's a pretty big range in what it could be. And I have talked with a few wealthy people in Brookline. I've gotten some encouragement from them, but nobody has stepped up and said, if this passes, I will definitely contribute.
Well, the reason I ask is that, the only thing I can think of that might compare to this is that the state, as you mentioned, the state has a voluntary, you can check it off and pay a little extra. And, granted that the way the state does it is, you agree to a very small bump up, in your income tax payments. But the real experience under that program is that, out of a budget of $40 billion, the state takes in about $250,000 on average, a year, which I don't trust myself to do the math on this stuff. But I tried doing the math to figure out, okay, so if it's 250,000 on 40 billion, how much would we be likely to collect on 300 million? And I came up with something like $2,000. So I think Raul's question becomes relevant. It's relevant no matter what, but if there is a cost, and if you're only collecting, a couple of $1,000s from this, maybe the net gain isn't that great. But.
Well, I think the Brookline would be different from the state. I mean, who wants to help the state? Whereas, we could, market this as an opportunity to provide funds that presumably would have more flexibility with for, safety net, during this time of COVID crisis, or, the schools, whatever. So, but anyway, a good point nonetheless. Nancy?
Yeah. Don't we have a voluntary program to pay additional tax and to benefit seniors? You
Yes.
check off on your tax bill and you.
That's the Taxation Aid Committee. Yes.
Yeah. And how much does that bring in, Melissa?
Very little. I think Gina might know for sure, but I don't think there's a lot of activity in that.
Right.
And it's run with an existing staff. We didn't add resources to support that.
So it may just be a good idea, not a practical one.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, we've had our public hearing, so let's move on. What you want to go back to top warrant article? Number 1.
Sure. I can run through the next few a little bit quickly. I know there's a lot of people waiting. So Article 2 is collective bargaining. At this point, we do not have any collective bargaining agreements. Should that happen down the road, I think we can reopen. But right now, the recommendation under Article 2 is for no action.
Okay. Do we need to have a hearing for that?
If you're taking a position on an article, you're going to need to announce a hearing.
No action is okay. Okay. Devin, open up the hearing.
this time, there are 68 attendees and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay. Why don't we vote on the, I'll close the hearing. Why don't we vote on this? It's a no action vote. Get this out of the way. I move no action on warrant article 2, the collective bargaining article. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I vote aye too. Okay, next, compensating balances.
So this next article is also an annual article that the board votes, which allows the treasurer collector to have arrangements with banks to keep certain balances in the accounts in order to receive banking services. And Gina's here if you have additional questions.
Okay, does anyone have a question about this? And we do it every year. It's fairly straightforward. Devin, why don't we have a hearing?
At this time, there are 69 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, give them a little more time. Let's close the hearing. Let's vote on this one. It's fairly straightforward. I move approval of warrant article number 3, compensating balances. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
I vote aye. Okay, next, warrant article 6, PT exemptions.
So these are property tax exemptions, and Rashid from the assessing office is here to describe a little bit more on this article.
Okay.
If we can get him promoted.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm still awake. My name is Rashid Belsin, Acting Chief Assessor. This is Article 6, Property Tax Exemptions. This article provides for an increase in property tax exemptions amount for certain classes of individuals, including surviving spouses, the elderly, blinds, and disabled veterans. The proposed increases, which require annual reauthorization, have been approved annually since fiscal year 1989. The estimated cost for fiscal year 22 is approximately $42,250 and is funded through the tax abatement overlay reserve account. The town allows the law allows the town to increase the exemption by up to 100%. Which doubles it basically.
Okay, any questions on the board? I'm sorry, you were finished, right, Rashid?
Yeah, pretty much done, yeah.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hey, Devin, this is a public hearing. Let's see if anyone wants to speak.
This time, there are 66 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay. Let's close the hearing. Any further discussion from the board? Are people comfortable voting for this one? Okay, so I move approval of warrant article 6, property tax exemptions. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Bernard votes aye. Okay, next, warrant article 7, Driscoll School bonds. Okay, this is a substantive one.
Oh, this one should be straightforward too. So essentially, when we voted the Driscoll School appropriation, there was language that was missing from the vote that would allow us to apply the bond premium to the cost of the project, therefore lowering the overall cost of the project. So Bond Council has provided us with language that allows us to retroactively apply the bond premium, which then would allow us to reduce the overall impact of the project on the taxpayers. So Gina is also here if you have any additional questions, but that's pretty much what Article 7 is looking to do.
Okay, so if bond council's involved, they have come up with some magic language. So do we have that language? If we wanted to vote, it seems to me that there's no reason why we wouldn't.
It looks like the language is here.
Would just be to convert the article into a motion form.
I'm sorry, where is the language? In the packet?
I'm looking at my warrant packet.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you put the language, I don't think you put it in our packet, did you?
Good. Well, can Melissa recite the language?
Yes, it'd be fairly straightforward. Sorry, I didn't have my warrant packet out. Okay. Melissa, what is the language?
Sure. Let me just get the article open. Voted that the town will appropriate $1,903,000, representing a portion of the net premium received upon the sale of the town's 153,365 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2020 bonds dated March 19th, 2020, to pay a 1.903000 portion of the cost of the Driscoll School reconstruction project authorized in the amount of $115,300,000 by a vote of the town passed November 19, 2019, in parens Article 4, excluded from the limitations of Proposition 2.5, so-called on December 10th, 2019, question 1 in parens, the Driscoll School project, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed for such project by the like amount, to appropriate $4,145,750, representing a portion of the net premium received upon the sale of the town's $159,520,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2021 bonds dated March 24th, 2021, to pay a $4,145,750 portion of the cost of the Driscoll School project, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed for such project by a like amount, and take and then that's the end of the vote. So that would be the motion.
Okay,
So
I'm not
it's a
going to
mouthful.
repeat that. I don't think a select board member needs to have articulated it. So I move approval of
I'm not sure. Did you have your hearing on this one? I didn't. Did you
Oh,
announce a hearing on this one?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Sorry.
This time there are 66 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so let's close the hearing. Sorry about that. All in favor of the bond language as recited by Melissa Goff, indicate by raising your hand or saying aye. Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next one, CPA committee.
This one is pretty straightforward as well. If the voter question passes for the CPA, we are required to create a committee, and this article allows us to do that, and it includes it in the bylaws. The only clarification that I do have to make on this one is that the explanation needs to be amended, because I erroneously put that it was the Housing Advisory Board that had a seat, but it's actually the Housing Authority that has the seat. The words of the article are correct. It's just the explanation that needs to be amended. And thanks to Roger Blood for pointing that out.
I'm sorry, which article is this?
This is the article on the CPA committee. I think it's Article 32.
Okay.
Yes, Article 32. So just the clarity on the explanation.
Okay, any questions from the board before we open up for a hearing?
Just very quickly, just on the establishment and membership 1A, maybe we just make it a little bit more clear. It says one member, this is actually of the Brookline Housing Authority as designated by such authority. Everything else is referring to a board, and I just want to make sure there's no ambiguity about whether or not it's the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners versus the executive director that's making that appointment. And so maybe if we just add by the commissioners or something to that effect, it just makes it, if that's the intention, that it just makes it more clear.
Okay, I think that's fair enough.
What section is that in, Raul?
1A.
1A, okay.
Yeah.
That is the intention, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just put the word board after the, and then include that in your motion. That would be converting the article into proper form. I would ask that we actually allow for scrivener's correction once we get from town council what section of the bylaws this would be inserted into. So you have the XXX at the beginning. That's a placeholder for wherever this is going to fit within the bylaws. And then making the correction as noticed by Select Board Member Fernandez.
Right. Okay. Devin, why don't we open this up for a hearing?
At this time, there are 65 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, we'll see if that continues. Okay, let's close the hearing. Any further comment or questions from the board?
I do see that Deborah Brown would like to make a comment.
Okay, so let's open up the hearing again.
Deborah, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
It won't take 3 minutes. Melissa, thank you for bringing these warrant articles up. It is so late that I think that were this not at 10 o'clock, that there would likely be a more robust discussion around this warrant article. And I would ask that if it's possible that you table a vote so that people that are really interested in this have an opportunity to more meaningfully participate.
We normally don't vote on the first reading of an article, but those that are fairly straightforward, we do vote. So we are going to have another opportunity for people to have their say on this. It won't be posted as a hearing, right?
Is this my hearing to speak?
Well, this is your official hearing to speak.
Well, then I guess I'm asking that the hearing be extended or whatever the appropriate phrase is.
Okay, can we adjourn the hearing to the next time that this article comes up, Melissa?
So we have it scheduled for, we usually schedule all the articles for a vote the following week, so we can
just make a note that we'll have a hearing at that point.
Thank you, Bernard, because I could think of a half dozen people that would probably be here if it were a little earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any other people in the queue, Devin?
No.
Okay, close the hearing again. So we're not going to vote on this, and we're going to adjourn the hearing to a future date. And that is the last of our warrant articles, and everything else we've previously worked on. So let's go back to our public hearing on policing.
The next person signed up for public comment in the policing public hearing is Kay Vanderseel. You've been promoted to a panelist and you can unmute and share your video when you're comfortable. Your time will begin.
Thank you all and good evening. I'm Kay Vanderseel, town meeting member from Precinct 15 and member of the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. I want to thank everybody who's done so much work on both of these committees, the committee and the task force, most of whom were put in many, many hours and were essentially unpaid. So reading the reports from both of the groups, it's clear that the police have been asked to perform lots of functions that seem to have devolved to them. And I'm not sure why, mainly because they're available 24/7, I would suspect. But many of these jobs are ones that could probably be better performed by other professionals. Other communities have done that, and with no detriment to public safety. I noted that Bernard on March 2nd said, let me start by saying the presumption of the Police Reform Committee is that the Brookline Police Department is a very good department in all areas. and I think it was of civic concerns. And further later he says, we're not perfect. We have areas of, we have a lot of issues. It's not perfect. I wonder if this preconceived notion may have undermined the committee's ability to assess what is needed in the town of Brookline. It's kind of a classic example of coming up with the wrong answer because you asked the wrong question. The task, despite what others have said, the task forces relied on data to back up their recommendations with data of a robust nature. The task force took it upon themselves to ask not how can we make policing better, but how can we ensure the public safety of all. It should be no surprise that I support the task force's work, and I applaud their work and feel that their proposals are rather modest. Actually, we need much more than this, but it is a good start, and it will move us in the direction that Brookline needs to be a more just and equitable town.
You have 30 seconds. The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. Deborah, you can unmute and your time will begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the work that everybody's done, and I know that it's late. I wanted to begin by thanking Amy Newell for her brave and very thoughtful message about mental health and select board. I do hope that that you were listening and that you hear what she said and how this has a real impact on how we view public safety going forward. This is a shout out to the seniors. Arthur Conquest and I have introduced a budget amendment to bring Wi-Fi to BHA residents. This has gone unfunded twice before, so please reach out to your town meeting members to help bring Wi-Fi to the town's neediest residents. I endorse the reimagining recommendations. We need to be bold and thoughtful when thinking about how we care for one another. And being bold and thoughtful are not mutually exclusive. We have a problem in how to communicate or how communities police. And Brookline is Brookline best using resources to best protect its residents and its guests. Reimagining says that there are better ways to govern, protect, and work with people. All of Brookline's residents and guests, regardless of race, color, age, ability, gender, or sexual orientation, deserve to have this level of security. And of course, the third rail in all of this is race. Racism is an issue within the broader society, and Brookline is no exception. It's almost ubiquitous. It does not matter whether it's intentional or unintentional. Impact should be the determinant. Much of the reimagining is really saying care more about people of color and those marginalized and our experiences with law enforcement. Care more about young men of color who are made to live in fear. Spend money on workforce and youth development instead of the criminal industrial complex. Spend more money on mental health workers before you have a crisis instead of funding the police. And oh, by the way, I was a mental health worker and I was on call 24/7 certain days. Use cannabis funds immediately to help people who have been disproportionately impacted by Brookline's war on drugs.
You have 30 seconds.
Walk and talk and SROs teach me little about how the programs help children or men of color lead richer lives. I was at a BHA hearing last week, and most of the people of color flat out said, we don't want it, we don't need it. And the SRO is actually an assault on young students of color, and in particular, and any marginalized group. I'll conclude by saying that as we go forward, we have to ask tough questions. What is it we're trying to achieve? Do we have a mechanism for measuring? And I would argue that the status quo does not, has not ever had one, and based on what I've read, does not have the ability to figure out how to do it now.
You've reached 3 minutes.
Brookline can do better for the people in this town that it marginalizes without hurting others. This does not need to be a zero-sum game. There's a positive sum game to be had. Accept the reimagining recommendations. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Emily Chen. Emily, you can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, Select Board. My name is Emily Chen. I'm a recent Brookline High graduate and I live in Precinct 14. I expect that there will be folks today speaking in favor of the police, and I want to reiterate that the Reimagining Task Force's findings are not a critique of your friends and family who are police, nor are they condemning any person that comprises our police department. Rather, the task force examines the police as an institution, one that's inadequate in ensuring public safety for all members of the community. Public safety in Brookline and everywhere extends beyond law enforcement. It includes social work, it includes housing, it includes a vast number of things. And I'm incredibly thankful for the task force's work in the last 7 months to prioritize those branches of public safety that are underfunded and undervalued. I think that a department like Brookline Forward that centers community engagement is exactly what this town needs. Lastly, I want to note that the recommendations put forth by the task force are not only imaginative in terms of safety, but they also expand upon our definition of violence. Violence isn't limited to criminal acts. It's homelessness. It's the stigma against mental illness. It's the targeted surveillance of poor persons of color. And it's the microaggressions committed against them. I support the task force to reimagine policing because they're working to build structures that address violence in its many everyday forms. Thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Michael Kushner. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Hi, thank you so much for this time to speak, and thank you to everyone who's contributed to both these reports. A lot of people have already spoke tonight at this point, so I'll be brief, but I just really want to share my support for the Reimagining Police Task Force. I really feel that we are in a moment where we don't really, frankly, have time for reform. I think a lot of people have spoken about, can we reform the police? Can we make smaller measures? I think nationally, across this country, we have decades of history that tells us that we just really don't have time for that. And while I can understand that people have concerns about change, I think we always have concern for change. I think it's really important for us to hear from all the folks who are affected by police and the way policing happens in this country right now, every day, including many people have spoken here today about their own experiences and experiences of their families. I hope that those experiences are uplifted and really considered in how we move forward. I'd also just say that I personally don't believe that there is an opportunity to sort of merge the reimagining and the reform task force. I think they come from very separate and distinct places. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that in order for us to move forward and have a city that is truly equitable and a city that is focused on racial justice and social justice, we have to take those steps suggested by the Reimagining Police Force. So I just urge people to really listen to those who are speaking about being affected by current policing and, be willing to kind of sit with the discomfort and be willing to kind of embrace the possibility for change, because I think it really is for the better of our town. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Bill Schechter. You've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute, your time will begin.
Okay, the one thing I've decided definitely is that I do not plan to run for the select board. Thank you all for staying up so late to hear from everyone. I have no opinion about Brookline Forward, the reorganization, the proposed reorganization. I don't know enough. And I'd like to know how the constituent departments that would be affected feel about it. I support a cahoots approach to dealing with incidents involving mentally ill people, addicts, etc. But I'd like to know how it will be determined that any given incident does not have the potential to become violent? Who makes that assessment? I know that some very well-trained, dedicated state social workers sometimes insist on a police escort before they enter a situation. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the details here. Things seem a little complicated to me, but I do like the cahoots concept, and I think it's worth a try. Not sure if a civilian oversight board's still being recommended. Haven't heard much about it tonight, but I'd support that. Police are given a lot of power, and a strong system of accountability goes hand in hand. Civilians have a role to play in that. Of course, as with everything, the devil is in the details. Lastly, I strongly oppose any efforts to remove police from all community institutions except the police station. The creative way to deal with the dangers of an authoritarian, insulated, so-called blue culture is for police and citizens have more chances, not fewer, to get to know each other as people. NPR recently had a program in which a Black Lives Matter activist described his efforts organizing demonstrations in Seattle. The host then asked him what things were like in his own town. His response was, "Oh, we have no problems with the police there. It's a different situation. They know our names. We know them." We need to give Brookline residents a chance to get to know their police officers and vice versa. Please, no pariahs in Brookline. If current programs can be improved or reformulated, let's do that. And please, no disingenuous calls for data to prove that opportunities for human interaction are important. I taught in a high school for a long time. We had counselors and psychologists who dealt daily with psychological and emotional issues. They have a critical role to play and will continue to do so. But if we want to acculturate police to a guardian role, we must allow them to participate in the community's culture. Again, we need more programs that provide contexts for interaction. Thank you very much for listening to this so late at night. Take care.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ava Ackerman. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and then your time will begin.
Hi, thank you, everyone. And I echo what Bill said. Thank you for staying up so late. My name is Eva, and I wanted to first and foremost say that I support all of the recommendations of the task force to reimagine policing. I wanted to first respond to the statement made earlier regarding the relatively low number of police misconduct allegations in Brookline. Firstly, considering police have access to weaponry, one case of police misconduct is one too many. One case has meant death in countless incidents across the country. Secondly, having grown up in this town, I am convinced that those numbers solely signify vast underreporting. Growing up in Brookline, I recall numerous occasions when my classmates of color, specifically Black and Latinx peers, were harassed and targeted by Brookline cops. Simultaneously, cops always treated me well, regardless of the number of times cops caught my white friends or me with marijuana or alcohol. Cops granted my white friends free passes while harshly reprimanding my friends of color and their family members for non-issues. Here are just 3 examples of those non-issues. One friend took a walk to watch the sunrise. Another friend's mother assisted an open house. And another peer and her father waited in the car for a family member. Each time, cops followed and accosted them, and the excuse that they looked suspicious. White supremacy is deeply rooted in all systems in this country. This is particularly true of the police, a system founded to catch slaves and bust unions. A few other thoughts I have. I attended Brookline Public Schools. I attend Brookline High School before the advent of school resource officers, as did I think many of the people's children on the select board. And never in my years in the Brookline school system did I feel unsafe or like I needed someone to protect me. In contrast, currently, I've heard from high school students who attend schools with school resource officers that entering school feels akin to, quote, being a prisoner in my own school. A second thought, it's a 3% budget cut. It's incredibly small. I'm shocked that this cut is considered an affront to the Brookline Police Department. And lastly, this is an exciting opportunity to reimagine what public safety can look like in this town. It's an opportunity to fund those necessary mental health services, and I think you can continue to figure out what else we need to fund. That should include workforce development, public housing, and numerous other issues. I'm excited that this can be a time when Brookline follows the lead of the movement for Black lives and in general, Black and Brown organizers across the country after one of the biggest uprisings that we've ever seen in the United States, and an incredibly inspiring one. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Jennifer Pastor. Jennifer, you've been promoted and you can share your video if you're comfortable. And when you unmute, your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pastor. I'm lieutenant in the Brookline Police Department, where I've worked for over 20 years. I'm also a lifelong resident of this town. I have 4 children under the age of 9 that my husband and I chose to raise here because we wanted them to have the same opportunities that I had as a kid. But I have to say that over the course of this past year, this town has become unrecognizable to me. People have become ugly to one another, and as a resident and as a mother, it crushes me. In my role as a police supervisor, I feel like I've been trying to solve this huge problem, only I don't know exactly what the problem is and no one can give me a clear answer. But people do seem quick to assign plenty of blame to the police department, and I can tell you that that seems unfair. The murder of George Floyd last May sparked a period of unrest across our country. Here in Brookline, we saw our own protests and community responses. At June's town meeting, a future member of the Reimagining Task Force petitioned to defund our department by over $3 million to show that she was doing something in response to what happened in Minnesota. This task force was spearheaded by the only select board member who supported the petition to defund us, and they found several like-minded people to work with them. The problem with that approach is that it creates blind spots. With so much talk about intent versus impact, it's important for everybody to know that the impacts of those cuts last spring would have meant that our youngest and most diverse groups of officer were fired. 93% of the police department budget is personnel, and there's just no way around that. I know that the members of the Reimagining Task Force put in a lot of hours, and their report definitely highlights some of the larger problems plaguing our society. Racism in our country is a huge problem, beginning as early as conception and access to prenatal care. Our state also has a huge problem around how we care for people with behavioral health and substance use issues. I don't know how we fix what is so broken in this area of our society, but I do know that in Brookline, the problem does not lie in the area of emergency crisis response. Police officers were never meant to replace the important work being done by our social workers or psychiatrists. The people in our community have always been free to call their mental health providers or their ESP. Our residents have choices, and still the community calls us, the police department, and called us over 63,000 times last year for help. Unfortunately, I think the Reimagining Committee missed the mark in the report when they failed to look at what services are already in place here in Brookline. They failed to address how the actual current needs of our community could be met, given the limitations at much higher levels than town government. This would have been a great time to highlight the excellent partnerships that currently exist between our town agencies. The shortcomings and problems with our current model exist because of much larger issues like insurance and state mandates around consent for treatment. And these issues won't be solved by the creation of another town agency or by bringing in a model like Cahoots.
You have 30 seconds.
Thanks. Every member of my department tries their best to respond to whatever the community throws at us. And sometimes that means mitigating leaf blower complaints. Sometimes, like over this past weekend, our officers get called for a domestic dispute and they locate a suspect in possession of a stolen firearm. Just this morning, we were called by a town social worker who was afraid of her client and wanted the police to help de-escalate the situation. And we always respond. And the last thing, maybe it's a pet peeve, but I can't help but notice that some people insist on using the word armed police officers. This term is redundant. Every police officer in Massachusetts is armed. Having police officer in my kid's school doesn't worry me, it gives me peace. If we're using the medical analogy, I'd refer to our SROs as the Tylenol in the medicine cabinet. You hope you don't need it, but you sure are happy you have it when you do. The bigger concern to me, 259% increase we've seen this year in new firearms applications. And I worry that we have a community that's fearful. And I hope we can all start working together again soon. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sam Payne. Sam, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for being here so late at night.
I'm speaking today in favor of the Reimagining Task Force's recommendations. I think that police officers in our community and our society are tasked with far too much and do not have the particular training that is often necessary to help de-escalate situations and help with with situations that don't require force. I think that social workers are a very important part of our society, but they are often difficult for people to access. Whereas police officers are very easy for people to access, and for that reason become overutilized for tasks that they are not trained to handle. And this leads to bad outcomes in many situations. I think that the root cause of most crime is poverty. And I think we all know that in Brookline, poverty is an issue that affects a very small amount of us. And I believe that we would be much better off spending money to address the root of our problems in Brookline than to continue increasing police budgets and over-relying on people who are not trained to deal with mental health crises and other related things that I think would be better off done by other agencies. Thank you. I yield my time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sam Tarlow. Sam, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin when you unmute.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me the time to speak and for everybody's attention this late in the evening. I am speaking tonight in order to provide support and say that I fully support the task force to reimagine policing's recommendations. Specifically, would be very happy to see the creation of a social services department in Brookline that would try to get at the root causes of economic and social inequalities. And then in the meantime, removing SROs from Brookline schools, replacing the walk and talk program. Some of the other recommendations that I fully support be lobbying the state for a home rule petition to allow for unarmed civilians to take over traffic enforcement. I would love to see the creation of a civilian oversight board with actual investigatory powers and ability to hold police accountable. And finally, and certainly not least important, shifting away from the police to a cahoots-like service that a lot of people have brought up and mentioned here and there throughout this evening. I think it's a great idea. I would love to see it happen in Brookline. I would love to see it happen nationwide. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm feeling a little tired, but I am here saying I support the task force to reimagine policing's recommendations, and I hope that you all get some rest after this. Thank you much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Ariel Maddox. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you. Ariel Maddox, she, her, town meeting member, precinct 10, and parent of 2 children in Brookline Public Schools. First, I appreciate the work put into these recommendations, and I strongly support the Reimagining Task Force's recommendations. I'm going to share a personal example of thinking differently about how we provide services and meet needs. One of my children was really struggling with annual vaccines. We spent a lot of time exploring how to effectively make sure they got their shots and tried a number of approaches ranging from restraining the child to bribery to having more time with the nurses. It got really, really bad. Our child was having full breakdowns. Our pediatrician changed the model and had our appointment for vaccines start with a visit with a therapist. Our child had their needs met and was able to get vaccines smoothly from then on. Adding more nurses didn't help her child get shots, but rather setting up the right resources from other people did. Similarly, the task force recommendations don't make us less safe, but invest in better serving our community. By providing more focus on social services and community structures, we can all be safer. In the case of my child, we'd been getting shots from nurses and having them provide solutions for years, and the situation was more difficult each time we encountered it. But when we changed the model, everything changed. Our child was empowered and happier and able to calmly get vaccinated. I would never say we don't need nurses, but the solution was not more nurses, but more time with nurses, or even more responsibility for the nurses. The solution was effective because we removed the nurse from most of that appointment, and the nurse provided the vital service of the shot. But that was possible because of the right services from the right people. The nurses were able to more effectively and efficiently move through providing more shots in the time that they would have otherwise spent with our child once we reimagined our approach. With the task force recommendation, what we are doing is creating something. We're advancing public safety to include all residents and taking aim at the root of inequities in Brookline instead of just responding to the symptoms of those inequities. When we do this, the task force recommendations offer me an opportunity to experience a safer community that is safer and healthier for everyone. By removing police officers from schools, having from the public services, from the public housing, shifting to nonviolent crisis response for mental health calls, and then still having police available when we need them. We're putting other services first and prioritizing that safety. So as a town, let's take the step to support the task force recommendations. Let's be known for what we have done and the ways we're looking at the big picture by reimagining a better future for all of us.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carrie Ballou. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can share your video if you're comfortable, and when you unmute, your time will begin.
Thank you and good evening. I am here representing HRI Hospital. I am the community relations liaison for our facility. I've worked in mental health for about 20 years, and I joined the HRI Hospital and Arbor Hospital team back in June. And so I am here more so as an observer, but also to offer you guys an opportunity of an experience from our perspective. So HRI Hospital is located on Babcock Street in Brookline, and we serve over 60 individuals each day who are in mental health crisis. And our interactions with the Brookline police and our relationships have always been important with our local police departments and officers within our facilities. We are community partners, and we utilize each other in many ways. Being new to the area, I was very unfamiliar with Brookline Police Department. I had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago to connect with Lieutenant Pastor for the first time. And at that point, I hadn't had a lot of conversations with my team about our relationship with the Brookline Police because I was new. I came in during COVID and had an opportunity as a community relations person to engage in that relationship. So I started letting them know that I was going to be meeting with Lieutenant Pastor and just having these conversations and just building a relationship. One of the consistent things that they had said to us, or had said to me, ongoingly, was the fact that how impressed they were, that they really felt like recently that the Brookline Police have really been able to address our patients and our patients with mental health needs, and our patients in a way that was unlike years prior. So a lot of the folks that I work with have a long history with Brookline and Brookline Police, and they, at 3-4 different people at different opportunities, all mentioned how different and how impressed they were with the interaction and that the Brookline Police had with our patients when they've come and answered a call. And so lo and behold, I had an opportunity a matter of a week and a half, 2 weeks later, to observe the first aid mental health training that they conduct at the Brookline Police Department. And again, I'm newer to Brookline, I'm newer to this area, but I was absolutely impressed with the information that they provided, the training that they gave. It was really refreshing to see. I've had the opportunity to work with police departments throughout Eastern Massachusetts as a representative of mental health services. And I definitely saw that they were taking the role of mental health and interactions and de-escalation and identifying signs of and red flags of suicide and other issues to that next level. And we're really engaging the officers and training them and giving them tools and education. I don't know a lot about the Reimagine campaign, I'll be honest. This forum or this opportunity just came to me recently, but I wanted just to give you guys a perspective of my hospital and what we have actually seen in real time with the Brookline Police Department. Of course, we are on board with anything to do with driving our mental health services for this community, keeping individuals safe, keeping our patients safe, and making sure that we are serving our community equitably. To walk through our hospital, you're walking through one of the most diverse atmospheres that you will see. We service individuals from all avenues of life,
You've
and we're
reached 4
proud of
minutes.
that. And we would like to really just continue to build a relationship with the community.
I believe you've reached your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had 30 seconds. My apologies. But I just want to say thank you guys for this opportunity, and thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lily Gaddy. You've been promoted to a panelist and your time will begin when you unmute.
Hi, my name is Lily Gata and I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 10 and alumni of Brookline High School and a paraprofessional in Brookline. I'm speaking tonight in full support of the task force recommendations that include removing police officers from schools, shifting nonviolent crisis and mental health related calls away from the police and to a cahoots-like service provider, as well as eliminating the walk and talk program. We've heard from community members and it's clear that the current system of policing is not working. Therefore, we need to make changes to meet the needs of our community, and the recommendations of the task force do just that. These recommendations are not intended to defund the police, but just to move some of those services that the police currently provides to groups that are experts in those fields and will be better able to serve our community and fulfill those needs. This is not something to be afraid of, in my opinion. I think it's something that's going to hugely benefit all of us in Brookline. These recommendations will only make our town more safe. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Janice Kahn. Janice, you've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Okay. Hi. I appreciate your incredible patience. I know that everyone is tired, and I know this is an important evening. My name is Janice Kahn. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. My name is Janice Kahn. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 15 and chair of the Public Safety Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee that reviews the budgets of the police and fire departments in Brookline. I've also been serving as a non-voting member on the Reforms Committee as a resource to the committee as a whole and to subcommittees in particular. The chair of the Advisory Committee, Mike Sandman, has been serving as a voting member on the task force. The Advisory Committee is still in the early stages of reviewing the budgets of all town departments and has not yet had an opportunity to discuss the final reports of the select board committees. So I'd like to clarify that both my comments and those of Mike Sandman reflect our personal views. I also have a doctorate in applied sociology from Boston University and have been following the work of the committees through that lens. As a sociologist, I fundamentally believe in social change. What is before the select board are two very different views of community policing in Brookline that were drawn from much of the very same data. My training tells me that in social science research, those looking at and analyzing data bring with them certain assumptions and points of view and look at that information in a way that validates those assumptions. It's why two researchers can look at identical data and come out with different conclusions. It's also why in medical research, the gold standard is double-blind studies where the researchers and the participants are not made aware of who is in the test group, those who are taking a particular drug, for instance, and those who are in the control group, those not taking the drug. In the case of social science research, all of the interactions, gathering data through interviews, reading and survey research are all impacted by the way in which questions are asked and the way the answers are heard by the researchers. In this case, the members who are on the two committees, who I commend for spending enormous amounts of time. It's one of the reasons that the social sciences are called soft sciences, because it is nearly impossible to come to a single answer or pathway forward that is completely impartial. While on the surface, the two reports are vastly different, there are some points on which there is consensus. 2 examples.
Seconds.
Thank you. The way that mental health crisis 911 calls are currently responded to should be rethought and changed. And there should be an additional layer of civilian oversight. I personally agree with both of those. I urge the board to focus on the points of agreement and to work together from there, because the work of both committees shows that the residents of Brookline are largely supportive of the Brookline Police Department and the work they do in the community. It's important to remember that even small changes can have a big impact. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ari Zimmet. Ari, you've been promoted to a panelist and you can unmute and share your video. Your time will begin.
Hi, thank you to everyone who's here. I really appreciate all the work that everyone's done. I'm here to voice my wholehearted support for the direction in which the Reimagining Police Task Force is headed. I also want to especially say thank you to all the volunteers who collected these stories. And I also want to say thank you to the police officers who shared feedback and are sharing their stories, even when they're speaking out against a culture that I know means a lot to them, that of policing. I saw in a quote from, I just saw a quote from the Brookline police officer who supervises the school officer, saying something along the lines, if any of the kids have a problem with where the police officer's office is, they can say something and we'll move. This is a nice sentiment, but I will say I work with some really brilliant BHS students who are overwhelmed with roles of leadership, their own academics, and COVID-19. My point is that, though, while I would love to believe that my students, if they had an issue with anything, would approach me in the classroom about it, I feel like this comment neglects to recognize the immensity of the culture we live in, which is one of authoritarianism and white supremacy culture. Frankly, I feel like the advice that that officer is giving is to tell for community members to say when police members are too close or when they'd like them to do something different, which is what the report from the Reimagining Police in Brookline is literally doing. Throughout this conversation, I've heard a lot of tangents of either or thinking, that if we move 3% of the police budget, which seems incredibly small to me, even though it might affect staffing, which wildly as an educator I know about, it doesn't mean that people don't want the police there for integral functions that they're definitely in some ways experts on. I think what this report is all about is expanding our understanding of the things that a community needs that police officers are not best trained for, even if in our mind we've been raised to believe that they are. It's very hard to speak up to police officers. Frankly, those of us with immense privilege, which I embody, aren't, when we do it, it's not received very well. In my experience, it hasn't been received very well. So I find a lot of contradiction with, thank you, Devin, with what the message is that the police office is saying. I want to end by saying that as older people, as teachers and leaders, select board members, and police officers, I think our authority and influence and power over young people cannot be taken for granted or left unexamined at any point. I think we should, at any opportunity, and make opportunities to increase transparency, accountability, and a response to the needs of the people that we serve. And that is what I believe the Reimagining Police Force Task Force is all about. And that's why I'm in support of it. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Mariella Ames. Mariella, you've been promoted to a panelist, and when you unmute, your time will begin.
Thank you. I'm here because I value and I'm grateful for the good faith and goodwill of Select Board Dr. Fernandez, despite the efforts to block the work of the task to reimagine policing by coming up with a competing reform committee at the last minute. The reform committee has mostly focused on defending policies and practices, approaching problems the same old way, getting reports and opinions from the usual folks, including paying the former police chief whose practices are being questioned, the outrageous amount of $106,000. Right there is an example of why we need new thinking. Volunteers do the work, but staff get hefty pay with no oversight. But let me focus on the task force to reimagine the police and why I support it. I believe that a great deal of responsibility lies in ourselves, in our communities, and our local governments. So I could not agree more with the task force's principle that we should determine what our approach to community safety should be, including to what extent we need police to undertake certain jobs that could be done by others. As the report acknowledged, there are members of our community and those in our neighboring communities for which Brookline's current model is simply not working. For those of you who support the current model, ask yourselves, what are you defending and why? Do you actually interact with the police on your way to or from work? Are you pulled over? Driving by Brookline or Boston regularly, have you actually seen or experienced their police work? I have. The task force to reimagine had a clear charge and vision, a diverse membership, a hands-on, head-on, and responsible approach, which was open and sought to hear from white people and people of color's experiences. Its committees responsibly investigated, surveyed, analyzed, interviewed, and made excellent and feasible recommendations that would not diminish the police, but would enhance the well-being of the community. So I wholeheartedly support the task force to reimagine. And I think it's your responsibility to hear where the community wants to go. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Danny Stone. Danny, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thanks, Devin. My name is Danny Stone, a town meeting member in Precinct 10. I endorse the task force report on reimagining policing, which tells us that currently we're asking too much of our officers. My dad worked his whole career in law enforcement, so I have the utmost respect for people in uniform. One way we can respect our police officers is by admitting that we ask too much of them and recognizing that the scope of their work is too broad. We're asking our officers to be emergency responders, mental health workers, drug abuse counselors, traffic pattern experts, and public school monitors. We treat the police department as a one-stop shop to address issues across too wide a range. Not only is that unfair to our officers, it's ineffective for our town. The task force report identifies key places where we can alleviate our officers' burden and let others who are trained to address social service needs step up to do that work. The best way to support our officers is by allowing them to focus on their core function, enforcing the law and keeping us safe. Implementing the changes outlined in this report can help us do that, which is why I think it's possible to be in favor of this report from a pro-law enforcement perspective among the other perspectives you've heard tonight. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Chloe Janes. Chloe, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can share your video if you're comfortable and unmute when you're ready. Your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Chloe Janes. I am a recent Brookline High graduate. I graduated in 2018, and I fully support the findings of the task force to reimagine policing. And I think everyone has explained their points so eloquently, and I don't think I could do it any better. But what I wanted to add was my experience with the mental health professionals at Brookline High. As a freshman at Brookline High, I ended up interacting a bunch with the mental health professionals there because of some stuff happening. And I didn't end up interacting with the school resource officer. I don't know if there was a school resource officer at the time. But the care that I was treated with, the understanding that I was treated with by the people at Brookline High was really wonderful and really helpful and really set me on a really good path. And I don't think a police officer would be able to provide the same care just because the training that goes into being a mental health care professional is so specific, and you need to have such a specific understanding and way of interacting. And I wanted, and also, going to the point of being able to speak up for yourself. As a 14-year-old, I know I wouldn't have been able to speak up for myself and said, hey, you're not someone who I feel comfortable talking to, because I just didn't have that way of expressing myself. So I think expecting people to express that is unrealistic. And I thank you all for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Neda Sabeva. You've been promoted to a panelist and your time will begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Neda Sabiva, and I am speaking as a current Brookline High School student. I'm in full support of all of the task force to reimagine policing's recommendations, but I specifically support those about removing SROs from Brookline schools and replacing the walk and talk unit. As a student, I see them both as unnecessary and harmful to my peers. Having police presence in the schools, especially in such close proximity to the students of color, is deeply flawed. There is no need for an armed officer to be present in an environment in which students are supposed to feel comfortable and learn. I have never had a problem in school that required the help of an SRO, nor ever felt more safe or reassured by their presence. It is also not the job of a student to spend their time making connections with police officers when they should be focusing on their education and personal development. SROs are simply a costly obstacle to the learning of BHS students. In addition, the Walk and Talk program places officers in the homes of lower income and students of color, which has negative consequences on their mental health and makes it more difficult to learn and focus on school. By investing in resources that actually benefit your children and their education, such as increasing accessibility to social workers, we can start to address the racism and inequity that's embedded in the town. It's very important to me that all of my peers, not just my white peers, feel comfortable and supported within our community. The task force recommendations are not limited to the ones I've spoken about, and so I would like to make it clear that all of the recommendations need to be implemented in order to create the fair, diverse, and inclusive Brookline we say we want. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sasha Calvert. Sasha, you've been promoted to a panelist, and if you would like, you can share your video, and once you unmute, your time will begin.
Hi everyone, my name's Sasha Calvert. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm also a student at BHS. I'm a current junior. I'll keep it short and sweet. I know it's really, really late. Basically, I am just here to voice my support for the task force's recommendations, including but not limited to removing police officers from Brookline schools, replacing the police unit specific to public housing, the Walk and Talk program, with social service providers who aren't agents of law enforcement, and more. I don't feel the reform committee was adequately evaluative of our current public safety model, and I thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alice Thompson. Alice, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your time will begin when you're ready.
Awesome. So my name is Alice McGarvey Thompson, and I'm a sophomore at BHS. I'm here to voice my full support for all of the recommendations of the committee to reimagine the police, and just really specifically everything they said, but really specifically removing police officers from Brookline schools is a really important thing to me. So many people have said great things. I want to come here to echo so much of the other stuff people have said, but I'm specifically going to talk about the schools part because that's my experience. First of all, I just want to say I have had lots of experience with Brookline social workers. I have been designated social worker since freshman year, and I would not be the place where I am without BHS social workers. And it's ridiculous that they don't have enough funding, and they should be paid so much more, and there should be more funding towards that. And then I also want to talk about, I have classmates who have experienced racial profiling and racist behavior at the hands of Brookline police. Policing, and this absolutely includes the Brookline police, is a system of violence and racism. My peers and classmates, they have of the color, they've experienced this firsthand. And not all BHS students are here because it's 11 p.m. on a school night, but this is not because they don't care, and it's not because they haven't experienced racism at the hands of police. And I have classmates and peers who have experienced this racism and have witnessed violent and racist abuse by police across the country. And having these people in the school environment is just so wrong and detrimental. A group has specifically treated Brookline students with this level of racism and mental abuse is ridiculous to have in the school. And I don't understand how people could think that's a good idea. I know maybe many select board members don't care about this, but the reality of the voter thing, part of Brookline is shifting, and at some point these high schools are going to be the ones voting, and this can't stay forever, because this having police in schools is extremely unpopular among people who are actually in the schools. So I just really want to emphasize that.
The next person signed up for public comment is Amy Hummel. Amy, you've been promoted to a panelist. Your time will begin when you're ready.
Thanks, Devin. Thanks, everybody. You're still here. And I'm actually really glad to have made it, because we were in advisory for about 3 hours. So that was great. Anyhow, so first I want to also thank you, the select board, for assembling 2 committees to study these issues of policing in Brookline. The separate mandates, I think, resulted in creating a wider breadth and depth of change options and included a broader range of perspectives than we would have had otherwise. And I hope the select board implements some of the elements from both, though honestly, I encourage you to be bold and embrace many of the ideas suggested by the Reimagining Committee. It's time. The idea of policing reform is a divisive issue. This is very difficult. And part of the consternation really, though, exists. It's because change is hard. But we need to keep the end goal in mind, and that is what's best for Brookline and the individuals who live and work in our community, and in particular, marginalized communities. And the other thing I think the thing I really want everyone to keep in mind is this idea of loss aversion. That's what makes this so hard, I think, for some people. It's a behavioral ethics concept, among other things, and it's this tendency we have to hold tight to what we already know and what we have, what we think sounds good for us, what we feel like we're doing well, like the walk and talk program. But what loss aversion really means is that we make bad decisions, or at least flawed ones, because of it, because it's really hard to let go of what we know and what we have now. We want to do more, but we don't want to give up what we already have. And sometimes the best change is we have to let things go. And try something new. So it shouldn't keep us, loss aversion shouldn't keep us from implementing suggestions like retooling or eliminating the programs in favor of other new programs. And that includes removing officers from the schools and in and around public housing. I also want to bring up something that hasn't come up, at least as long as I've been able to listen, about the home rule petition supporting limited traffic functions being fulfilled by civilians. I support that. But as a very important aside, and this won't surprise some of you, is I oppose the traffic enforcement by camera as an alternative to that option. Last year, I contacted Senator Cream about it, and the Transportation Board as well, with more detailed explanation. But the short of it is that relying on surveillance, which is what camera enforcement is, to solve human interactions is a mistake. It undermines civil liberties, and it keeps us from getting to the heart of issues we need to address as people.
You have 20 seconds.
So thank you. To finish, as police departments go, I think ours serves our community well. I don't view myself as anti-police or that this is anti-police, but we can respect much of the work they do, but we shouldn't be stuck with our current model. We've got some great new, fresh ideas in front of us, and we have the opportunity to make changes and improvements, and we should embrace that. And I hope you do. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Adi Ajanusi. Adi had a previous time slot and was unable to join us due to technical difficulties. He is here now. Adi, when you're ready, you can give your 3 minutes of public comment.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I know it's very late, and I thank you guys for staying up. I know it's not easy. I would like to first start by thanking the young millennial Alice Thompson that just spoke, as well as a lot of young folks that spoke up tonight. White folks spoke about their friends' experience. And it only shows lived experience, because I hear a lot of data, but no lived experience. And secondly, I would like to thank Raul as a person of color I'm with you, my brother, 110%. It matters because I look at it from the perspective as a Black person. He's a person of color. So initiating policies that is suggesting in a town is perspective matter because that's lived experience. And I just want to, off note, I want to show, I just want to thank you for the support. I know the baby's coming soon. I got you in my prayers, brother. Success. You know, I'm expecting mine soon of May. So it's good to be a father. And for everybody that spoke tonight that's supporting the reform community, I want to give lived experience. I'm a person of color. You can hear my accent. I'm from the marginalized community. A lot of my friends, 90% I would say are Brookline housing residents. And none of them, just like myself, was supported reform committee recommendation. I just want to focus on the bias first about how the data was collected. It has come to my understanding that some of the officers that participated in the reform committee were actually paid to do that. So now we have officers paid OTs to recommend favorable recommendations that favors them. It bothers me. There's something unethical about that, but just points to the bias. But as a Black man, lived experience from this community, no friends, I challenge everybody that is white that support the program to show me, or feel free to reach out to me and show me friends of yours that live in Brookline housing residents that you know when you're supporting this program with policing.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll show you, and I'll match that, because it's a lot of ideas and talk, but none of you leave the experience that we have to go through as Black or person of color in this community. So please take that into consideration. If not, sooner or later time will tell. Thank you.
I do want to inform the board that at this time, there was a total of 62 folks signed up for this public hearing. Approximately 6 of them were not able to stay, and I will be reaching out to them this evening to solicit their written comment for your review, as well as inclusion in the public packet from this meeting.
Thank you, Devin. So that basically concludes our business. Is there anything else that is on people's minds? Bro.
Yeah, if I can, just 2 things very quickly. I'll say that we have a lot to talk about on Thursday, but let me just say 2 things very quickly. One, I heard loud and clear around the Brookline Forward proposal that there are people that have real concerns around the inclusion of those 3 offices: the Council on Aging, the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations, and Veteran Services. As I've said in my opening remarks, we're not at all dogmatic about that. So why don't we just clear the field and move forward, presuming that those 3 offices will not be part of any of this restructuring and reorganization. I'm happy to talk with the full task force about that on Friday, but we've talked about these things before, and I'm confident that that's not going to be an issue. So why don't we just clear the field and not worry about that as an issue? We'll talk, maybe we can talk specifically about the idea of the shift in resources to create these new positions, the new services. And then the other thing is, Bernard and I talked about a little bit about the civilian oversight. I don't think we're that far off. I think that what the reform committee created with the PCAC is what is it, Bernard? It's good, but not perfect. And so
no, that's what the police department.
It's very good.
Says.
And so
our PCAC is perfect.
Yeah, almost. And so
almost,
Bernard and I have committed to talking between now and that Thursday meeting to see if we can at least get some, figure out where the areas of agreement are, and then talk about maybe where we still differ, and that'll make maybe to the board a little bit more clear where we are on this. And so we'll keep communicating between now and Thursday. I agree with what some of the commenters said, that there's at least some places here where I think there might be some close to common ground that we can find a work closely together. So we're both, I think, committed to doing that.
Yeah, there's always common ground, and we'll do that Wednesday. Okay, anything else from Select Board? Mr. Kleckner, you like to Anything to close out?
No, good night.
Good night.
Everybody.
Okay, meeting ends right now. Thank you. And it ended on the same day that it started. That's really an accomplishment.
There we go. Good night, everybody.